Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten. Context does. Analysis does. Perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Million thanks and welcome to Aneke TV market segment, broadcasting live from Enugu. We are opening the trading day at a truly historic day. Yes, this moment, the market has entered a historic juncture for the local financial ecosystem. The Nigerian exchange continues to navigate uncharted territory, defying broader macroeconomic shift to push assets valuation to unprecedentable frontiers. Simultaneously, the local currency is holding its ground on the local and official window, backed by aggressive monetary tightening from the central bank, even as internal logistic costs keep the pressure up on retail commodity basket across the country. Stay tuned as we dissect yesterday's massive telecom-driven market surge, analyze the dramatic 6% plunge in the global Brent crude, what it means for Nigeria's external reserves, and deliver your strategic to-the-point investor playbook for the day. And this is the Aneke TV Business Desk, where destiny meets data and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting from the Nigerian equities market, which kicked off the week on a bullish note, shaking off a slight slowdown in Q1 2026 GDP growth figures, which hit 3.89%. Investors' confidence was largely, boosted by massive sentiment in big-ticket telecommunication and financial stocks. By the closing of the bell, the benchmark All-Share Index dropped 0.57%, gaining 1,412 points to settle at an all-time high of 251,125.02 points. This pushed the market Markets teller year-to-date returned to 61.38%. Equity investors raked in significant gains as market capitalization advanced by to 160.99 trillion naira. Activity was highly missed on Monday, while the volume of shares traded dipped 12% to 629.2 million units. The total liquidity, flowing through the exchange told a different story. Turnover saw a sharp 41% improvement, with over 40.8 billion naira changing hands across more than 2,000 deals. The market breadth was positive, with 35 gainers outshining 31 laggards. And then quickly moving to the top 5 performance. Yes, the top 5 performance for yesterday, where we look at the gainers, which are led by Airtel Africa PLC, yes, which yesterday closed trading at 3,655 naira 70 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 10%. Then they are followed by International Energies Insurance, traded as Intergens, which yesterday made a bullish adjustment of 9.68% to close at 3 naira 74 kobo. Sovereign Trust Insurance, traded as Sovereigns, yesterday closed at 2 naira 50 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.65%. Captain Offshore Support Group, traded as Captain, closed yesterday at 7 naira 40 kobo, making, a profitable adjustment of 9.63%. Then we're looking at VFD Group PLC. Yes, traded as VFD Group. Yes, they closed trading at 10 naira 90 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.55%. Telecom giant Airtel Africa spearheaded the boost, hitting a maximum 10% daily limit to close at 3,655.70 naira. Yes, 70 kobo, please. Closely followed by a wave of buying interest across mid-cap insurance stocks. And then quickly, let's take a look at the laggards, the top 5 losers for yesterday. They were led by Nikos. Yes, Nikos PLC. Yes, they closed in the dip of 7 naira 20 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 10%, a very big dip. Yes, and TIP, yes, they closed at 30 naira 45 kobo, making a dip of 9.91%. Then Len Africa, yes, they closed at 11 naira 65 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 9.69%. Yes, Zikis Agro Allied Industries, traded as Zikis, did close on a negative or dip of 7.93% to close his book at 30 naira 98 kobo. Then a pharmaceutical, stock, May and Baker Nigeria PLC, traded as May and Baker. Yeah, May Baker closed at 46 naira 70 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 6.60%. Yes, negative adjustment. On the flip side, Magnicos led the retreat, shedding 10% on profit taking, with packaging and consumer healthcare firms facing similar downward pressure. And quickly, let's run to our market outlook for today. Yes, looking ahead to today's trading section. Analysts expect a tug of war on the floor. We anticipate some pocketed profit taking as short-term traders look to, lock in gains from yesterday's Airtel-driven surge. However, the broader market sentiment, remains structurally sound. Keep a very close eye on the banking sector, especially heavyweights like Access Corporation and Zenith Bank, which continue to drive dominant volume. Investors are also actively pricing in the central bank's recent MPC stance, keeping interest rates at 26.5%, meaning institutional capital might continue to blend position between fixed income yields and defensive equities. We expect the market to sustain a cautiously optimistic tone today, with bargain hunting in underpriced consumer goods stabilizing any potential early morning pullbacks. And then quickly, let's run to the forex market, especially looking at Naira performance, turning our attention to the local currency market, where the Naira continues its battle for stability amidst shifting global and domestic economic realities. Yesterday, the Nigerian Naira, showed remarkable resilience as Yes, the Nigerian Naira showed remarkable resilience on the official trading window, but faced light pocketed pressure on the parallel market. At the close of trading on the Nigerian foreign exchange market, the official local currency appreciated marginally, gaining 0.03% to settle at 1,375 Naira to the US dollar, up from the Friday close of 1,375 Naira 46 kobo. This stability was backed by an encouraging influx of liquidity, with daily market turnover maintaining a healthy operational average. However, over on the parallel market, the story was slightly different. The greenback held its ground, with the Naira softening slightly to trade between 1,395 Naira and 1,410 Naira to the dollar, driven largely by retail demand for travel and summer business planning. Despite this minor fluctuation, the broader forex market is riding on a wave of renewed confidence. This comes on the heels of the central bank's bold decision at its 305th MPC meeting to hold interest rates steady at 26.5%, coupled with Nigeria's gross external reserve climbing to a robust 49.49 billion US dollars, providing a solid 9 months of import cover. And quickly taking a look at our market projection for today, as we look ahead into today's trading section, we expect the Naira to remain relatively stable within its current bands. The central bank's hawkish stance and tight grip on commercial banks, cash reserve ratio at 45%, are successfully mopping up excess liquidity that would otherwise chase the dollar. Furthermore, with global Brent crude prices, comfortably averaging around $100 per barrel due to ongoing Middle East supply tension, reserve defense fund looks exceptionally secure. However, currency analysts, one of potential medium-term headwinds. Watch out for any early political spending and campaign-related liquidity ahead of the 2027 election cycle, which could pressure the parallel market in the coming weeks. For today, expect the official window to hold steady between the 1,370 Naira and 1,380 Naira range, with the central bank, likely to step back from aggressive intervention, allowing the market's organic daily turnover to rule the day. And quickly, to the global energy sector. Yes, turning to the global energy markets, oil prices suffered a major pullback yesterday, with the global benchmark dropping below a key psychological floor. Brent crude futures plunged nearly 6%, shading over $5 to close at $96.30 a barrel, hitting its lowest level in 2 weeks. This sharp sell-off was triggered by localized teen holiday liquidity and a sudden wave of investor optimism. Markets reacted aggressively to statements from the US President Donald Trump, suggesting that a memorandum of understanding to end hostilities and reopen the vital Strait of Hormuz is now largely negotiated. And then looking at the closing, where Brent crude, closed at $96.30 per barrel, making a shield, of a negative 5.96%, indicating a 2 weeks low. And then WTI crude, sold for $90.30 per barrel, indicating a negative shield of 6.52%. And then quickly giving you a market projection for today. Yes, looking ahead into today's section, analysts expect a strong reality check and a potential price correction on the horizon. While the markets sold the oil on a tweet yesterday, both Washington and Tehran have already begun, downplaying expectations of an imminent breakthrough, noting that a formal gesture remains far off. Yes, crucially, the fiscal clock has not paused. The Strait of Hormuz remains restricted, and global fiscal inventories are drawing down at an aggressive rate. We expect Brent prices to experience volatile tug of war today. If traders realize the diplomatic breakthrough is delayed, crude will likely claw its way back towards the $100 threshold, given the actual fiscal supply relief is still months away even after a deal is satisfied. Let's head into the marketplaces to track the commodities sector, where the high cost of transportation and seasonal shifts continue to redefine the baseline for household spending. According to the latest figures from the National Bureau of Statistics, food inflation has seen a consecutive monthly acceleration, hitting 16.06%, while some grain lines like processed wheat and semovita have enjoyed marginal price relief due to improved supply chains. The cost of fresh produce and heavy staples remain under heavy logistics pressure. A closer look at the data shows that the Southeast region, and specifically Enugu, currently sits at the top tier of the National Food Cost Index, driven largely by the high premium on interstate haulage. Meanwhile, Lagos and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, are witnessing mixed trends across major retail hubs. Now quickly running to the market. Yes, Ogbete market or new market in Enugu, the Wuse Otako market in Abuja, and My 12 or Deleko market in Lagos, where we'll take a look at the prices of stable food. Looking at local rice, 50 kg bag of it in Enugu, sold for 78,000 to 85,000 naira, and in Abuja it went for 68,000 to 75,000 naira, and then Lagos, yes, got it at a bargain of 53,000 to 74,000 naira. And then looking at a paint rubber of Gare, the white. Yes, the white one of it, in Enugu went for 2,800 naira to 3,500 naira, and in Abuja got a bargain for 2,200 naira to 2,700 naira, whereas Lagos paid 2,000 to 3,500 naira. And then moving to brown beans, yes, a paint rubber of it in Enugu, Ogbete market and new market sold for 4,500 to 5,500 naira, and Abuja got a bargain at 3,500 naira to 4,200 naira. Whereas Lagos always, a premium on it, paid 4,000 to 6,500 naira. And then looking at medium yam tuber, yes, the Abuja yam we're talking about here, Enugu, got it at 5,000 to 6,000 naira, whereas in Abuja it went for 3,500 naira to 4,500 naira, whereas Lagos got it for 4,500 naira to 5,500 naira. And then looking at the big basket of tomatoes, in Enugu it went for 50,000 naira to 62,000 naira, and Abuja, always having a bargain, got it for 35,000 naira to 45,000 naira, and Lagos, yes, it went for between 35,000 naira to 55,000 naira. Market operators blame the stubborn stance of food prices on a cocktail of factors. Chief among them is the rising cost of premium motor spirit, which averaged over 1,320 naira per litre, instantly feeding into the freight rates, charged by trucks moving farm produce from the middle belt and northern food baskets down south. Furthermore, seasonal shortage have hit perishable aggressively. Yes, it has hit perishables aggressively. In Lagos hubs like My 12, a base bucket of pepper and tomatoes has seen, erratic price surge due to off-season scarcity, forcing traders to rely on early irrigation crops, which command a premium. Looking at the outlook for the coming weeks, commodities analysts expect aggregate food prices to maintain this elevated plateau until the main harvest season sets in during the third quarter. For urban consumers in Lagos and Abuja, minor relief might come from corporate discount food markets and direct farm to retail interventions. But for logistics dependent zones like Enugu, the retail price tag will remain heavily tied to the cost of the fuel tank. And then quickly moving to the international market. Yes, turning to the international market, bosses, global equity markets caught a massive tailwind yesterday, driven by a sharp drop in energy costs and optimism over Middle East diplomacy. However, trading volumes remain thin due to major market holidays. Wall Street and London FTSE were locked up for Memorial Day and the Spring Bank holiday, respectively. But across the regions that were open, the bulls, ran wide. In Europe, Continental equities closed firmly in the green, with France ESC 40 and Germany's DAX both advancing 1.0% as cooling oil prices eased regional inflationary concerns. Over in Asia, it was a historic session. Japan's Nikkei 225 surged an explosive 2.9%, shattering records to across the psychological 65,000 mark for the first time in history. China's Shanghai Composite also picked up 1.0%, while India's Sensex jumped over 1,000 points, or 1.4%. With US and UK traders returning to their desks today, analysts expect institutional volume to catch up to yesterday's optimism, though the market's direction will remain heavily tilted to whether those breaking diplomatic headlines hold water. And then quickly, let's give you our strategic market advice, especially for the Nigerian investors. And in equities, embrace the momentum, but don't chase the peak. Yes, embrace the momentum, but don't chase the peak. The All-Share Index is at an all-time high, heavily driven by big-ticket telecoms and insurance surge. Avoid panic buying at the top. Instead, target defensive, undervalued consumer goods or dividend-paying banking giants like Access Corporation and Zenith Bank for long-term value. In fixed income, locked in high yields, with the central banks keeping interest rate tight at 26.5%, short-term treasury bills and high-grade corporate bonds are yielding excellent. Low-risk returns as well capitalize on this window to balance out equity volatility. In forex and commodities, hedge for logistics pressures. The Naira is stabilizing on the official window, but internal distribution costs remain elevated. For corporate investors, lock in raw material orders ahead of 2027 political liquidity cycle and keep an eye on early agricultural hedge. The golden rule for today is stay diversified. Yes, that's the golden rule for today. Stay diversified. Protect your liquidity and let the fundamentals guide your capital. Yes, that's the golden rule for today. Stay diversified, protect your liquidity, and let the fundamentals guide your capital. Yes, this is where we'll draw the curtain today on this segment here on Aneke TV. We urge you to, stay ahead of the curve. Keep your investments and keep watching Aneke TV market segment for latest updates and the market trends for your portfolios. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Aneke Sports. Today, I am your one and only sport oracle. I dream, I live, and I breathe sport. Bringing you that daily dose of sports and sports events that are happening across the nation, and also looking at how other countries are aligning for their preparation for the World Cup, going down to boxing, cycling, tennis, and the rest of the sports. Now also touching a bit of football, what is really going on with in the world of football, transfer news, coaches being sacked, and people who have been reinstated to their position. Now this morning, as you know, and as you already know, I'm doing this with Worldwide. We're here again.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for having me.
Yesterday's a free kick was awesome.
Yeah, you know, with the like of Mr. West.
Yes,
you know,
it was a wonderful time.
Who came to almost banter you, but he had to show mercy because at the end of the day, you had to succumb. Arsenal are the winners of the league, so just let him enjoy his moment.
They have to succumb because I didn't succumb.
No, you can't succumb. You can't tell Arsenal fans to succumb right now. There is nothing you can tell them to succumb to you. Anything they like now, they can do. They are at free will of anything they want to do. They are the liberty to do it.
I think we have to understand that Arsenal is not the end of the world.
Of course.
Maybe this is of the world because Arsenal is
It cannot be the end of the world, but this is the beginning of something new for them. You know, maybe it might be the beginning of another 22 years for them, you know, to lift the trophy again. But the last time they lifted it till now was 22 years ago. Maybe it will be another 22 years before they will lift the next one. So it might be the beginning of something, but at the end of the day,
we're going to see what happens.
Let them have their moment.
Let them have their moment. Now let's go over to the DAZN boxing. It's actually boxing and fight week. Now we're having it on May 30th. Yes, we're talking about the return of pound for pound great Dimitri Pivot live on DAZN. Yes, it's the fight that has been slated for May 30th, and that's the fight that this fight is on Saturday. Yes,
on Saturday this weekend.
This weekend, yes, it's actually one of the fights that has actually made it to everyone is expecting this fight, and it's on DAZN. The funny thing about this DAZN is that they don't have any currently in Nigeria. There's no, you can't subscribe from Nigeria.
So you can't watch the match.
You can watch the match, but then you can do something. Yes, because I was checking it last night. You can do something. What can you do? You can really, check the scores and the rest of the things from the internet. You can follow it on the internet, on social media. You can follow it on YouTube. You can follow their channel on YouTube and then get updated with the fights that are coming.
Is there any way someone can bypass,
there's no bypass.
If it's to on VPN and
there's nothing like that. There's nothing like that. Actually the price is about $19 point something, about 36,000 naira. So
I know Nigerians will find a way to watch this.
Well,
definitely. As long as they're going to stream that match.
Boxing freaks should do what they know best how to do.
They will find a way.
For me, it's not a do or die affair.
Yeah,
you know why? You know why?
Yeah.
Why is because I can still go on YouTube and search DAZN boxing and watch it.
Someone watching the match will also be streaming live with his phone. with his camera. So
actually, no.
That's why I say there must be a way out. They will definitely find a way out.
There's always a way out in everything. For instance, if you had watched the the show battle, the show boxing between Katefe and what's the other guy's name?
Portable.
Yes, Katefe and Portable. Now, if you had watched the fight, you will see something very important.
Yeah.
It was the zone that covered it.
Well, because I was not able to stream it like I was looking for where I watch that match.
People that where you can stream could be people that are live.
Yeah, it could be maybe from what's it called? The other streamer. I've forgotten his name. Georgita's boyfriend. Pella, yes. Maybe if you go to Pella's live stream, I believe you watch the match there.
Yes,
and other guys that are streaming
if you go to Pella's live stream, you could watch the match. Now, on this day, you have Muhammad Ali knocked out Sonny Liston on this day in 1965, the very first round. There was an iconic image that was created. Yes, on this day in 1965, Muhammad Ali, he knocked this, Sonny Liston down.
26th.
Yes.
So probably we should go for a fight somewhere outside. No, of course you will be the fighter.
Who?
I will just be the ref. I'm not good at fighting. So
I'm not good at fighting.
Just to celebrate, this kind of things, you have to celebrate the moment. You have to mark the day. It's a specific day that is meant to remember the knockout that Muhammad Ali gave to this person.
Yes, so he created that iconic.
It's something you should, like, as a sport oracle that you are, you should go outside. Get an opponent, a worthy opponent for that matter, not just somebody walking on the street, a worthy opponent. If you can get, even though he's not a professional boxer, maybe just amateur boxer, you can just get someone, get him on the ring, who fix a price, you guys go, even though it's just 2 rounds you guys go for, maybe he gives you the KO, and we stream it live and see what happens after that.
I like your confidence, and I will tell you for a fact that you're making a lot of sense, but not today. Now we're still talking about boxing. We have Tommy Fury's, his fight is closing in. Yes. Yeah. One of the fights that everyone has been expecting on the zone. Yes. Tommy Fury's career to date is closing in. Yes. It's closing, it's coming together, and it's one of the fights people have been expecting.
This guy is quite a handsome person, to be in the boxing. You can imagine this kind of person that is looking like a Nollywood actor.
Okay.
Taking in on the box. If you meet this person on the road now, you will not know he's a professional boxer.
You don't know he's a professional.
You will think he's an actor until you get on one-on-one with him, maybe get on his nerves.
Then you guys will now see how he's going to be. Because looking at him, you would think, all these people, they kind of look very, calm.
He's looking so calm, like those, is it Bollywood, those Indian movies that you see the actor very calm and charming.
You think you and them are acting movie until
so
when it's time.
When he gives you 1 round.
You will now know that there's actually a problem. Now, that actually was how it's going to happen in the world of boxing this period. We're still talking about WWE, where Roman Reigns, they have unleashed tribal combat clash. That's in Italy. Yeah. It's coming. It's going to come this weekend too, where it's its final chapter, and they're going to unleash and have a blockbuster fight. That's the first premium event in Italy. Hits Turin's, that's in LP Arena on May 31st, which will be headline. That's the headlines are Obafemi. You remember Obafemi?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, Obafemi and versus Brock Lesnar. They're going to have a clash, and it's going to be one of the fights that will include Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns defending the World Heavyweight title against Jacob Fatu. It's something that everyone has been trying to, get across their way. So I think when you are a boxing fan, something about you gets to be different. When you're a boxing fan, something about you gets to be different, because you're going to be looking at many issues, and because you are not going to do much. It's going to be like you are going to focus on the most important things that would matter to you, because there's a way somebody will do. You'll be looking at them, say, so what do you now mean? So what do you now mean? No.
This Roman Reigns, is kind of a household name in the world of wrestling. After the likes of when I used to watch wrestling, was the likes of them John Cena, Undertaker, and the rest. But Roman Reigns came in, I think, 7 to 10 years ago. He has been he has been one of, let's say the top guys now in WrestleMania. And when he started, there used to be three. I think you have a Roman Reigns, you have a Seth Rollins, and you have the last guy. There were about three, forming one unit. Like there were three that were, you can't do without the other. So these guys have been in the wrestling, WWE for a while, and
they have made.
They got to a time that they separated. Everybody went his way, fighting for the title. Of course, you guys cannot be a trio and trying to get the world heavyweight title. And it was now decided. That was when what's it called? The Rock.
Yes, The Rock.
That was the time of The Rock when Roman Reigns has to be made the tribal chief. I think the Rock was supposed to be the person, but he overtook The Rock, and there was some wrestling used to be very entertaining. The storyline, you get to, before the match, you understood the storyline that this is what is happening outside the ring. There used to be some storylines that you get to know what's happening, who is this, who is that. Then he overtook The Rock, and they had to fight. They had to settle the dispute in the ring, and unfortunately he won The Rock. Then he became the tribal chief, where Seth Rollins and the other guy were, like his bodyguards and something. And he was doing well. I think he won the World Heavyweight title, then he won the WWE. He was winning so many things in WrestleMania. And for him to fight this period, I think is a match I would love to see. It's been a while I watch wrestling, and I would love to see that fight. And Obafemi is a new name in wrestling.
It's actually a new name.
I believe it's just, will I say last year to this year that Obafemi started WrestleMania. That's coming to the likes of WWE. Maybe he has been in, there's a lower division where they call WWC and other. It's like championship.
Yes.
I believe he has been there. Then coming into the WWE, he must have done a lot to get to that stage, because it's the big stage. That's the peak of the career for everyone in the WrestleMania industry to get to. So him. And of course, we know he retired Brock Lesnar. I'm surprised that Brock Lesnar is coming up again to fight him. That's trying to come out of retirement to take it or to pick a fight with him again. And I believe this weekend is going to be very interesting for WrestleMania, for boxing.
Yes,
there's a lot of things coming up.
And is Obafemi versus Brock Lesnar. It's their second fight.
Yeah,
and then
the first one, of course, he won the match.
It's their second fight. That's their clash in Italy. Then it's on Sunday, May 31st.
Yeah.
Remember, there's a fight on Saturday. Then this one comes in on Sunday, May 31st, and you have the likes of Netflix, international, exclusive, select. They have a special marketing team that is going to push it across. Then you have this leader season. That's the visual partners who are going to really bring the match to the viewers. And then you have it in the United States and Netflix. You still have it in the ESPN.
Yeah,
it's going to come around in ESPN. It's something very, very important. A lot of people want to see what is going to happen in this game. And I'm expecting them. In fact, Triple H even reposted. He says possible the most anticipated rematch. That's that game.
They know how to market.
They know how to market. That's where in that clash. This was when they were doing their preamble.
Yeah.
That's the clash that Roman Reigns came. Like when they were doing preamble, Roman Reigns now came into
the ring.
Yes, and he's gonna be a guest to visit, and then they're gonna.
I hope he does not interfere with the fight.
He
just has to be a guest and watch the match.
Looking at the way he's looking at the way.
That's one thing.
This from the video.
Most likely he will interfere in that match.
Why won't he?
And I believe he's going to be supporting Brock Lesnar over Obafemi, because of course Brock Lesnar is leaving the industry soon, and Obafemi is the person that is going to stay. So, these things is like a script. Like you have to, create a headline. Maybe he will come interfere with the match, and believe me, if I'm to predict, Brock Lesnar will get a win in that match, just to interfere with things and see. Then the next thing you will hear is that there's going to be a fight between Obafemi and Roman Reigns. So it's just a way of creating a headline. He will be a guest, probably interfere in the match, and Brock Lesnar get the win. It's just my prediction.
Actually, it's your prediction, but I still feel like there's still something that is going to come from the match. There's no way both of them will come together, and there will not be Roman Reigns will not come into that ring.
Yeah, that's what I say. He's going to interfere.
You know one thing about boxing. There's there's
that
emotions.
drive that you just want to go and have a bit of the fight. Even when it's not your fight, you just want to go and you are just angry with this person. You want to pick up a fight. That's the thing that is just it's their sport. It's what keep us the viewers is what keep us entertained. That this guy is going to interfere in this match. Just want to get you want to get a feel of the fight. You want to just have this fight right now, even when it's not your time. You just want them to fix the match if it's possible. After fighting Brock Lesnar, you give me Obafemi, let me fight.
But it's not as easy as other people are thinking. I will tell you the truth. It's not as easy as people are thinking. But what do you think? Who do you think in this fight that will win?
No, just like what I've said. If you are going to leave this match, of course, wrestling has so many sides to it. It's not like a football match that you just leave them on the pitch to decide the winner. Wrestling has so many. There may be interference, and you notice that sometimes they can. You will see that they knock out the referee, and before you know, another referee is coming in, running to count. So there are many interference in wrestling. But if the match goes without interference, of course, Brock Lesnar is if he's too young, he should not be below 40. He's an aged man, like he's a veteran in the industry. Yeah. Obafemi is just coming up.
Obafemi is just coming up. It doesn't look like Obafemi is coming up. It looks like he has been there.
Yeah, that's his body stature, but he has not been too long in WWF that we have been seeing Obafemi. Just like a year ago that we started seeing. So if you leave their two to fight, no interference, it's just whoever wins get the win. Of course, I'll tip Obafemi to win, but because interference, you saw the first fight now. If at least I watched some part of the first fight, he beat Brock Lesnar hands down. It was not something that you will say Brock Lesnar had an advantage that it was almost to win. Then Obafemi came out the winner, but he won the match hands down. So if you leave their two to fight till tomorrow, Obafemi is going to get the win. But because of that interference and me having to see Roman Reigns by the side watching, I know no WWE superstar will just be by the side watching when his opponent is in the ring. He will want to interfere, if not for anything, just for Obafemi to lose that match, so that they will now have a rematch between him and Obafemi. So that's why I say my own prediction is that Brock Lesnar gets the win with interference. Okay,
WWE has officially announced that the first hour of clash in that Italy game will feature these two matches extra. There are extra two matches. Yeah. That's Cody Rhodes versus Gunther. That's for the guys. Then Rhea Ripley versus Jade Cargill. This is the section of the women. Women are going to still have a fight. But that Roman Reigns and versus Jacob Fatu is going to be the Roman of Fatu, then Obafemi and Block. It's going to be the major fight.
Of course, that's the headline.
Yes,
if you have those.
Rhea Ripley versus Jade Cargill, they're going to have their fights too, because I mean they have to be represented. Women have to find their way back down. You see, Cody Rhodes versus Gunther is going to be there too. That's the clash. In Italy, then you're still going to have the women having their fights. Yes, Rhea Ripley versus Jade Cargill is something that people have been expecting. People have been expecting this fight to take place, and I really think is when you talk about wrestling, people grew up with that emotion, linked to wrestling, and I feel like if there's no women in this game, it will not be complete.
It might not be interesting.
Even though the women are now fighting like the men.
Of course, that's the beauty of the game. You don't expect them that because they are women, they should not have, what will I say, some special rules or something. It's wrestling. You are here for the match. You are here for the fight. It's just like football. You are going to play football. The fact that you are a woman does not mean you carry the ball with your hand and go to the other person's post and score. You are going to play it as it is. It's a sport. You know the rules and regulations. We are not being like gender specific in this thing. You have decided that you guys want to have a match, like you women want to fight. So we are going to leave it up to you. As long as it's not between a woman and a man to come and fight, it's between you and your fellow gender.
Yes.
You guys have to come out to entertain. Of course, it's an entertainment. You have to entertain the people. You have to put up a fight that the people will be like glued to their TV to watch, or people that are there watching you live will be entertained. So we'll not have those kind of minds that will go because they are women. They should not box themselves, or they should not kick themselves, or they should keep it to an extent. So it's something that you have decided to do as a woman. You should enjoy the moment. Fight like your life depends on it, and if you eventually lose, you go home, you know, you live to fight another day. You don't die in the pitch, or you don't die in the,
or try to. I get you. I really get you. But the thing is that when you look at the fight that is coming, I will tell you that the women's fight are going to have more views.
Yeah, you know,
but
they are coming up with more views. Women are watching this match these days.
But in football, women are not having views.
No, it's going to be hard to tell someone like me now
to go and sit.
To go and sit. It's not that I will not watch it. Of course, the last Champions League now, Barcelona women won the competition, and at least I saw some part of it. It's becoming interesting, because sometimes you might not know if you don't like watch this match intentionally. You might not even know that this is between women. It's women's football, because sometimes you see them, they're almost looking like men, you know, playing the football. As you see somebody give true pass, you see somebody run, you see somebody dribble, you be like, are you sure these people they are not men, so just hiding under the blanket of being women? So these things have been, you know, modernized. Like everybody understand what is expected of him. So it's no more like they are going to see women running as if they are going to fashion parade or something. They understand the game. They know what is expected of them. So they also deliver as if it were to be the male counterpart that are playing the sports. Well,
it's something that no one have seen coming, but at the end of the day, we're still going to take a look at that and take that deep dive. Now, you know, we have been emphatic on Formula One.
Yeah.
Yes, and Formula One is coming to Monaco, France.
Wow.
Yes, Formula One is coming to Monaco, France.
I think I'm going to Monaco next.
Yes,
yeah.
We have to be in Monaco.
We should be there.
Really, because
this is the time to watch this match, where we have the likes of Kimi Antonelli,
George Russell, and
Hamilton himself.
Hamilton.
Sometimes
yes,
these are matches, or these are races that you don't want to miss. You just want to be there live, just to capture the moment.
Date is 5th to 7th of June.
Just next week.
Yes, just next week.
I believe we should be preparing our flight ticket and
to move to Monaco, and it's gonna be a crazy drive. I will tell you. Now, because of the stats we had yesterday, how Kimi Antonelli had to climb, he had the podium with Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton. Yeah. And what are you expecting as this race comes up in Monaco next week?
What we have been seeing so far is, in football, maybe we'll say something like injury, but here we don't have those things that you might say injury has affected the team or injury has affected the player. Kimi Antonelli's fit. What you might be considering is the car. The car is ready. Of course, Mercedes are prepared.
Yes.
There's nothing like you will say maybe there's a problem with the tire, or there's a problem with... These guys are ready for this competition, and I'm rooting for Antonelli to get the win. He has been delivering at all levels, at all stages. He has been driving, he has been delivering, and I don't think this is the time he wants to let go. He's still in that momentum. He's still feeling that vibe, like the champion that he is. He still want to prove that I'm not letting anyone go. If it's going to be a side competition, or if it's going to be a major competition or whatever, I'm not letting it go. You guys have to fight really hard to get any trophy from this competition. So I'm still rooting for the guys from Mercedes, that's the Kimi and Russell, to get a win from this competition.
I'm still rooting for them, and I'm still believing that they're going to have a wonderful time.
Yeah.
On the podium too. But things may change hands. Powers may change hands.
Powers may change hands. But
what I'm telling you, powers could change. In Monaco, it is always something that before the drive, there has been history that Mercedes, they actually are the king of Monaco.
That's
the way they are king of Miami.
Antonelli and Russell. So that's the same thing we are saying. These the guys I'm rooting for. They are driving for Mercedes, and they have a good history in Monaco. So I think the odds favor them. Everything, is it the environment, is it the odds, is it the weather, even the fans will also favor them. So it's like, even though that's not their home country, but they will feel at home. And it has been a healthy competition so far. There's no grievances or being aggressive or feeling hate towards the other person. It has been healthy competition all through. Even though you are not winning the the podium or whatever, you still congratulate your fellow
Yes, you
contestant.
actually definitely will
I
congratulate.
would love to
your guy.
just see the the competition live, not on TV, not on live stream. Just be there to watch it.
It's important that when you look at it, you will see that they are making progress towards the right direction. And if Mercedes eventually wins this race, it's going to be massive for them. But talking about Lewis Hamilton too, Lewis Hamilton said before they had that the Grand Prix they had the other day, the Formula One game they had the other day, he came out to say that he's not going anywhere in case you're expecting him to retire or go down the podium or just give it up for you. Like citing that statement,
after he made that statement, that was Antonelli also won the competition even after he has made that statement.
No, Antonelli did not just win the competition with a good, it was a battle.
Yeah, it was a battle. But
A legend like Lewis Hamilton and a young B like Kimi.
That's to show you the determination Kimi has. For someone to give you that kind of statement before any competition is like, well, let's say it might be in a form of threat or to, give you like that fear, to put that fear in you that I'm here. You can't just take this competition just like that. You have to put in your best. And maybe Kimi took it as a motivation. He said, okay, you are here, you are not going anywhere, but you have to come and win this title even while I'm here. It's not just about you this time around. You have been a veteran, you have been in this competition. It's now my time. So you have to play by my own rules. That's what Kimi is trying to let him know, that I'm not here to play. I know you are still here, but you have to watch me win these things right now because I'm in my own mood. I'm in my own game right now. Following your own footsteps, of course, I've watched you do these things in the past. It's my turn. So you can either decide to come behind me.
The bromance too, like
that's why it's a healthy competition. Hamilton always shows his own love for the guy. Even after coming maybe second or third, he will always support the guy, embrace him, hug him.
People would be expecting them to have clashes, to have fights, to have
that kind of thing does not exist in Formula One right now.
People are expecting them to fall out.
And I like the way Hamilton is handling it. He's handling it in a bit. Matured way.
Hamilton is not Kimi's mate.
No, of course. That's why there are some competition that they don't want. Look at the boxing we are talking about. Brock Lesnar is not a Bafemi's mate in the world of wrestling. Brock Lesnar has achieved a lot. Why Obafemi is still coming?
Even Roman Reigns.
Roman Reigns has achieved it. But you see them, they are coming now. That of course, we should not forget that this is just a sporting activities and it's an entertainment. If these guys go out of the ring, they are friends who. Let's just forget that they come, they fight. If you see wrestlers outside the ring, you see them having. I've seen Undertaker having a good time. The Undertaker we used to know that will rise up from the coffee. You think this man does not have a social life? Undertaker enjoys his social life with other wrestlers, with Randy Orton. I've seen him hang out with Randy Orton. I've seen him hang out with Triple H. These are people that when you see them on the screen, it's like they are enemies for life. So that's what kudos to Hamilton. He's encouraging this guy, despite he's not having the best of his time right now, but he's showing support, he's showing love for the young
But I
ones.
wanted to ask before we go on this break.
Yeah.
Do you think the bromance in football is more effective than the bromance in Formula One?
No, right now, I think the bromance in Formula One, it's way higher than that in football. Football, sometimes they take, let's say, the frustration out, even outside the pitch. Sometimes it's not just inside the pitch. Some footballers don't even talk outside the pitch. Just because I'm playing for a particular club and you are playing for this particular club does not mean we are enemies. We are here to compete. But you see them sometimes, they don't even talk outside the pitch. You would think it's just a in-pitch behavior or activity, but it goes beyond. Of course, some footballers are also friends outside the pitch, but sometimes they don't just, you don't see them, repping the other clubs, even on their own social media. When they do it, the fans even might get at them. So sometimes the relationship is just cordial, just within the pitch. When they get in, they shake each other, play the match. That will be the end of it. When they leave the pitch, they don't even talk, they don't know each other. When they see outside, they might not even greet each other and all. But this is Formula One that Hamilton is showing great love for this other counterpart that is still coming up. And I believe it does not end in that race they are doing. even after the race, you will see this guy, they will still hang out. So I believe for now, the bromance in Formula 1 is way more, is higher than that we have in the football.
Yes, the bromance is very higher than the one we have in football, but we're still going to see what happens as the race and as we enter next week and the race period, the updates, the briefs, and the informations come across to us. Now we go on a short break. We'll be right back with other updates. Do stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Yes, you're welcome back, and the World Cup groups are ready. I mean, the World Cup groups are ready. The other time we brought your way, we had to show you how the groups are preparing. Now we're going to dive right into the World Cup groups one more time to check and to see what we have there, because teams are aligning, and a lot of teams, they have sent out the list of their full squad. They have announced it dramatically, while some people have dramatically denied or declined the list, saying because they're not there, they have to, they should have been there. I'm talking about the likes of Harry Maguire and the rest of them. Well, yes, the list for the teams and for the groups are ready, and I'm talking about Spain, the Spanish side, their list are ready. Then the Colombian side, their list are ready. Their full squad, the squad they're going to be playing World Cup with. And this is the first time we could say that there's no Real Madrid player on the list for the Spain. There's no Real Madrid player was included in the list. I know Worldwide has many things to
Well, that Spanish squad was, well, I will not say it was shocking that much, because the Real Madrid guys that play in Spain, they are just about 2 or 3 in Real Madrid. That's Carvajal, Hodgson. Those are the 2 I can remember right now. I don't know if there's a third person.
Can we see the list? Let's just take a look at the list, because
Spanish list.
Yes, the Spanish list. Before we get to the 2026 World Cup, let's just take a look at the Spanish list, because we're coming from the goalkeeping side. We have Unai Simon. Yes, Unai Simon. Then we have David Raya, the Arsenal's golden glove winner for the Premier League. Yes, and we have Joan Garcia. Then we have the defense, Cucurella of Chelsea, Grimaldo. Where is this Grimaldo playing?
Grimaldo is Bayer Leverkusen.
Bayer Leverkusen, right? Grimaldo. Then we have Kubasi of Barcelona. We have Laporte. Where's this Laporte guy?
Laporte used to be in Manchester City. I don't
Manchester
know
City.
if he has gone.
Yeah, are you sure it's the Laporte of Manchester City? Because
he's the one.
because yes. Then we have Pubi and Irigashi of Barcelona.
Yeah.
Then we have Marcos Llorente.
That's
Then we have Porro. I used to see this Porro.
Porro is Tottenham now.
It's Tottenham. Yes. I used to Pedro Porro. Yes, Pedro Porro. It's Tottenham. I used to see him. Thank God they did not go for relegation. Then we have midfielders. We have Pedri. We have Fabian. We have Zubimendi. I'm thinking this Zubimendi. Is he not the one that used from Arsenal? Martin.
Arsenal,
yes,
yeah,
Arsenal. Then we have Gavi of Barcelona. Rodrigo of Manchester City, yes, Rodrigo of Manchester City. Then that's Rodri.
Yeah, his name is Rodrigo.
Rodrigo, yes.
So most time we call him Rodri.
Yes, and we have Alex Baena. Then we have Merino, this Arsenal player.
Yeah.
An Arsenal player. Then we have in the attackers we have Oyab Zabajao. Then we have Omo of Barcelona. Then we have Nico O'Reilly. We have Nico O'Reilly of Manchester City. Yeah. Then we have Yeremi Pino. Then we have Ferran Torres of Barcelona. We have Borja Iglesias. Then we have Victor Munoz. This Munoz is...
I've forgotten the club. Munoz.
But he is in the Premier League.
He's in the Premier League.
He's in the Premier League. I think I watched him over the weekend.
I can't remember right now.
Munoz.
Is it that Palace?
No. It's Fulham.
Fulham.
Yes. Munoz is Fulham. Munoz is Fulham.
Palace or Fulham.
Yes,
Munoz.
but it's Munoz. Sorry, it's
Fulham.
Fulham. It's Fulham because I can remember he's always on the attack. It's him how Iwobi used to pass the ball to register the goal or the assist. Then we have the golden boy Lamine Yamal. Now Lamine Yamal posted yesterday and he said the time has come. The boy with all smiles.
Yeah, started all this posting again. Sometimes when you post some things like this, and at the end of the day you see that most matches that he has posted, especially when it was always against Real Madrid, sometimes he does not get the results. Most matches that he has posted something like before the match, he will post like, okay, I'm ready or something. It usually end up not usually, in his own favor. So I don't know whether they should caution him that please will stop posting before the match. You can post after the match when we have gotten the victory, so that the eyes will not be on us. Because right now you are drawing attention to yourself. If it was football of those days where we have all those, aggressive defenders, the likes of Sergio Ramos, the likes of Pepe, when you post this kind of thing and you are going to meet them, maybe you have Portugal to play, Spain versus Portugal, and Pepe is in Real Madrid, you are a Barcelona player, you just know that it's all out war.
Your own
you have just declared war. Since you are saying it's time, maybe it's time for you to showcase yourself, they don't want to know. They will, manhandle you in a way that you'll be wondering
why is it the word manhandle?
They will manhandle you. Pepe, the way those guys play, thank God for modernization of football. The way Ramos and Pepe play, sometimes I used to go back and watch their highlights, their clip. You will see the kind of football they play. I don't know if it's martial arts they are training for or something. Somebody will be throwing his leg as high as somebody's head, then the other person will be behind you. In case that one misses the challenge, is coming to get. That's the way they play their own football. The Puyol time, those era of Gattuso. You don't post things like this and expect somebody to be smiling at you on the pitch. Since you want to tell them that, okay, you are the main person, you are the only footballer. It's only you that want to shine. We also want to shine, and they will shine with your leg. So that they shine with your leg, they shine with your future, they will give you injury. And this injury is not the one you sustain for a week and you are back from. It's going to take you more than 6 months because they don't mind taking red card. We've seen Sergio Ramos, giving somebody a tackle that he knows he's going to get red card, but he will still give you that tackle. So posting something like this on your social media sometimes it just attracts attention to you. People, the world is watching you. Even when you now flop, you have more critics. You have posted. You should live up to expectation. You are saying, okay, it's time. So we are expecting that, in fact, you should deliver the World Cup for Spain. For you to say that kind of thing, it's time for you to showcase yourself. But when you don't live up to that expectation of being, it's time, I don't know what you're expecting. You are just drawing attention to yourself. The young lad has a lot to play, but don't draw attention to yourself. Just what you have to say, do it on the pitch. Let your walking, like we will say in Nigeria, we will say show walking. So you have to show walking on the pitch, not on social media. Just after the match, you can now say, okay, you guys have seen what I've done. So, but not before the match, trying to draw attention to yourself. These are ways players get injury for something they don't even know.
But do you think Lamine Yamal, that most times he overreacts, citing his age, how young he is?
We have seen him so many times. Sometimes when they even tackle you, some minor tackle that is expected for someone to tackle you, you just let go of the ball.
Don't you think it's money?
Sometimes
is the influence
apart
of
from this money, some players are not getting that professionalism anymore, because we have seen players play with a lot of money. We saw Messi play football.
Messi played because
a lot of money by his side.
Messi played football because he has the gift.
Yamal has the gift.
Then
Yamal and Messi at this time, when Messi was this young, he was playing football. And at that time, he had the money. He was not collecting what Yamal was collecting, but at that time, that money was valued at the same amount that Yamal is collecting. We have seen so many young players play football despite the money. We saw Ronaldo play football despite the money. We saw Ibrahimovic, though he was arrogant, but they were playing football. We have seen so many greats. Luis Suarez played football despite
and still playing
football. We have so many players that you can mention. I just want to focus on the attacking. They played football, and despite the money, they were not, this, will I say, posting or this kind of attitude that we are seeing these days. Dembele is still a player till today. How many times have you seen Dembele posting on social media that this or that?
Dembele
he does not even have time for those. So it's not necessary. These guys have money. Dembele is swimming in money right now, but he will not be posting all those kind of things. So your attitude, for me, I don't think is based on the money you are collecting. It's just your attitude. Even maybe without the money, maybe it will have even be, you know, worse than what we are seeing now. But you have to control it. Don't let money be, you know, the thing that will be controlling your attitude towards football. It's not going to get you anywhere. Look at the likes of Garnacho, claiming that
why are you always calling Garnacho?
Of course, he has money now. He was signed from Manchester United to Chelsea. They spent a lot of money on him. Okay, you play the football now. Look at what we are seeing. You can't play football. The money that they spent on you is almost like they've wasted the money. They've wasted resources. At the end of the day, what are you showcasing? And you still be the one to come and post that this one is ready for. You see him posting, he's ready for the next match. When Chelsea wanted to play against Man U the last time, he posted, and I thought he was going to score even at least a goal or, you know, get an assist. None. He didn't have anything to show for the post that he posted. So these players should learn to control their ego. Despite the money, you have to learn to control your ego. I know football now, the money these days that are pumping a player is getting too much, but you have to control your ego, control yourself. Don't let money override your thinking.
Yes, don't let money override your thinking. Can we take a look at the Colombian list? Okay. Full squad list for the World Cup. Yes, let's take a look at the Colombian list where we have the goalkeeping. We have C. Vargas and A. Montero. Then you have Ospina. I'm thinking about this Ospina guy. I've seen him play and I watched him lately, but I can't really tell his team.
I can't remember his team right
then,
now.
But he's around. He plays very well. Then you have the defenders. You have D. Sanchez and you have J. Lukimi, and then you have Y. Mina and W. Dita. Then you have D. Munoz. This Munoz is in Fulham.
Okay.
He's the Fulham Munoz.
Right.
Then you have S. Arias. Then you have J. Mojica, and then D. Machado. Then you have in the midfield J. Lema, J. Potila, Arorios, then Castano. You have Puerta, you have Arias, you have Carrascal, then you have Quintero, you have James Rodriguez. Let's talk about James Rodriguez. Yes, James Rodriguez.
You remember that World Cup that this guy was a sensational? He was sensational.
Yes, he was
sensational. I think that was 2 or 3 World Cup ago. That was the World Cup when Van Persie had to score that flying nothing.
Oh,
yes, that was the same World Cup. You know, this, I don't know what happened to James Rodriguez. You know, he didn't come. There was a time he was playing for Real Madrid, and I thought, you know, the career was, you know, going to that expected peak. But at the end of the day, he left Real Madrid. I didn't know the issue, whether it was playing time. You know, then Real Madrid has scored. That's why I say the Real Madrid of now, say they are not swimming in money. Where Real Madrid has scored, you had Ronaldo, you have Di Maria. You have there's another left winger. You have Ozzy. You have this James Rodriguez. You have Kaká. You have Benzema. You have Higuain. All these people in one squad. You have Kedira. Then you have Ramos. You have Pepe. From the front to the back, you have Casillas. These guys were swimming in money, and they were still controlled. They had a coach. I think Mourinho was the coach then. He was able to control these guys from front to back. Even the bench, they were all stars. All stars that if you remove somebody, if you can take out Kaká, you are bringing in Ozzy. You take out Di Maria, you are bringing in another person. You are bringing in Babe. Then you are coming to tell me that Mbappe now is too big, that they want to talk to you. You are feeling so big.
It's because it's only him. Of course, it's because it's only
him.
The
attitude is just too much for them. Vinicius will be feeling so big. You are wearing number 7 that you have not even done half of the things that Ronaldo did for that club when he was wearing number 7. And you are feeling so big, like you are too big to be controlled. You know, it does not take good of these players. So there are guys that have won this jersey number, won this shirt, played for this club. We have the likes of the other Ronaldo and the Brazilian Ronaldo. They played for this club. Raul played for this club. Beckham played for this club. So there have been big names in this club that you can't just come out and say you are feeling too big. You are the Vinicius, you are the biggest player, or Mbappe. We have seen a lot of people come out from this club, so don't come out with the excuse that you are so special. There's nothing you want to do in Real Madrid now that I believe somebody else have not
Somebody
done.
else have not done. Let's take a look at, let's finish the list so that we can, get into more updates. Now, you were talking about James Rodriguez.
So,
he was
the trajectory of his career, I don't
Oh.
know. I think now he's coming out as a free agent from from one club, whether Saudi Arabia or US.
It's not only him, Thiago Silva too, and then with some other players.
At least Thiago Silva has achieved the fact he has played everything that he has to play. But James Rodriguez is not. I don't think he's up to 35.
Well, we're going to see that. Let's take a look at the attackers and what in the Colombian team, their attack and how they are getting ready. Because when you look at the team, you're going to see that it's that James Rodriguez that is the only experienced player that they have there. Okay, now we have Luis Diaz on the attack. We're talking about Luis Diaz on the attack. Then we're talking about J. Campas on the attack. Now we're talking about A. Gomez and Suarez, then Kodiba and JC Hernandez. We are having these guys on the attack, and it's something that we have been expecting them to put up together. Now, I think what you're going to see in this whole thing is that Colombia, citing their group, let's take a look at the World Cup group where they're falling. You will see Colombia, they are in Group K. They are going to play Uzbekistan, and then they're going to play FIFA playoff 1, and then Portugal. I think this group is not yet updated. So, but then they're going to play Portugal, and they're going to play Uzbekistan. That's the people they are going.
So they still have one more person.
Yes, they still have one more person, which they're still going to play, and by the end of the time is going to be decided. Now let's just take away our eyes from the FIFA, I mean the preparations of the World Cup, and go into what is happening in the Champions League and in the transfer market, where you have Enzo Maresca and Pep Guardiola. They have, at the end of the day, Pep Guardiola yesterday, he was honored where players, his former players, everyone who has played for Manchester City had to come around, and then they displayed in that for that 10 years. They displayed the trophies. This is Pep Guardiola with Enzo Maresca. It's surprising to see that Enzo Maresca was trained under Pep Guardiola. Why don't you think Enzo Maresca would have succeeded at Chelsea? It's just
Chelsea. They lack patience. They were just in a hurry to get results.
Normally, that's how Chelsea used to be. Chelsea is not a patient. It started with Abramovich. Abramovich don't let a coach stay. Once you are doing bad, he sacks. I don't know their psychology, but that's how they are now. Enzo Maresca is going to take over from Pep Guardiola with immediate effect. That is something that we are having. Now let's go down to the Enugu Rangers, where it say that they came back to Enugu. They are back to Enugu, and the celebrations are about to take a turn. And even Mr. President has congratulated the Flying Antelopes for their remarkable season and having the Nigerian Professional Football League trophy to themselves, and they are celebrating. And I'm sure before the end of the day we'll get an update on how the celebrations will go, because looking at these guys, they really paid the price. They really had the pressure. Sanchez
told us that time, the league could have been decided a long time ago if not for the irregularities, problem with officiating and those and every other thing. But it's something that we should celebrate.
I celebrate.
As our own club, I'm waiting for Sanchez to come. At least we should have a bigger celebration.
Yes, we should have a bigger celebration.
It's not something we just sweep down the carpet. It was not an easy fought champion. They had to go through a lot. At least the person that wears the shoe will be able to tell us
where it's spinning.
Yes. So it's Sanchez that can tell us.
You can actually see Sanchez with
he was very happy.
He was very happy.
From the pictures that we saw,
he was very happy.
He was all smiles.
Yes, all smiles.
This is what they have been dreaming
he has touched the champions. Yes, touch the championship
For the second time in 3 seasons.
Yes,
Yeah.
and it's something that I will tell you that I don't know what the state government has prepared, but I know that they are in good hands.
No,
I trust
for this
I trust
administration
Dr.
that we
Peter
have.
I trust Dr. Peter.
He might not even tell you what you might be expecting. Let's assume that. Let me put a figure. You might be expecting that he will give these guys. These guys might be expecting, okay, the governor is going to give us about maybe 10 million for winning the trophy and every other thing. And he will surprise you. He might even make it 100. You that is expecting 10 will come to see that he actually gave the club 100. So the governor that we have these days, I'm happy that the competition was won by Enugu Rangers, because to show that he is doing well.
And there's also a renovation going on in
Enugu Rangers.
Yes, in Nnamdi Stadium.
He's supporting the club.
So that there could be space for Rangers to play CAF. That means teams from Morocco, Algeria can fly in to Enugu, and then we could play CAF here in Enugu.
Of course, he has put in so many things. You have the Enugu, you have the hotels that he has put in place, that if anybody is coming to Enugu, you don't have the problem of whether it's security or where to stay or the places to visit. The governor is really, in fact, I know this is not a show to promote the governor, but the governor is really doing well, and everybody can see it.
Yeah.
If we are going to talk politics now, I'm wondering why I'm not supposed to.
Well, let's not go there.
Because I'm wondering why somebody would want to come outside for this election.
I'm excited that Sanchez is that he had to take the trophy from the Enugu Rangers, and he was part of the team. And also, I'm excited for the Flying Antelopes for having this trophy, and I'm also excited for the coach. I'm excited for Enugu as a whole. I'm excited because we are having these guys. Next season, I'm telling you, next season will be amazing. Next season will be amazing.
At least we'll be in the CAF Confederation Cup.
Yes, we'll be in the CAF.
It's not just with the domestic.
There's also a league. The FA, MPFL FA to play against Rivers United. So Rivers United are going to face Enugu Rangers. And
that match will be.
It's going to be a showdown.
I don't know. Will I call it a match or something that will be like a war? Because these are the guys that took the league from you. You just had 1 point behind it. So it's going to be a showdown. Everything will be online in that match. Probably they should not break somebody's leg. They should keep it professional. But it's going to be something that you just have to be there to watch it, because I know that match promises to be exciting.
You actually know the match promises to be exciting, but Unity Cup is coming. Yeah, Unity Cup is coming, and our guys are training. The Nigerian guys, our squad, the home base, everyone is training, getting ready for the Unity Cup. And I don't know your predictions, how we're going to win this, if we're actually going to win this Unity Cup. Citing is just home-based players.
The last time we went for the Unity Cup, we won it even with home-based players. So Nigeria, I don't know, we have a great squad, whether being home-based or foreign-based. These guys, I even believe more in this home-based. Permits me to say, I believe more in this.
Why do you believe in the home-based players?
Cup. It's not a competition where you have so many. Let's say countries now coming out. It's just between Nigeria and 3 other countries, Zimbabwe and the rest of them. So Zimbabwe, I will not underrate them, but Nigeria is the favorite to take this competition. Don't forget that we are missing this home base with also the other guys. At least we have other guys that plays in the international leagues coming to mix up with this home base player. And this home base player, if not for the fact that we don't watch them often, but there are a lot of talent in this Nigeria MPFL league that we don't see on a daily basis. There are a lot of talents, and I believe this is the competition that they have the opportunity to showcase themselves, and they will showcase it to the maximum. They will not hold back. Someone that knows how to play football will play it at this stage to the maximum, so that people can see, so that who is interested, any club that is interested will come for him. I believe they want to explore other leagues. They want to further their growth. It's not just to be in the domestic league. They want to go far. You may, go to other European clubs. So this is an opportunity for them. And if you don't play well, how will you get the opportunity?
Yes, of course. Yes, this is where we are wrapping it up on this edition of Aneke Sports. Thank you very much for watching, and thank you very much worldwide for keeping it up with. I always like and love how we breathe, how we live, and how we
what we do on a daily. If you don't do sport on a daily basis, I wonder what you are doing.
Yes,
it's like an exercise.
Yes, it's like an exercise.
Have to enjoy the moment.
Yes, it's a wonderful moment, and it is interesting to have you join us. Thank you very much for watching. I am your one and only sports oracle. I dream, I live, and I breathe sports. Until we come to your way, same time, same station, as we bring you the best of what's happening in the world of sports and more updates on this. For now, have a wonderful morning. Bye.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. Now on the headlines. Federal government declares 2-day public holiday for the Eid al-Kabir celebration. JAMB fixes June 13th for 2026 UTME mop-up examination. Ekiti government, security chiefs dismiss rumors of planned school attacks. And on the foreign scene, United States, Iran, advanced talks on reopening Strait of Hormuz. Now the news in details. The federal government has declared Wednesday, May 27th and Thursday, May 28th, 2026 as public holidays to mark this year's Eid al-Kabir celebration across the country. The announcement was contained in a statement issued by the Ministry of Interior yesterday. The Minister of Interior, Dr. Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, said the declaration reflects the government's recognition of the spiritual significance of Eid al-Kabir and the values of sacrifice, obedience, and compassion associated with the celebration. He urged Nigerians to use the holiday period to pray for national peace, security, unity, and economic progress as the country continues efforts towards sustainable development and stability. The government congratulated Muslim faithful in Nigeria and across the diaspora on the occasion of the Islamic festival. The Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, Anambra State Command, has deployed more than 210 regular and special marshals for the 2026 Eid al-Kabir Special Patrol Operations across the state. Sector Public Education Officer, Mrs. Margaret Onabe, said the operation commenced on May 25th and will continue until May 31st to ensure safer highways and reduce road crashes during the festive period. She stated that patrol vehicles, ambulances, tow trucks, breathalyzers, and radar guns have been strategically deployed, especially around traffic-prone areas such as the Onitsha Bridge Head axis. Mrs. Onabe added that the command is working closely with the Nigerian Police Force and the Anambra State Traffic Management Agency to maintain road safety and security throughout the celebrations. Gunmen have abducted 10 persons from the palace of the Emir of Yashikira in Baritel local government area of Kwara State. Police Public Relations Officer in the state, Mr. Adetun Ajire Adeyemi, said the attackers also launched a simultaneous attack on the Shikira Police Divisional Headquarters during the incident. According to the police, part of the Emir's palace was set ablaze while security operatives successfully repelled the attack on the police station. The abducted victims were reportedly taken to an unknown destination. The Commissioner of Police in the state, Mr. Ojo Adekimi, has ordered a joint intelligence-led operation involving the police, military, vigilantes, forest guards, and other security agencies to rescue the victims and apprehend the perpetrators. Security has also been reinforced across vulnerable communities in the area. The Ekiti State government and security agencies have reassured residents that schools and communities across the state remain safe despite rumors of planned attacks by bandits. Speaking during a meeting with school administrations in Ado Ekiti, the special advisor to the governor on security matters, retired Brigadier General Ebenezer Ogundana, urged residents to disregard false security alerts circulating on social media. He described Ekiti as one of the safest states in the country and said security agencies were sustaining proactive measures to protect lives and property across the state. Meanwhile, the police public relations officer, Mr. Sunday Abutu, warned that spreading false information is punishable under the Cybercrimes Act and the Criminal Code, stressing that anyone found circulating fake security reports would face prosecution. The Anambra State Universal Basic Education Board, ASUBEB, has commenced the distribution of learning materials to schools across the state to strengthen basic education delivery. The initiative, carried out in partnership with the Universal Basic Education Commission, (UBEC), includes the distribution of textbooks, exercise books, school bags, sports equipment, digital boards, and the marine learning facilities. Executive Chairman of ASUBEB, Dr. Justina Anyadiegwu, said the intervention aligns with the education reform agenda of Governor Chukwuma Soludo, aimed at improving teaching and learning standards in public schools. She stated that the program is focused on building smart schools, smart teachers, and smart learners equipped with relevant skills needed in a modern and technology-driven society. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, says the 2026 UTME mop-up examination will hold on June 13th for candidates who were unable to sit for the examination despite successful biometric verification. JAMB's public communication advisor, Dr. Fabian Benjamin, announced this in a statement issued in Abuja, explaining that some candidates were affected by technical issues experienced at certain examination centers during the main UTME conducted between April 16th and April 23rd. He added that candidates whose results were withdrawn over examination infractions, as well as those who could not complete biometric verification on examination day, would also participate in the mop-up exercise. Dr. Benjamin advised affected candidates to print the examination notification slips from June 6th to confirm their examination centers and schedules, stressing that there would be no further opportunity after the mop-up examination. The factional chairman of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, in Enugu State, Dr. John Paul Ane, has appealed to the national leadership of the party to intervene in the leadership crisis within the state chapter. Speaking during a news conference in Enugu, Dr. Ane insisted that he remain the authentic chairman produced through a valid congress conducted in the state under the supervision of a commission appointed by the national leadership of the party. He alleged that some individuals are attempting to hijack the party structure through unconstitutional means and claimed that the Congress which produced him was witnessed by security agencies, officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and members of the media. Dr. Ane further said that he had written to the national chairman of the party, Senator Shareki Dixon, and copied the party's 2027 presidential candidate, Mr. Peterobi, requesting urgent intervention. He maintained that his leadership would proceed with the scheduled party primaries in line with directives from the national leadership. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has approached the Court of Appeal in Abuja to challenge the judgment that voided the timelines issued for the 2027 general elections. INEC also filed an application seeking a stay of execution of the judgment, pending the determination of the appeal before the appellant court. In the notice of appeal filed by the legal team led by Dr. Alex Izion, the Commission argued that the Federal High Court failed to address critical jurisdictional issues issued during the proceedings. The electoral body further maintained that the suit instituted by the Youth Party was hypothetical and academic, insisting that the lower court erred in its interpretation of Sections 29 subsection 1, Sections 82 and 84 of the Electoral Act 2026, relating to the submission of candidates by political parties ahead of the general elections. You are watching news around the globe, coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Federal government declares 2-day public holiday for Eid-el-Kabir celebration. JAMB fixes June 13th for 2026 UTME mop-up examination. Ekiti government, security chiefs dismiss rumors of planned school attacks. And coming up shortly on the foreign scene, United States, Iran, advanced diplomatic talks on reopening Strait of Hormuz. Do stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Thousands of Pakistani Shiite workers are facing deportation from the United Arab Emirates amid growing tensions linked to the ongoing conflict involving Iran. Human rights groups estimate that more than 7,500 people have been expelled since February, raising fresh concerns over possible religious profiling and discrimination. Several deportees claimed they were detained without clear explanation before being placed on flights back to Pakistan. Some also alleged that they were forced to abandon personal belongings, savings, and property accumulated over many years of working in the Gulf region. While the United Arab Emirates has not officially commented on the allegations, Pakistan's Interior Ministry maintained that the deportations were connected to regulatory and immigration violations rather than sectarian considerations. However, community leaders in Pakistan say the government is reviewing reports surrounding the development. Spain's health ministry has confirmed a second case of hantavirus linked to passengers evacuated earlier this month from the luxury cruise ship MV Honduras. The infected individual had already been under quarantine at a military facility in Madrid before testing positive. The vessel, carrying about 150 passengers and crew members from more than 20 countries, became the focus of international health concerns after several passengers reportedly developed severe respiratory symptoms during the voyage. Spanish health authorities said the patient has now been transferred to the specialized Gomez Ula Hospital in Madrid for treatment and close medical monitoring. Officials added that all necessary containment measures remain fully in place. Fresh diplomatic efforts between the United States and Iran may soon lead to the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most strategic maritime trade routes. Reports by Japan's Nikkei newspaper indicate that both countries are discussing a framework aimed at ending current hostilities. Under the proposed arrangement, the shipping channel could reopen about 30 days after a formal agreement is signed by both sides. The Strait of Hormuz remains a critical route for global oil and gas exports. As part of the reported agreement, Iran is expected to remove naval mines from the waterways and halt the collection of transit charges imposed on vessels using the route. The move is intended to restore safe international navigation and reduce tensions in the Gulf region. The report also stated that an existing ceasefire arrangement introduced earlier in April could be extended by another 60 days to create room for broader negotiations on Iran's nuclear program and regional security concerns. And now to business. The Southeast Development Commission, SEDC, says it will provide equity investment support for 30 young innovators around the Southeast region as part of efforts to strengthen entrepreneurship and technology-driven businesses. The Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Commission, Mr. Mark Okoye, stated this during the Southeast Pitch competition held in Enugu. He said the initiative was designed to address limited access to finance and inadequate support systems affecting startups in the region. Mr. Okoye explained that over 1,200 startups applied for the program within 3 weeks, while 50 finalists were shortlisted for the pitch competition after a screening process conducted by independent assessors. He said 30 successful startups would eventually benefit from the program. According to him, selected businesses will receive between $5,000 and $20,000 in equity investment, alongside mentorship and training in corporate governance, accounting, financing, human resource management, and business development. Executive Director of Finance and Chairman of the Southeast Venture Capital Program, Mr. Stanley Ohajuruka, described the initiative as a modern adaptation of the traditional Igbo apprenticeship system known as Igba Boy. The Ohaneze Ndi Igbo Council of Igbo Business Leaders has entered into partnership with the Southeast Development Commission to promote economic integration and investment across the Southeast region. The partnership was announced during the stakeholders meeting in Enugu, where both organizations agreed on the need for stronger collaboration among governments, private sector operators, and diaspora investors to tackle unemployment and economic underdevelopment. Chairman of the council, Mazi Sam Ohabunwa, said the initiative would focus on mentoring young entrepreneurs, expanding market opportunities, and creating a stronger economic voice for the Southeast business community. Managing Director of the Southeast Development Commission, Mr. Mark Okoye, stated that the collaboration would also strengthen venture capital programs and attract strategic investments capable of transforming the region's economic landscape. The Lagos State government has warned traders against displaying or selling rams and other livestock on highways, road medians, and other unauthorized locations during the Eid-el-Kabir celebrations. Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Mr. Tokumbo Wahab, said while seasonal trading activities are expected during the festive period, the government will not tolerate practices capable of obstructing traffic or endangering public safety. The state government also reiterated that laws prohibiting street trading and illegal occupation of public spaces remain fully in force. Authorities warned that enforcement teams would remove illegal roadside markets and prosecute violators. Residents have equally been advised to maintain proper sanitation during the celebrations by disposing of waste through approved channels. The Lagos Waste Management Authority has been directed to intensify waste evacuation across the state. The Lagos State government has commenced the distribution of welfare packages to pensioners across the state as part of efforts to support retired public servants and improve their well-being. The exercise began at the Anchor Event Center in Ajigbindi, Ikeja, with pensioners from the Ikeja division receiving the first phase of the items. Officials said the program would subsequently cover other divisions, including Badagry, Ikorodu, Lagos Island, and Ekpe. Director General of the Lagos State Pension Commission, Mr. Babalola Obilana, described the initiative as a demonstration of appreciation for the contributions of retired workers to the development of the state. The state government noted that the program aligns with the administration's welfare and social support policies, adding that retirees remain an important part of the Lagos public service community, even after active service. The Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, has issued a public health advisory to airlines and airport operators following fresh outbreaks of Ebola virus disease in parts of the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Uganda. Director General of Civil Aviation, Captain Chris Najomo, said although no confirmed case has been recorded in Nigeria, the aviation sector remains critical to preventing cross-border transmission of infectious diseases. Under the new directive, airlines are expected to strengthen on-board health surveillance and immediately report suspected cases of communicable illnesses to air traffic control and port health authorities. The NCAA also directed that human remains must not be transported into Nigeria without proper clearance from Port Health Services. The authority said it is working closely with the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and international health agencies to sustain vigilance at airports nationwide. The price of liquefied petroleum gas, popularly known as cooking gas, has continued to rise across different parts of the country ahead of the Eid-el-Kabir celebrations. Market surveys indicate that the product, previously sold below 1,000 naira per kilogram, now sells between 1,500 and 2,000 naira in several states, including Lagos, Ogun, Ibadan, and parts of northern Nigeria. The Nigerian Association of Liquefied Petroleum Gas Marketers attributed the increase to erratic supply and rising operational costs. The association warned that continued instability in supply could lead to further scarcity and hardship for consumers. In a joint statement signed by the association's national president, Mr. Edu Iyang, and executive secretary, Mr. Basi Essien, the group described the situation as unfortunate and called for urgent intervention to stabilize the market. In sports, top international athletes are expected in Edo State this week for the 11th edition of the World Athletics Gold Label, Okpebe International 10-kilometer road race. Among the leading competitors are Ethiopian long-distance runner Lemi Teshome and Kenya's Friday Ndida, alongside elite athletes from Uganda, Tanzania, and Eritrea. Nigeria's top runners are also preparing for the competition, with defending champion James Musa set to compete against former winner Ismail Sajo in the men's category. In the women's race, Patience Delob Mufwang will attempt to secure a third consecutive title. Organizers say the event, scheduled for Saturday at Itako East local government area of Edo State, remains one of Africa's most recognized road races and the first in West Africa to attain World Athletics label status. President Bola Tinubu has congratulated Rangers International Football Club for winning the 2025-2026 Nigeria Premier Football League title. Rangers secured the championship after finishing the season with 68 points from 38 matches, claiming a record 9th league title ahead of Rivers United. In a statement issued by the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Mr. Onanuga, President Tinubu praised the club's management, players and supporters for what he described as an outstanding campaign. The President also commended Governor Petermbah of Enugu State for supporting sports development, noting that Rangers International remains one of Nigeria's most historic football clubs with significant contributions to the nation's football legacy. And on entertainment, the family of Nollywood actor Alex Ekubo has announced funeral arrangements for the late actor, who died on May 11th at the age of 40. According to the statement issued by the Ekubo Okwareke family, a service of songs will hold on June 10th at the Monarch Event Center in Lekki, Lagos, while the funeral and interment are scheduled for June 18th in Arochukwu, Abia State. The family described the late actor as a man remembered for his warmth, generosity, faith, and dedication to family and friends. They also thanked Nigerians and members of the entertainment industry for the support following his death. Alex Ekubo rose to prominence after emerging first runner-up in the 2010 Mr. Nigeria competition and later featured in several Nollywood productions, including Weekend Getaway, The Bling Legosians, Omogeto the Saga, and Afamefuna and Unwa Boy's Story. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. The federal government has declared Wednesday, May 27th and Thursday, May 28, 2026 as public holidays to mark this year's Eid-el-Kabir celebration. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has fixed June 13th for the 2026 UTME mop-up examination. Public Communication Advisor of the board, Dr. Fabian Benjamin, said the exercise is for candidates affected by technical challenges, biometric verification issues, and examination infractions during the main examination conducted nationwide in April. The Ekiti State government and security agencies have dismissed reports of planned bandit attacks on schools and communities in the state. Special Advisor to Governor Biodun Oyebanji on security matters, retired Brigadier General Ebenezer Ogundana, alongside the Ekiti State Police Command, assured residents that security across the state remains stable and fully under control. On the foreign scene, the United States and Iran are reportedly making progress in diplomatic discussions aimed at reopening the Strait of Hormuz, a major global shipping route. Reports indicate that both countries are considering a framework that could restore maritime activities in the region and create room for further negotiations on regional security and Iran's nuclear program. And that concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Good morning.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
The Nigerian electorate remains heavily youth-driven, with demographic projections consistently showing that more than 60% of the country's estimated population of over 200 million people are under the age of 35, placing young people at the center of democratic participation and political outcomes. According to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC's official breakdown of the 2023 general elections voter register, out of 93.4 million registered voters nationwide, youths aged 18 to 34 accounted for about 37 million voters, representing approximately 39.6% of the entire electorate. This confirms that young Nigerians remain the single largest demographic bloc in electoral politics. As Nigeria moves toward the 2027 general elections, INEC's ongoing continuous voter registration exercise indicates a gradual expansion of the voter register, with fresh registrations and PVC updates expected to significantly reshape the electorate. Electoral officials have repeatedly stated that the final voter register for 2027 will reflect updated youth participation, particularly first-time voters, reaching voting age since 2023. Despite these numerical strength, electoral participation in Nigeria continues to show a persistent gap between registration and actual voter turnout. In several election cycles since 1999, turnout has remained below 50%, raising concerns about political apathy, distrust in the electoral process, and systemic barriers to participation. Democratic expectations place clear responsibilities on young citizens. These include active participation in voter registration, collection of permanent voters' cards, participation in peaceful voting, rejection of electoral violence, and engagement in issue-based political debates, rather than identity-driven or money-influenced politics. Since the introduction of the Not Too Young to Run Act in 2018, legal barriers to youth candidacy have been reduced, allowing Nigerians as young as 25 to contest for legislative offices and 35 years for executive positions. However, political analysts argue that internal party structures still remain largely controlled by older political actors, limiting meaningful youth inclusion in decision-making and candidacy selection. On the ground, youth political engagement remains mixed. Digital platforms such as X, formerly Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok have become powerful tools for political mobilization, awareness campaigns, and election monitoring. However, this online engagement often does not translate into equivalent physical turnout at polling units. During the 2023 elections, youth-led movements significantly influenced public discourse and voter education, yet reports from election observers highlighted challenges, including vote buying, logistical delays, pockets of electoral violence, and low turnout among the first-time voters in several states. Many young Nigerians continue to express frustration over unemployment, inflation, insecurity, and the perception that political leadership remains disconnected from their daily realities. These socio-economic pressures are widely identified as major drivers of political apathy among youth voters. Experts and electoral analysts identify several structural challenges affecting youth participation in Nigeria's electoral process. These include economic hardship, which limits civic engagement, political exclusion within party systems dominated by established elites, vote-buying practices that weaken electoral integrity, insecurity in parts of the country that discourages voter turnout, and weak civic education, particularly among first-time voters. A comparative analysis with other democracies showed different patterns of youth political participation. In India, structured youth wings within political parties provide formal pathways into leadership. In Kenya, expanded civic education and digital mobilization have improved youth engagement in recent election cycles. In South Africa, youth activism remains strong, although voter turnout among urban youth has shown signs of decline in recent years. Nigeria, however, presents a paradox. While youth dominate online political conversations and electoral awareness campaigns, this energy is not consistently reflected in voter turnout at polling units. INEC and governance experts maintain that Nigeria's youth population remains both a democratic strength and an underutilized electoral asset. While registration figures have improved over time, participation levels still fall short of the demographic weight of young Nigerians. As the country prepares for the 2027 general elections, stakeholders argue that urgent reforms are needed to convert youth population strength into actual political power. These include expanded civic education programs in schools and communities, improved youth economic empowerment to reduce political disengagement, stronger internal democracy within political parties, enhanced electoral transparency to build public trust, and wider use of verified digital civic engagement platforms. There are also growing calls for structured political mentorship programs to prepare young Nigerians for leadership roles beyond election cycles, ensuring continuity in governance participation. Nigeria's youth remain the backbone of its democracy in terms of population strength, visibility, and influence. However, the critical question ahead of the 2027 elections remains whether this demographic advantage will finally translate into sustained electoral participation, stronger representation, and measurable political power in shaping the future of the Nigerian state.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Hello, wonderful people. Good morning, and thank you for joining us this morning. It's a new day. It's a brand new day. It's Tuesday, the 26th day in May 2026. Of course, it's another day on the Sunrise Show here on Aneke TV. Thank you for joining us this morning. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in Vambert, and we are bringing you the brightness and daily dose of purpose and what it means to exist today. Join us as you are moving wherever you are on Sunrise this morning on Aneke TV. We're glad to have you.
And good morning to you and to our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
All right, we're here to inform and motivate. I mean, a lot has happened, or a lot is happening in the world of politics and Nigeria. I wonder what the papers have for us this morning. Good hope. What do you think would be the twists and turns that we'll be reading this morning in the papers?
Well, talking about this morning, Nigeria is unfolding every day. Nigeria is like a newborn baby that is growing every day. At least by now, we are expecting growth, we're expecting progress and the rest of them. But what about the paper brains? I'm sure there's a lot on politics, a lot on lifestyle, and also a lot on security too, because a lot has happened over the weeks, and we're still talking about security and even politics, basically. So it's going to be an interesting time and a fascinating morning with the newspapers.
What was the question again?
What do you think the paper will have for us this morning? What do you think Nigeria has to offer us this morning?
The usual. What Nigeria has to offer us. Okay, I had a mindset shift, which is thinking about what I will do for Nigeria, not what Nigeria will do for me. However, one of the things we'll say is what President Bola Ahmed Tinubu would want to do for this nation. And we are speaking to consolidation. We are speaking to a president who is rearing to go for his second term in office, having secured the ticket of his party as their presidential candidate. He is rearing to go. He is energized, to carry on his economic reforms and consolidation. He is so energized to bring about the infrastructural development that is so much lacking in this nation. He is so much. He can't wait, to hit the ground running once the Nigerian people gives him the needed votes. He already has 10 million votes in his kitty. I know you're aware.
Speaking of that, the internet went wild yesterday. I mean, after the morning show, I was surfing the internet and I saw the reactions of Nigerians at the result. I'm quite surprised that you found that quite fulfilling.
Yes, I'm looking at a president. For the first time, you have a president who has above 10 million votes in his kitty going into the next election. 10 million above the baseline of the, previous election. 10 million votes above the turnout in the previous election when you begin to collate the data. So this is a president that enjoys a wider mandate within the APC fold. So these are the issues I expect to see in the news headlines this morning.
Anyway, that's your opinion. Nigerians had way other opinions regarding that primaries.
No, even the opinion I hold is still represent the opinion of the generality, if not all Nigerians, but as members of the APC agree to this very fact.
All right, now move over to our quote for the day. Our quote this morning is from the famous Laurel, the literature laureate of Nigeria, the late Chinua Achebe. He says, "The punishment of the wise who refuse to take part in the government is to live under the government of worse men." I'll take that again. The punishment of the wise who refuse to take part in the government is to live under the government of worse men. If you don't participate to take out the worst men or people you consider worse for government, your punishment is that you would live under them and you will live with whatever decisions they make and whatever rule they put on the ground, you are to stand by it. So he said the punishment of the wise, if you are wise and you fail to do your duty when it comes to election matters, your punishment is to live under the government of worse men.
Yes, when it comes to election matters, it's very important to understand what is at stake, what is really at stake. The Nobel laureate Chinua Achebe has given as he is, I will call him the wise man who ever lived in our time, in this century, I would say. He says the punishment of the wise is to refuse. Those who refuse to take part in the government is to live under the government of worse men. It is all about taking action. There's nothing about this than to take action. You are young, you are 18, and you have your legs. In fact, you are alive, you are breathing, you are in Nigeria, you're a Nigerian youth. You need to take action. When I mean taking action, you need to go out there and get your PVC and also go out during the election to vote. When you vote, stay back and ensure your vote is counted. Now, INEC by the end of the day or before the election could be ruling out the methods and ways to vote well. So you have to stay glued to your screen to understand and to checkmate this. You don't have to shy away from politics. You don't have to shy away from the updates that are coming. You have to keep monitoring and keep being a good citizen. This is very important. And the punishment that will happen to good men is the worst of men who they did not put into power by not participating. I think this is all about taking action from the great Chinua Achebe.
All right. Whenever I see this great son of Africa, I'm so excited in the manner which he writes. This man is the one who taught us that we could bring, the proverbs. For him, he says it's the oil with which others eat words. And then looking at this quote this morning, you see that he is speaking to us in particular, especially my brothers who may be watching me from Alaba International Market, those who are at Obete or New Market in Enugu, or Main Market or Chanja Market in Onitsha, Ogige in Nsukka or Ariaria Market or Ahioru in Aba. Yes, Chinua Achebe is speaking to us this morning. You may think that you are an entrepreneur, that have no business with government. Let me spell it down for you. What Chinua Achebe is telling us that if we refuse to participate, the decision of the worst of us who get into power because we refuse to participate will continue to shape our life. Look at it. We are in the business world. If we do not participate in electing the right people to, be at the helm of affairs, their decision in terms of policy, tactics, because as a businessman, you made the point depend on importation. The tariff they will place on imported goods may begin to affect your livelihood and shape the life of your family and those who are dependent on you. So Chinua Achebe is telling you that you have to take action so that such, situation does not arise. You may say it doesn't affect you, you're not a businessman, but remember, you have children in school, and if you do not participate, then those who have taken over because of your lack of participation may take decisions that will impact the life of your children who are in school. Therefore, we are out this morning to get up, be involved in the who say we do not want to belong to political parties. But there is a greater political party. That is the party of the citizens. The only card you need to ensure that you belong to this party is your PVC. Get it, dust it. And if you do not have it, walk to the closest INEC office near you. Get it, because soon the bell will toll. And with it, we will reshape the destiny of this nation.
All right, the greatest injustice you can do to yourself is not listen to your conscience. The greatest injustice to oneself is the conscience. So if you don't want to live under the government of worse men, you have to participate in electoral processes. And of course, we are gearing towards the 2027 general elections. And like Mr. Uche have said, get your PVCs. The registrations are still ongoing. Don't act like you don't care. Don't act like you're not part of the system, because you and I are part of the system. We live in Nigeria and we want a better Nigeria for us and for our children unborn. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be reading out weather reports for the day across cities in the southeast. Just stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity. a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. You're still watching Stories here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather reports across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka, Anambra State. Anambra's morning begins with stretches of brightness and brief sunshine, giving people false confidence to wash clothes or travel without umbrellas. But by midday, thick clouds are expected to build rapidly, followed by scattered showers and thunderstorms. Temperatures remain around 30 to 31 degrees Celsius, but humidity will make it feel warmer. The roads may become slippery after the rain in the evening, and movement could slow down, and traders will begin to pack their goods in the evening as thunder starts to rumble in Anambra.
Good morning, Enugu. Enugu woke up looking peaceful, but don't be deceived. The clouds are gathering quietly, like elders preparing for a meeting. The morning carries warm, humid air with patches of cloud cover drifting across the city. As the afternoon approaches, temperatures could rise to 31 to 32 degrees Celsius, making the air feel heavier and more uncomfortable. Then comes the show. Scattered thunderstorms are likely later in the day. Expect sudden cool winds before rainfall, loud thunder rolling across the hills, and roads gradually turning reflective after evening showers.
Good morning, Abakaliki, Ebonyi State. Ebonyi looks rainy today, and the skies are expected to remain heavily clouded for most of the day, with heavy moisture in the atmosphere creating a calm but wet environment. Temperatures should hover around 29 to 31 degrees Celsius, making Ebonyi slightly cooler than some neighboring states. Unlike states where rain comes suddenly, Ebonyi's weather today feels patient and persistent with long gray skies and a cool evening breeze and that earthy smell after the rain touches the ground. Well, farm settlements and rural communities may welcome today's weather because the soil moisture conditions are excellent for crops in Ebonyi.
Owerri especially is expected to experience rising heat through late morning and afternoon, with temperatures climbing toward 33 to 34 degrees Celsius. The humidity will make the heat feel even more intense, creating that familiar everywhere feels sticky sensation. Then comes the switch. As the day progresses, clouds gather quickly, winds will become cooler, and thunderstorms may arrive before evening. The rain could provide temporary relief from the heat, but traffic and movement may become difficult afterward in busy areas.
Good morning, Umaya, Abia State. Abia's atmosphere today will feel softer, calmer, and deeply raining season cooled. Yes, clouds are expected to dominate the skies from morning into evening in Umaya, with periods of rainfall and possible thunderstorms later in the day. Temperatures should stay around 29 to 30 degrees Celsius, though humidity remains high. And if you are in Umaya, you are commuting today, expect occasional delays due to rain buildup and wet roads. The weather here in Umaya, wherever you are, carries a slower reading today and cool breezes after the rain, darker evening skies, and that comforting sound of rainfall on rooftops in the evening.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, dress light, do keep an umbrella handy. But remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Please stay with us.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week, from decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives, from moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. We're going straight into our newspaper headlines and review for this morning. And the papers we'll be reading out this morning are the Vanguard, Punch, The Nation, Daily Sun, and Daily Trust.
And joining us this morning with deeper insights on these news issues is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Aro. Mr. Res, what a pleasure to have you one more time on Sunrise.
Well, always feeling good to be here with you.
All right. And if I may, what has changed across the Nigerian political landscape?
Things have changed. The news has not been the same. The parties are all, running to beat the deadline. Even when the court said the deadline should be extended, inec is already on appeal.
All right. We'll dig deeper into these news issues. That's why it's always a pleasure having you here on Sunrise.
Thank you.
Okay, starting off with the Vanguard newspaper on 2027 presidency, opposition parties in disarray as factional candidates emerge. This is seen on page 5. It says SDP, ADC, PDP caught in the web. Result of PRP ADC primaries ready today. Atiku favored to pick ADC ticket. Get endorsements from states. This is on the cover page of the Vanguard. And on the Punch newspaper, it says Dangote faces price war as NNPC backs fuel imports. NNPC urges court to dismiss Dangote's suit. Marketers back competition, warn against monopoly risk. And refinery says import licenses undermine local production. That's on the cover page of the Punch. And moving over to the Nation. INEC appeals verdict, voiding timeline on party register. Electoral agency asks court for stay of execution. And on the Daily Sun, tension as gunmen abduct 10 from Emir's palace in Kwara. Tension as gunmen abduct 10 from Emir's palace in Kwara. And on the Daily Trust, Emir bandits attack Emir's palace. Wives, children, and others kidnapped. And also on the Daily Sun, on the Daily Trust, on 2027, it says Jonathan knows fate on eligibility today. That's our papers for this morning.
And we start today with the Daily Trust headline, which says bandits attack Emir's palace. Armed bandits reportedly launched an attack on an Emir's palace, causing panic and raising fresh concerns over insecurity in the affected region. The assault may have targeted the traditional institution directly or aimed to intimidate residents and local authorities. Such incidents often lead to heightened security responses, displacement of residents, and renewed calls for stronger government action against banditry and violent crimes across Nigeria. This was yesterday where bandits, and of course armed and with bikes, they attacked the Emir's palace in Kwara State. This is raising the issue how insecurity has taken a toll in that region. Now, something very important that we could see, the Emir was not around, but the wives and the people, they were kidnapped, they were taken along. This is the issue that's still happening, while at the other side, primaries are going on, bandits are still ravaging, local communities in the state and causing issues, turning the tides of security around. Our government, and even though there has been some improvement, where we say improvement is in the sense that we hear day to day from daily, we're hearing that there's government policy, there are issues which, talking about security, which are being, settled on that underline or like under the score sheet. But then we need to have these things, coming out. We need to have this government action which should be taken against banditry in Nigeria. Now we have sections of them. We have the insurgents, we have the armed bandits, we have the terrorists. We have a lot of them. And these people, I could tell you, they are separate. They are not the same people. Because today, armed bandits, tomorrow insurgents, next tomorrow the next name, next 3 days we are having it. So what is actually happening, and how is this going to be, looking from the story we have here in the Daily Trust? Yes, Mr. Rex.
Well, the issue of insecurity in Nigeria is actually going to different dimensions. We know that in Oyo State, abducted persons have been in the bandit enclave or kidnappers enclave, and ransom that have made contacts for payment. And now we have another one in Kwara. You see, within that axis, especially within the axis where you have the borders, a movement between Nigeria and the neighboring country, bandits are operating more, and they're freely. They operate within the borders where they can move in and move out. That's why, some Nigerians have been calling on the federal government to see what it can do about our porous borders. You see, insurgency, we are no longer talking about insurgency, it is every other day. Every other day there is banditry, every other day there is kidnapping, every other day, and these ones are the ones recorded, which means we have more issues that are happening, or more situations or scenarios in Nigeria that are not covered. Yes. These are the ones we are discussing and talking about on the television now, is because it has been actually covered, it has been opened up by the media. There are ones that the media do not have access to, and it happens. You have lonely banditry, lonely road banditries and so on, where you difficultly get the story heard. And it is happening in almost all the nooks and crannies of Nigeria. I don't think there's a state that is free, that on a daily basis there's not an incursion by terrorists in Nigeria. So it has become so government have been overwhelmed by the actions. Now, they are yet to finish negotiation or possibly involve either kinetic or non-kinetic, to get back the Oyo State, school children and teachers. And now we have another inquiry. Of course, we have in the north. We have several persons have been abducted who has not come back and rejoined with the families. So what we always say, and we continue to say, is that government must work harder and step up their actions about insecurity in Nigeria. The insecurity situation is becoming terrible. And look at them, the government persons and non-government persons alike are in election procedure. Yes. So this election is keeping these people busy, insofar as they are, kept safe wherever they are doing their electoral process. Then it has, in fact, some of them do not even care what is happening to the localities. But these are Nigerians. What do you do? Without security, how do you intend to achieve a peaceful election? How do you intend to get INEC to give us a free, fair, and credible election? Because these materials are going to go into these localities where you have these wards and polling units. And these are places where these bandits operate with reckless abandon. then they don't care, because nobody is there. You heard in this present scenario that they attacked the police station.
Yes.
See, these bandits now run down police stations, and
that
sometimes
we don't have that. We don't even have as much as in Nigeria.
Good,
because that's the measure.
Good,
We don't even have as much.
And even military checkpoints.
Yes.
And military bases. They are attacking military bases in Nigeria. That is why I said we have come from the level where we're containing them, where we're trying to find them, to the level where they are finding us. They are finding our military, our security agencies to their bases. So it has become so degenerated that I don't know what we are going to do. Whether we're going to run out of Nigeria, to where? To where? This is the only country you have. You don't have any other one. I don't have any other one. You don't. So what do we do? Government should, like I always want to toe Uche's position on this. Convoke a gathering and take out of the box. Because when you're doing one thing and expect a different result and it doesn't come, then you should be able to think about other ideas so as to have a change in your result.
For me, I would say two things. It's either, honestly, the federal government is turning a blind eye, or they don't know what to do. It's either they are, these people should just, we don't know what to do with you people again. Let's just keep, because it feels like for each case, there is a maintenance structure, or let's find a way. We are working on it, and then while we are still coming around to work on it, some other person is kidnapped. Because if it's by social media plea and people are posting every day. It's not like the federal government is not seeing. I watched a video some time ago. This guy said he got a call invite on WhatsApp, and when he picked it, it was a bandit calling him. Like you were telling him, where do you live? Where are you from? So he had to use diplomacy to answer before the call ended. He couldn't just end the call like that, because for them to have traced him from Instagram to WhatsApp. So it's not like they don't know. They are seeing. So it's either the federal government is overwhelmed, like we often say, or they have just left these people to God, forgot to sort them out. And it coming at the time of election is just a distraction. It's just a distraction. I hope people are not getting distracted. Yes, we are not happy that people are being killed. Yes, we are not happy that these things are happening. But it's also benefiting those it's benefiting, because it's causing a great distraction from what we should be talking about. That's what I have to say.
All right. It's quite unfortunate that we'll keep talking about this daily, and we'll keep losing a number of persons to this, banditry, terrorism, insurgency. And it now begins to prompt one to begin to search, at the places that one need not look. Over time, there's been this contention if what is happening in Nigeria is an ethnic cleansing. And a number of times we don't want to toe that line. And people talk about the insurgency that we're seeing, or terrorism, having a religious connotation to it. And when you look at the patterns, you see that all these variables are now on the table. We need to begin to, probe this issue along these lines. We need to look at the issue around the farmer-herders clash. We need to look at the religious coronation or ethnic inclination to these things. These variables needs to be, interrogated holistically. It's no longer time where we shy away from, talking about this. When, pushed to look at and ask certain question, when you look at the emir that is attacked, you begin to ask, what is his ethnic, leaning? What is his origin? These are issues I'm trying to interrogate against the background that I know that almost virtually all emirs across the emirates that we have in Nigeria are mostly, Fulani in origin, making me begin to ask the question, this very attack, what could have necessitated it? Is it based on the fact that, Alhaji Umaru Seriki Usman is not of a certain tribe. Even though, glory to heavens, he wasn't around or he escaped it at the time they attacked his palace. But his wife and other persons, we know about 10 persons were taken hostage, as we speak. And then we were told that there weren't as much casualties, but police stations as well were attacked. So in this situation, like you rightly pointed out, I will insist, and I will continue to insist, that we need to have a conversation. We need to look at what is ailing us. In as much as we want to believe that the ISIS, ISWA, Boko Haram, are beginning to make incursion towards Nigeria, then we need to interrogate these facts and begin to get our variables right. Let us know what we are confronting. A number of times we want to, yes, rightfully, push the buck, at the table of government. But I tell you, it has gotten to a point where every Nigerian need not sleep with their eyes closed. You need to sleep with one eye open. Because what is ailing us at this moment, we've not gotten a proper diagnosis of what it is. A number of times when we come to the, North Central, we begin to, probe the issue of farmer herders clash as pastures, who are seeking greener pastures for their, their cows and the rest of them. And then at the other end, we are beginning to look at a cleansing of some sort, and when you go towards the plateau, you begin to look at an economic advantage over these issues. And I tell you one thing, if we do not begin to look at this holistically from a Nigerian perspective, then I tell you, there's no end in sight, because this is a well orchestrated. When you look at the analysis of how they attack, you see that these are trained, equipped, well, not the ragtag army that we always talk. When you talk about the formation, the manner of the attack, you see that they are well trained. They are intentional about what they are doing. You did cite the issue about your state. Look at it. The question remains, and I am about to ask, even yes, at the mercy of not getting home, when we raise certain question, but why Oyo State at this instance? Does it have a political connotation? These are the questions that needs answer to. Mr. President has over time opined that there are politicians in Nigeria who are using insecurity as a threat to his government, which is why I am not as happy when we interrogate this issue from the perspective of the government in power. Why would the man who've given the mandate to protect this nation tell us that certain individuals want to paint his government in bad light by instigating the insecurity we're experiencing, and they are doing nothing about it? RFI is in the detention as we speak, simply because he is being charged of hacking into or listening into the phone device of the ONSA. That tells you that the state has the capacity to track each and every individual who is within the geographical location called Nigeria. So why are we having the challenge of tracking this individual? Let's look at it. If the United States are collaborators, in one instigation, they were able to scramble F-35, D-2 bombers. Then, in this nation, why we have as many collaborators in Turkey, in the US, Chinese, the UK are allies. Why are we unable to scramble as common as a Puma jet to lay an consistent onslaught against the enclaves of these insurgents? And then we begin to interrogate the issue. It's not that I'm not sympathetic, but let me tell you one thing. By this time in a fortnight, you and I will sit here and we'll continue to count numbers of Nigerians who are decimated. And here we are sitting, counting 10,999,000 votes. We are counting 100, 150, 100, 500. The numbers changes in Nigeria. Why can't we count the number of bullets these insurgents are using and then shield them? This is a nation that went to the Congo. Talk about the economic forces. Do we continue to, hype about these events? Do we talk about Liberia? And then when it matters most, will continue to, like the Hausa will say, will continue to use Turenchi, to colorate this situation. It's, my heart is broken that this nation that was so peaceful, where many of us who are opportune to leave the borders of this nation, you talk about the peace we enjoy. There are moments when we travel leisurely at night. The joy of living one city and then knowing that you wake up in another city in the morning, peacefully, without fear of any form of intimidation. Where are those days? And yet, we have a military. We have a place that is overwhelmed. And then their numbers are continuing to be decimated. What are we not talking? Then the leaders are talking about 2027. Grace, let me bring you to the conversation and ask, are we sure that on security basis we will be able to have an election that will be said? Because one of the fundamentals is that you have to provide security for those who will cast their vote. Look at in 2015. We stood at the chance of postponing that election simply because certain local governments in Borno and other areas were, captured under the control of the Boko Haram insurgents. Then the then CNC now asked for a postponement for them to be able to reclaim those territory. And I tell you, and I start to be corrected, that will have more space under the control of these daredevil insurgents, by whatever nomenclature we want to call them. They are collecting taxes, they are collecting tariffs in Nigeria that is not at war. How are we going to have an election in 2027 that will be devoid of every of these exigencies that we are experiencing?
That is exactly what I earlier said, that it will be very difficult for the election to come free, fair, and of course, by the level of insecurity we have. Many parts of this country, and the remotest areas, especially in the north and the north central, and of course it has come down to the south, even Oyo State. We have problems in Ondo. Ondo is almost on a daily basis, there's one killing on the other, ritual or otherwise, and so on. We still have the insurgency. Then we still have many number of ritual killings across all parts of Nigeria, in almost all the states. So, you see, if we do not get security right, I don't think we'll get any other thing right. You cannot even get development right. So, we have to work very hard. Of course, the primary responsibility of government is for the security of lives and property. It is just one thing according to the Constitution. That is, when the moment security fails in any nation, then the nation has failed. The government of the nation has failed. So let us not see a situation where we're going to have a failed state. But I hope that the Bola Tinubu led federal government of Nigeria will work hard, especially within this period. We still have a few months, over 6 months to the elections.
Work hard. What are they doing?
They are going to do something.
We keep hearing we will. What is this thing that they are doing? People are being kidnapped. The last time, we were still coming from Oyo people. They have not even gotten them back. And then they've gotten, I'm sure the government will come back and take all the Chibok girls
completely?
Exactly. My own is we will.
So people are kidnapped and sometimes you no longer see them.
All right. On that note, we'll call on the federal government to please stand up to the oath they took to protect the life and property of Nigerians. If the states are unable to handle this situation, the likes of Sunday Igboho are offering themselves. If that's the level we can descend for us to find the peace, the safety that Nigerians yearn for, perhaps we may begin to look at that end. But what needs to be done is that every Nigerian, the government inclusive, across party line, that all hands needs to be on deck. Nigeria is at war. We cannot continue to lose our citizens and then look at them as if these are log of woods. No, it's time for the Nigerian state to rise up and fight this menace.
On the Punch newspaper, Dangote faces price war as NNPC backs fuel imports. The Dangote refinery is reportedly facing growing competition in Nigeria's petroleum company limited. In Nigeria's petroleum market, as the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited continues to support or permit large-scale fuel imports. The development could trigger a price war between locally refined products and imported fuel, potentially affecting dominance. So it happened that there's a case in court where the NNPC is telling the court that Dangote should not have sole ownership to production of fuel and gas in Nigeria, that we should be allowed to import from other countries. And also adding to that is the mainstream and downstream petroleum agents regulatory authority saying that Dangote should not have sole license to produce fuel in Nigeria. So they are asking the court to throw it. I don't know who, I think it was them that took Dangote to court, that Dangote should not have sole authority.
To get it in perspective, licenses were issued, to marketers to import, petroleum into Nigeria. Dangote had to go to court to stop them from issuing that licenses, and they've gone to the High Court of Justice Lifo, in this instance, and filed a counter affidavit, that Dangote shouldn't be allowed, and allowing him that the price of his product is already high, and if he should be allowed, to get away with what he's seeking for from the court, that of stopping the agencies from authorizing, issuing licenses to import petroleum into the nation, that will amount to monopoly, and it should not be allowed. So therefore, NNPC is challenging, Dangote's position on the issue of licensing, and we've seen counter affidavits on this very issue. However, Mr. Reyes, we're looking at the oil sector here. Dangote, a lot of people will opine, has been the saving grace of this nation. But we're looking at issue around monopoly and issuing of licenses to, further open the market for competition.
Okay, Dangote went to court, actually, to stop NNPC from giving out licenses for importation of refined petroleum products. Dangote claims could supply the quantity required for use in Nigeria, about 90%. Therefore, issuing out licenses does not arise. But, to be candid, deregulation means that you are giving an open market where people participate, where there will be healthy competition, whether you import or whether you refine, because we do know that the federal government even gave licenses up to 40 organizations to begin to refine fuel. Only Dangote has done his own refinery. The modular refineries, most of who had no licenses, have been destroyed. And those who have licenses, we have not seen them come on board. So that is why most often you see refined products going scarce. And if you allow Dangote to play monopoly, then it means the company will determine the price of finished products. Somehow, Dangote too is facing some problem because they are supposed to give them refined crude oil for the refinery. But Dangote even goes out to import crude oil when we have enough. We have enough. So, and you ask yourself, what kind of politics are we playing with the things that will benefit Nigerians? How and why are there no other refineries? Okay, Dangote will even go to court someday to stop the other refineries from building theirs, since he wants to play some kind of monopoly. It is not healthy for a place where you have an economy that is, an economy that is free for you to, come in, you freely come in, you freely exit. Everybody is in the system. It is not, it has been deregulated, which means if you want to buy egusi in the market, you buy egusi and sell. When you want to stop selling egusi, you can go and buy ram and start selling and all that. That is a capitalist economy, which Nigeria runs. So when you have a capitalist state, everything has been deregulated, including the oil sector. We have the midstream, the downstream sectors. That's why you have importers. The only way is that it is regulated. Importers are given licenses to import. It's not as if maybe if you wake up from sleep, you go and start importing fuel. No, NNPC regulates how it goes so that the market will still become virile enough to sustain the economic situation in Nigeria. When you say, we talk about inflation, talk about deflation, talk about so many things, the principles of demand and supply. That's why the NNPC is there to regulate how the importations are done and what quantity that the NNPC is actually giving to the Nigerian populace and all that. Because NNPC equally exports. They equally export. The volume of crude, refined products they're bringing out, they're still exporting a huge number. So I do not even see a situation where the court issues should come in a deregulated economy. It should not come in. Dangote should not ask for. What Dangote should be asking for is that Nigeria gives the company crude to refine, enough to even go into the West African sub-region and beyond, to supply Nigeria. So if anybody wants to import, you know, competitive price. If you're importing at a lower price, then Dangote will be forced to come down and reduce prices and all that. Then if you are, if Dangote is selling at a lower price, then you as an importer, you find out that the cost of importation, if it becomes high, you will not make profit.
All right. I think you hit the nail on the head. But however, if one is to place himself in the position of Dangote, I do not think we will do differently. This is a man who has put up a $20 billion investment in Nigeria that is rescuing this nation. That you and I are able to sit here and discuss this matter is because there is a Dangote refinery that is here and supplying us. If not, we could be cleaned up for days, you know, as it was in the yesteryears in Nigeria, despite the windfall from the Gulf and all that. But the point remains that if I were Dangote, I would want similar thing. Yes, to protect my investment. You know, you did speak to the fact that he doesn't receive the adequate crude that he needs for the refinery. And he has to go importing. And the question you asked, a very cogent question. What sort of politics are we playing with this economy? Having said that, if we had done our fundamentals right, we wouldn't be at the court, you know, talking about this issue. The NNPC and the agencies that are issuing this license, they've not done the needful. And then Dangote is fighting over this gentleman who would go to Malta, go and bring those concussion into Nigeria, and then sell it at a lower price.
There's a regulatory agency. It's not a concussion.
It's been happening here. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. The product that we had coming in from Malta was not, you know, it doesn't have the quality until Dangote refinery came into this nation. The greater majority of Nigerians didn't know the actual color of petroleum of PMS.
No, the issue of coloring, although we are not chemical engineers,
no,
but the issue of coloring,
there are a whole lot of issues.
The issue of coloring has to do with how they mix it. It has nothing to do with
combustion. Is an established fact. You know, is an established fact that what we're getting from Malta, when these people go to Malta and they bring in these products, it's not the desired quality. But having said that, that's not the basis of argument today. The point remains that the Nigerian state has failed to do the needful. If we had a working refinery, why would we be issuing import licenses? Why are we talking about import licenses to the tune of people bringing us 100,000 metric ton of refined petroleum products into Nigeria? Like you rightly pointed out, a nation that swims in abundance of crude, then having to import refined products. You know, if I were Dangote, and I do not know any other businessman who would want to toe the same line, he has to protect this investment, because if he allows things get to this point, where he may begin to struggle with price control and all that, because when you bring some standard product, you will see that there will not be any price, regime. They will be able to bring it down, and this is what these marketers have been looking to do over time. They've been in a locked-in battle over time. But having said that, one may not entirely dismiss the issue of monopoly in this instance. That is where government comes in. You need to, the likes of Bua have gotten their license, right? Then what is government doing to help them expedite action to see that another refinery comes upstream? We're talking about the Port Harcourt, Warri, Kaduna refineries that is gulping millions, and there's a new agreement with some companies from China that we do not know the antecedent in the era in terms of petroleum refining, coming to look at the refineries and how they will rejuvenate it and then take over running it. Let it not end in another chariot, because we've seen a lot of such chariots in this instance. And it's against this background that you continue to see situation. And Mr. Rest, whether you agree with me, this is not the last fight of this issue.
Advocated for our own refineries to be given out to private investors to run. And I believe that if private investors take over diesel, they will start producing. Then in terms of products and quality production, it has to do with the company. Wherever you bring in substandard products, you will begin to lose patronage. And if you lose patronage, you will no longer bring substandard products. It is the market forces that determine whether you will sell when you have a substandard product, or whether you will not sell what people want. That is exactly why I'm saying we should have as many refineries, so that those who import substandard product will now know that they will bring it and put it in their dump, and they stay in the dump for donkey years, and they begin to lose money. And some of them do not have their own dumps. They pay demurrage on those dumps. So if it stays there for donkey years, they will lose money, and they will no longer import any substandard product. So market forces drives that. It's not about going to protect your investment. If Dangote knows that his product is good enough, that's why he's exporting. That's why he's exporting. Dangote can decide not to give Nigeria. He pay his taxes.
True.
Yeah, he'll pay his taxes, export his product, and that solves it. And then make his money. Do you understand? Because of patriotism, Dangote decides to give back to the society that actually gave the ground for such investment and for it to flourish.
Well, I agree with most. There is a back play. There could be a back play to all of them.
The point here is this, Mr. Reyes. So the point here is this. There's no way with Dangote, with the capacity of that refinery, when you give these import licenses, there's no way that refinery can compete with these importers who will go to Malta and do blending. You agree with me that when you go into blending, it's far cheaper than the refined product itself. We've seen this play out in Nigeria.
Before Dangote came on board,
we were using blended. And
it was under par, low par.
When Dangote was not on board, the blended type of imported finished product of petroleum were being used in Nigeria.
Which was harmful
then remember that there's an unseen hand that resulted in our own refineries all getting down at once, not producing. That's what you ask yourself. That is a question where we should interrogate, where we should dig deep into. Who is behind all this? That is exactly what I'm saying. That's why I said remove this thing from the federal government, give it to individual persons. Who will?
The question now is, when you say remove it from the federal government, don't you think there are individuals who has considered that those refineries are not going to be resuscitated until NNPC themselves had to call that company from China? That's just the question.
No,
the
company from China.
The Nigerian government has not actually advertised we are selling off this refinery. When they do, companies will come from.
Now that we are talking about refinery, I will refer back to the former president Olusegun Obasanjo. He did cite the issues, his personal experience, where he offered on a platter, to these multinational oil companies to take over these refineries, manage them, turn them around. And then he offered them, they refused. And he said categorically, and I quote him, that those refineries cannot be turned around, which is why, I keep looking at this latest, engagement with the Chinese when it comes to that refinery. I keep looking at them from one eye to see the miracle that will happen. I knew quite well, and I'm around, how those refineries were so particular to the then President Olusegun Obasanjo. If there were one thing he wanted to achieve in office, it was the turnaround of those refineries. Well, and what we are offering, the refineries we want to give out at this point in time. Look at Lokoja, Still Me. Why are we not offering it? Who has been able to turn it around, despite the wastage and millions that will suck in those places? And our refineries has come to that state. And Mr. Rice, either we like it or not.
These refineries were working before now. When you talk about the local steel rolling mill, that steel rolling mill was an obsolete Russian steel technology that was brought into Nigeria. And the present technology in terms of steel rolling is no longer the same. So they brought a technology that's outdated, which the Russians actually needed to move out of their nation. And we brought it, and it never performed up to 25 optimum, 25% capacity. Since it came into Nigeria, it has never performed 25%. Right. And Mr. sometimes it goes out. So, these refineries were working, performing optimally.
Mr. Rice, you know why I cited Ajaokuta Steel Company? And I said that to say this in this situation. We are where we are as a people when it comes to the Nigerian refineries that is gulping millions every month. In this instance, and the billions that we are meant, that the EFCC is investigating, we don't know the outcome yet. However, the point is this: when you study the siting of Ajaokuta Steel Company from inception, from conceptualization to the point it was cited at Ajaokuta, you knew that it was a project, a white elephant project that was meant to fail in the first instance. And I've read the reports that steel company was not meant to be sited in Ajaokuta because the raw material that will feed it is farther away from Ajaokuta, the location. And the point I'm trying to make is that those factors inherent in Nigeria, making sure that Nigerian enterprises don't work, is still very prevalent. And I do not blame a Dangote. Who is fighting to see that his business is not run down by Nigerian factors.
We have been living survival as a nation. Even at that, I don't blame Dangote really.
You have to now.
He knows what he did to stand, equity. So he would want to protect.
Since this straight of
Dangote knows the laws and started his investment. These laws have not been changed in any way. You see, people, as in a deregulated economy, in a capitalist economy, the rule is that you operate and make profit and pay tax to government. And that is exactly what it is. There's no way he's going to go to court and begin to compare a regulated agency of government not to liberalize operation of such business in the country. It does not happen. You cannot go to federal government and say, don't ever give any other person import license for sugar. You cannot do that. Okay. Don't ever give any other person import license for tobacco. And so on and so forth.
Finally, for what is what? Why would you not encourage monopoly? We ask, since this issue is before the court will look at it favorably and decide in the interest of the generality of Nigerians who have to suffer the shortfall and outfall of this very decision. In this instance, we urge the federal government of Nigeria, the Nigerian courts, to place the interests of the Nigerian people first before any personal business interest.
All right, we take a short break. We'll be right back with other updates. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, I want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Now welcome back. We take a look at the Vanguard newspaper. We say 2027 presidency, opposition parties in this array produce factional candidates. Says opposition parties, 2027 presidency, opposition parties in this array produce factional candidates. Nigeria's opposition parties are reportedly battling internal crisis, leadership disputes, and deep division ahead of the 2027 presidential election. Yes, this is the issues that are coming up in the parties and coalitions which have already been seen as a strengthened, as a weak point to get into the opposition parties. I'm talking about how these parties are having issues. The factions inside the party, there's a faction. Now, for instance, in the ADC, there are two factions. Yes, the other faction, the maybe Kachiku led faction, they had their convention the other day, and then talking about the National Working Committee of Senator David Mark, that's being led by Senator David Mark, and then Alhaji, the former vice president of our nation. I'm talking about Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. Yes. Now, these factions are kind of bringing issues, citing that they are going against, or they are running also for the presidency. Now, citing APC, they have had their convention, presidential primaries, and the rest of them, and they look so solid together. Now, the factions in all these parties are the issues that are being raised. Why are they having these issues? And what is exactly...
They are politicking. Why I say they are politicking? You see, you have factions. They'll continue to work hard to see if they could get power. That's why they have factions. So, there's cases in court in that of ADC. That's why you have a faction. Nobody's even sure that the Kachuku-led group, whether they are the persons that will get the presidential candidate or the former Senate President David Mark group, will produce the presidential candidate, and of course the rest other members of the elective positions, elective offices, governors, legislators, and so on. So that's why they have the factions, and they are still contending on who will take over the soul of the party. So also it is in PDP. So PDP do have their own factions too, and they are coming out with their presidential candidates from the faction's perspective. By the time the court looks at Glock Ebele Azikiwe Jonathan's case and sees him eligible to contest, of course he belongs to a faction, possibly the Turaki faction, not even the wike-led faction, that Abdul Rahman led faction. So, yeah, wike-led, Abdul Rahman, that's, I'm talking about Abdul Rahman faction with Anyang and all that. So, and then you still see Makinde is still a part of PDP, but has an affinity to APM. So, they are all there, you know, seeking. That is the only opposition parties that are all set to join APC, because APC already have almost all their, candidates set to run for the election. Then the next that may follow APC will be the Nigerian Democratic Congress, the NDC. They already have a presidential candidate.
And it's by...
yes.
No, do they? Have they announced?
They are going to announce it, but they have screened, and of course they have only one...
Until they announce it.
One candidate. So if they have one candidate, it is most likely that that candidate will emerge. He's been screened and all that. But before 29th, before today, tomorrow, next,
Friday.
Then the NDC will join the first league. The first league is the APC. They will join them in ensuring that their candidates are all ready for the election. More so when INEC has appealed. INEC has appealed the judgment of the Federal High Court on their timetable.
Thank you very much.
Okay, okay, the next, okay. All right, and then we have Fubara's from the Punch newspaper. Fubara's exit from governor race aligns with peace pact. This is coming from Nyesom Wike. He says Nyesom Wike has stated that the reported withdrawal or reduced political involvement of Siminalaye Fubara from the governorship race is consistent with an existing peace agreement aimed at restoring stability in Rivers State politics. He said although he's not aware that he was going to withdraw, but then he sees it as a peace pact that they've all agreed to restore peace and stability in Rivers State. This is Wike, who has been a confrontational level over time, both from, as a predecessor with his successor, godfatherism and all of that. In the past 1 year in Rivers State, he has come out to say that Fubara's exit...
1 year or 3 years?
Oh, well, since he became governor, of course. Since he became governor. Kind of so he has been a loggerhead with... But now he has come out to say, seeing that Fubara withdrew earlier, I think last week, Fubara also told us that we should not consider it an act of weakness or that he has spoken with his family and is from a place of love, and but this is Wike now coming to tell us that his exit is something that aligns with the peace pact. So are we seeing a contradiction or an unspoken agreement between Wike and Fubara, who has finally surrendered to sovereignty on Wike in Rivers State?
Agreement, whether written or not written, it could be binding.
Yes.
Therefore, if they believe on their honor that the agreement they spoke, whether in an enclosed area or in public, will be binding. It will be binding on them. So, Fubara. Anyway, we do not know. Fubara has not said his own part of the story. Just the Wike that has explained this. But remember that somebody from Fubara's family is also running for the governor of...
She said she's not in any alliance. She's solely running on her own.
Whether in alliance or not in alliance, we all know that a job person is running to become governor of Rivers State. And remember that the APC person, Chinda, is an Ikwere person, and then the River Rhymes are insisting that they must have a slot on the governorship position of Rivers State, because since 1999 it has all been the upland persons that have been governors. You go from what's the name of the first governor in 1999 again? To Rotimi Amechi, Celestine Omeha.
From peterobi.
From Odili to Rotimi Amechi, to Meha Amechi, because Omeha shortly.
A short stint.
Yeah, short stint. And then Omeha Amechi, then you have the wike, the almighty wike, because now we have to give an appendage to wike, the almighty wike, because he's a man who fights at all fronts and wins the war. For now, he's been fighting at all fronts. If he comes, he will fight with you, he will fight with the other, and he will win. For now, he is winning. But no empire sustains forever. Yes. Certainly, there must be a day of reckoning, and someday the weakest empire may no longer sustain.
All right. I think you've summed it well. For me, I do not want to give voice to issue around Fubara. You know, he has disappointed a lot of persons. But it now begins to tell you that this is a climb where anything happens. You know, and then the rumors then that he was told that he will be a one-term governor has been confirmed by the commander of the Rainbow Coalition in Rivers State. Yes. You know, but what, sticks for me, like you rightly pointed out, is that no empire lasts forever. It is his turn, and then he is holding sway. We'll just continue to watch out how it will play out. But one thing that is certain, or for, those of us who are political researchers, one thing we will continue to look into the next election is how APC will fare in Rivers State, because APC has never been, Rivers State has never been an APC state over time. And then there is seemingly an injustice that seems to have been done when you look at the ethnic coloration in this instance. Yeson Wike was an Ikwere man, and in this instance has gone to pick Kingsley Chenda in this situation. So we do not see equity. But like I did say, I really do not want to venture into the conversation around Fubara, because he is, when I saw him on Sunday, he was looking like a conquered man. Many expected him to put up a fight. Yes, after
all he has been through.
People may argue that he doesn't have the capacity. I tell you, every governor has the capacity. The incumbent president did fight. He fought the then president Olusegun Obasanjo to a standstill until today, PDP were unable to win Lagos State. Let me go to Abia State. Then Ojuso Kalu fought the president. So if Fubara had mustered the courage, and of course, I now see why the leader of the Rainbow Coalition, or the Rainbow Movement in Rivers State, chose him. And I'm looking at to see if that's the same reason why Kingsley Chenda has been chosen. We'll just continue to watch and see how it pans out.
Okay, that's all we're taking this morning on our newspaper headlines and analysis. Thank you so much for staying with us, sitting with us all through the morning. As you go about your day, I'd like to bring to your remembrance the quote of the day, which is from Chinua Achebe. He says, "The punishment of the wise who refuse to take part in the government is to live under the government of worse people and worse men." Till I come your way again tomorrow, same time, I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma.
Mr. S. Arab, thank you for those, in-depth analysis, what the Igbos will call itieba in this situation. It's always a pleasure having you here on Sunrise.
Thank you, Mr. Che, and of course, for you, viewer, keep watching us on Aneke TV.
And I'm Uche Osai. And on behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching. And keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Nigeria stands at a defining crossroads between strong personalities and weak institutions. The question is simple but profound. Can a nation truly progress when its systems depend more on individuals than on rules? In the life of nations, strength is not measured by individuals but by the resilience of institutions. Where rules are weak, personalities become powerful. Where institutions are strong, leadership becomes secondary to order. This is the enduring dilemma of governance in many developing states. Douglas North defines institutions as the rule of the game. When those rules are informal or inconsistently applied, development becomes unstable. Max Weber's theory of charismatic authority warns that leadership rooted in personality may inspire change, but cannot endure without institutionalization. Samuel Huntington adds, the most important distinction among countries is not their form of government, but their degree of government. Where institutions are weak, governance becomes personality-driven rather than system-driven. History provides cautionary examples. In Mobutu Sese Seko Zaire and Idi Amin's Uganda, institutions were replaced by loyalty networks and personal rule. The outcome was not strength, but collapse. When systems are subordinated to individuals, the state becomes fragile, regardless of leadership charisma. Nigeria reflects a similar structural challenge. Policies often change with administrations. Enforcement can depend on influence rather than consistent rules. Institutions struggle with continuity. Asimologo and Robinson describe such examples as extractive institutions, structures that serve power rather than enforce fairness. Over time, this weakens trust and undermines governance itself. James Madison wrote, if men were angels, no government would be necessary. Institutions exist because human nature is imperfect. Scripture reinforces this truth. Put not your trust in princes nor in the Son of Man. Both philosophy and theology converge on one idea. Societies must be anchored in systems, not personalities. When institutions are weak, the results are predictable. Policy instability, inconsistent justice, economic uncertainty, declining public trust. Nations become trapped in circles where progress is repeatedly reset. The strength of a nation is not the strength of its leaders, but the durability of its institutions. And where institutions remain weak, even strong men eventually fade, leaving the system still struggling to stand.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we bring to you heartbeats of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. I am Uche Osai. Today on The Insight, we turn our attention to a defining political moment in Nigeria's journey. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's emergence as the APC presidential candidate and what it truly means for the future of our nation. This is no longer just about a party ticket. It's about the direction of the country, the fate of ongoing reforms, the weight of leadership, and the expectations of millions of Nigerians who are watching closely to see whether the promise of renewal will become a reality. With us in the studio is Honorable Ebubago Okafor, SSPA to APC Deputy National Chairman, Southeast, Dr. Ben Ngoye, on Southeast Community Engagement and Political Analysis. He's a political analyst as well, and he's here to help us examine the political significance of this candidacy, the performance of the ruling party, the pressing question that Nigerians are asking about economy, security, governance, and the road to 2027. The stakes are high. The debate is urgent, and the future of Nigeria is once again on the table. Honorable Bago, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
Good morning, millions of our viewers, and good morning. Thank you, Asai, for having me.
All right. You know, it's been a long time we lastly saw, and then you did, you know, one thing that is of note for me is that you did project this trajectory. Let me first of all say congratulations. You know, first on being able to see Dr. Ben Ngoye emerge the chairman of your party,
Deputy National Chairman,
yes, Southern Nigeria in this instance, and then your president, our president, he's the president of Nigeria, but he's the president of your party. He now has a return certificate. He stands as a candidate in the next election, 2027. So that's our congratulations. But let's dig deep into these issues.
Congratulate me for being appointed as the senior special assistant to Dr.
Honorable, honorable. Of course, congratulations on that appointment as well. But of course, we'll have to do that with a bottle of wine, and that will be coming from you, of course. Congratulations. It's not immediate, and I know that you have your jobs cut out for you in this instance.
Honestly.
Yeah, it's really a pleasure having you here, Honorable. Yes, let's get to this issue now. Speaking to the emergence of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you know, what does this portend for Nigeria? Speaking to his emergence, let's get right to it.
Well, it portends consolidation of political and democratic gains in Nigeria. Our democracy has come to stay. And you can agree with me that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been a beacon in our democratic process. He's a pure Democrat, a former opposition leader, current leader of National Party APC, the presidential candidate of APC, and the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who has taken some solid steps to recalibrate our economic policies and foundations, and also put in reforms that has placed Nigeria on an economic progress lane. His emergence is not a surprise to me, but it is a consolidation of continued leadership that will ensure that Nigeria stands on a solid economic ground. If you look at the holistical approach of the president and this administration, will agree with me that Nigeria has fared well. Today, our naira has stabilized. No more people rushing to central bank to buy dollar at 350 naira. The same place sell it 700, making billions and millions out of Nigerian sweat. That bridge has been, that gap has been bridged by the consolidation of the opening naira for competition. And naira has stabilized, and it has helped the economists, the manufacturers, the banks, and every segment of the economy to plan appropriately, and it aligns with the exchange rate. Then again, we see that today nobody is talking about fuel scarcity in Nigeria. We are talking about cost based on market force and reality. The issue is that the market has been unbundled. The private sector has been given unfettered opportunity to take part in our oil refining. And with Dangote refinery and other refinery and modular refineries coming up, Nigeria will be a country to go for. So the emergence of Tinubu is a very welcome development in a very true democratic process, which Nigerians has never experienced. And it's very straight. All the registered members of APC had unfettered opportunity to vote for or against us in the primary election process. And we returned him as the candidate of the party, who we are sure shall certainly, God willing, be re-elected as the president of this country. So I congratulate Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I congratulate Ben Woye, particularly the performance of the Southern Nigerian APC. Their governors has been overwhelming in the support of APC. In fact, Southern Nigeria will reenact themselves in Nigerian political space with the solid support they shall pour on Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
All right, when you speak, one tends to want to dance when you talk about these issues. But let's go back to this democratic process you cited, the primaries through which he emerged. 10,999,000 votes, thereabouts. That number, do you see those numbers as being realistic? The membership of APC in Nigeria and those that voted in that process up to that number. Honorable.
Yes, those numbers are very, very correct. And because it was less than the total registered members of APC, which of course you know that nature must take its course. After the registration of APC, certainly some may have demised, some may have withdrawn from politics, and some may have not even wished to go and vote because in some areas we had consensus candidate, but still in that consensus candidate, there was affirmation voting on that consensus, signifying the totality of the support of the registered members of that of APC in every particular constituency. So, but not every member will be zealous to vote. So this primary election has given Asiwaju Bola Ahmed, it is a political strategy, let me tell you, because if APC members can give him 10-point-something million votes. At the general election, if you add only 40% or 50% of these votes, it will come about 15, 16, or 17 million votes, which ensures his victory. And I want to assure you that APC will consolidate on its members. From its members, we canvass, galvanize, mobilize, conscientize, and garner support from the electorate that will add up with the registered members of APC. And also, every registered member of APC will be, mobilized to come and vote for our candidate.
Honorable,
that is the
Honorable,
yes,
sorry
yes,
to interject.
Yes.
Many has opined, like you rightfully said, that number was intentionally concocted to project to Nigerians that you have the base going into the next election, that the facts may not be, in agreement.
Well, the opposition will always raise accusing fingers on every step that the ruling party has taken. That is what is obtainable. And you have to treat them with a passing glance. in the sense that their opinion does not hold waters. As far as APC is concerned, our members has came out to vote. They spoke overwhelmingly, and their vote sounds clear that 10 million votes is a vote bank for APC. I can tell you authoritatively. And many more votes are coming in. If you look at this government, it has performed excellently. If we use Southeast as a shining example, you will agree with me that a lot of work has been done. I was traveling from Enugu to Onitsha the other day. It took me only an hour, 30 minutes to go to Headbridge, Onitsha, which was never done before. During PDP administration, we travel from here to Onitsha in 4 hours. If you are coming from Lagos, you get to Asaba, you stay 2-3 days before you cross over. But today, I commend Engineer Dave Nwezomahi because of the excellent service delivery to our people and and across Nigeria. Because when I went to Delta State, there are a lot of, concrete pavement that are going on there and a lot of rehabilitation works on the federal highways. So this government, I think that Nigeria will have opportunity to have the best of president in the person of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
All right, Honorable, we'll come
so
to...
the issue of concoction is a figment of the imagination of the opposition. That is their howl and cry. Because they will continue to cry. The opposition will always have their say, and the majority will always have their way.
That's democracy anyways. Honorable, still on the issue around the primaries. When we look at these numbers, there was a contender and a Victor Osifo. When you look at the numbers he got, very minimal, 16,500 plus.
It's a good one for him.
Yes, but when you look at where, for example, in Enugu State, he really got no votes. In Imo State, Ebonyi State, Southeast, he really got no vote.
That shows you the preparedness of the Southeast to correct our past mistakes.
But one thing is particular, when we ask the question where the numbers will come in from in the 2027 election, the APC usually points us towards the north. In this instance, that they will have the overwhelming majority. But when political researchers look at the votes garnered by Osifo in this primary within the APC, they say it sends a clear signal that your president may not be very popular amongst your party faithfuls in the north. Let me cite this, let me put it in perspective. In the Southeast, he got 0 votes. In Edo State, where he come from, there was no vote. Then when you get to North Central, the votes begins to trickle in. You now begin to see 2, 21. The numbers start coming in, and then it amounted to 16,500. People within the APC voted against your president.
That is democracy, It's a good thing, and that is the spice, democratic spice. When you have, even within your party, those who don't agree with you on everything. That's a very good one for them. I commend those who voted for Osifo. But you can agree with me that before now, nobody has ever heard of Osifo in APC, in popularity and performance. He's a dark horse that he came and he scored 16,000 votes. Now, if you match the 16,000 votes he scored and 10,000 votes as what you scored, and 10 million votes as what you scored, you will see that our vote will continue to soar higher and higher. So it's a good thing in the North and the North Central. Let me tell you, the vote bank of Mr. President now is Southeast. The vote bank of Mr. President is Southeast, North Central, and Northeast. I want to assure you, take it to the bank. Southern Nigeria will cast massive votes. The Southern Nigeria will come together for once and gather their votes for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Southern Nigeria will speak volumes this time around. And if you get the votes of the Southern Nigeria, you go to vote bank of North Central, Kwara, Kogi, Niger, Plateau, Benue, and Nasarawa.
Honorable, on what basis are you, giving and citing these regions as being a win for your party?
Let me tell you that APC is in control of about 32 governors of the Federation. Jos, Kwara, Benue, Kogi, and Plateau. So all these governors will not sit by and watch anybody, any passerby to come and take the votes of the state. No. They will work assiduously to ensure that the victory of the party is well assured. And that is our basis. So we have strong, solid political structure in North Central.
Let's probe this out. Let's probe this out a bit, Honorable.
Please do.
When we talk about the South, let's start from the Southwest, where your presidency hails from. We have Oyo State, Esheyi Makinde, who has thrown in the heart to contest the election. In this instance...
Under which political platform?
The PDP, APM.
PDP, APM?
Yes.
Makinde is a frustrated political voyager. No, he supported Asiwaju with wike in 2023 and wanted to continue with PDP. Incidentally, it failed. I don't blame him. The Southwest are politically wise. They determine their political voting wisely. So Makinde, it is a democratic principle that he will participate and got 0 votes or 10 votes or 20 votes or 16 votes like Osifo. That is not a threat to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Southwest, they are politically aware. They know where to vote. Where will Makinde go in Nigerian politics in the presidential election to destroy the vote of Asiwaju? It is not. Asiwaju is a man that understands the game. And I want to assure you that the 2027 election will give Nigerians the opportunity to know that Southern Nigeria will begin to determine who will become the president of this country. It will no longer be the North as usual. The Southern Nigeria middle belt, they will determine. And I want to assure you that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will give them a litmus test and it will work. Northeast is rest assured for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The governor of Adamawa State, Fintiri, is from the same state with Atiku Abubakar. The governor of Anambra State, Charles Oludo, is solidly behind Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The governor of Abia State, Alex Oti, is solidly behind Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
You know, Honorable.
So in this certain Nigeria, the totality of our votes are going to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
The totality, that could be an exaggeration, Honorable.
Yeah, so be it.
You know, when we talk about this, you are negating the youth population who are not part of these structures that you talk about, who have a mind of their own. And going by the figures from the last election, the youth were an important factor in determining the last election.
That's correct.
So, do you have that with you in this instance?
Yes, the youth of 2023 are men today. They will not continue to be youths. Most of them are men today. And they saw the terrible experience they had with their fellow youths who they voted in as members of the House of Assembly. 2-3 months into the assembly, they all defected to the ruling party. From the ruling party, they are now in the APC. They have lost their steam. The fact remains that the youth are now vote wisely. They will not like to waste their vote again. They will vote for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed to at least to finish, let the Southerner finish his 8 years, and we'll move up from there. And the Southeast are positioning themselves to be the vice president, if the power shift to the North, to be the South president. So the South will not take advantage of our apathy to join the national party, to begin to canvass. Because South is supposed to be the Senate president. Because there was nobody coming up, no second timer. It's going to the South. And South are smiling for it. The opposition today, they don't have much. Because they have turned themselves into shred. Obi is going differently. Atiku is going differently. Makinde is going differently. Jonathan has also reared his head. Whether it is contesting or not contesting, I don't know. But the opposition in Nigeria has failed woefully to put their acts in order, to put their political eggs in a basket that will protect it. They failed woefully to come together and agree on a single candidate where they will support. Selfish, inordinate ambition have destroyed the opposition, which was lacking when we were forming opposition. The ABGA, the CPC, the ACN, the MPP, we all came together, agreed on a one personality to work. But the opposition, different political parties,
Honorable, you know,
and Labour Party today, they are still looking for a presidential
But Honorable, you know,
they are not seeing anybody.
Honorable, you know, they are pointing at your party as being responsible for this balkanization of different political parties that we have.
I will dispute that with facts. APC is not responsible for Obi to leave Labour Party and join ADC. APC is not responsible for Obi to leave ADC and join NDC. APC is not responsible for Makinde moving from PDP to the other party he joined. AP is not responsible for Kwankwaso leaving NNPC to join ADC, to join NDC. APC is not responsible for ABGA not fielding presidential candidate. But they continue to accuse APC. APC is a solid political party that understands the game, that want to play politics in Nigeria in a way that it should be. So the opposition, why? Was if Obi, for instance, has remained steadfast with Labour Party without instigating fight between him and Abure, bringing in another Usman to be a caretaker. If Obi had remained quietly in Labour Party, worked with Abure steadfastly, by now, Labour Party would have been the party to go. But today, all the senators elected under Labour Party has all left Labour Party.
Anyway.
All the House of Rep members elected under Labour Party have left Labour Party. All the House of Assembly members under Labour had left the Labour Party.
Honorable.
Excuse me now.
Okay.
So APC did not tell any of them to defect from Labour Party. They defected on their own volition and self-sponsored. Obi moved from Labour Party on his own. He joined the ADC on his own. He joined NDC on his own. The same thing is applicable to Atiku. Atiku was the founder of PDP, but wike chased him, and the general in the army, David Mark, he chased them out of political space in PDP and took over the party and have been managing it very well. So why should anybody accuse APC? When PDP feeded Atiku, Wike told them that a Northerner cannot replace a Northerner, that Buhari has finished 80 years. That North should allow Southern Nigeria to feed a candidate to challenge Tinubu. Atiku insisted. Did the APC advise Atiku to insist that the Northerner will succeed the Northerner? No. We can play the devil's alternative. Because you don't want me, you will not go. And he insisted that Atiku will not win presidency. And pulled 5 governors, which Lawrence Ugwanyu was part of it. Seyi Makinde part of it. The Otom was part of it. They made sure that Atiku did not win that presidential election. It wasn't on the advice of Atiku, because Atiku refused to relinquish the national chairman, which was being occupied by Senator Yocha Ayu. He held the national chairman, he held the presidential candidate, and also he refused to make Wike the deputy vice president. And Wike gave him a fight for his life. Today, Wike is the shining political leader in Nigeria. So is APC, nobody should bring APC into the crisis of the opposition.
Honorable, what of the president's reforms will you be presenting to the people now that he has emerged the candidate of your party? Which of his reforms will you be presenting to the people going into that very contest? Because on this ground, we are going to ask questions based on what your party has achieved in these last 4 years.
Campaign has not started.
Yes.
That I wouldn't like you to drag me into a controversy, what APC have in stock, what the president reform will present at the campaign. If I tell you what he will present at the campaign, the reforms, the gains, if I present all of them to you now, what will Mr. President do? And I'm only limited to community engagement in the Southeast. My own is to ensure that the communities in the Southeast openly embrace APC and vote massively.
Understandably. Then when you get to the communities, what will you be presenting?
The political fact on ground.
And what are those facts?
Those facts on ground is that the Southern Nigeria will finish their presidency for 8 years.
The Southern Nigeria will finish their presidency for 8 years?
Yes, and the various developmental infrastructural projects that is coming up, they are there for everybody to see, including the improved our locations, for now, for 4 years, there has been no queue in any filling station in search of petrol. No. You will agree with me.
But you will talk about the cost.
I told you earlier on that dollar has been stabilized. At the time, dollar went as high as 1,500, 1,600 or thereabout. It started crashing and will continue to go down. Now, this current oil prices that hardened it was as a result of U.S. and Israeli war. And that war is being negotiated to come to an end. And if that war is suspended, the Strait of Hormuz will be opened, shipping lines will begin to operate freely without the molestation of the pirates. So if that is done, the oil prices globally will come down, and our economy, our Nigerian pain will begin to lighten. So what we are presenting is that Bola Ahmed Tinubu has a blueprint, and that blueprint is the only person that will unveil it. If you force me to unveil it, it means you are trying to drag me into divulging information which I ought not to do.
No, we are speaking to facts that are known and seen by everybody, and part of it is what you're telling people, that the naira has stabilized. And then, what would you tell the people that will ask you about the cost of petroleum products, the high cost of transportation as a result of high cost of petroleum products?
I told you that those things were artificial because of the Iran-American war.
But it's making impact on the people.
But an attempt, I told you that an attempt is being made to suspend the war. And if the war is suspended, the Strait of Hormuz will be opened. And if the Strait of Hormuz opens, the prices of petroleum products will come down. Just like this morning, there was a contestation on the importation of fuel, that where marketers were pushing to import fuel and crash the fuel prices. The downstream oil sector has been deregulated. Private sectors are coming in. Marketers have their own liberty to import. But government policies plays role there in order to protect our local industry. At the same time, to alleviate the suffering of the people is also very crucial, because the government, the duty of government, primary responsibility of government is welfare of the people, welfare and security of the people. You know, earlier on you talked about the insecurity in Nigeria. It's a hydra-headed problem that did not start today. But I want to assure you that whenever a Southerner is the president, attempt will be made to escalate insecurity in order to blackmail the government. It was done under Jonathan, but this time around it will not work, because Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu knew what he was doing, and our gallant soldiers, Air Force and the Navy, they are doing their best to make sure that Nigerians live safely. Let me also say that in Enugu here, you can agree with me that since the coming in of His Excellency Dr. petermbah, the security has been the best of its state in Enugu State.
Enugu State is a one-off, Honorable. You agree with me?
You want two of?
No,
we want all of.
We are talking about the whole Nigeria, because when we talk about, you talk about getting at least 24 states. So
you have admitted, you cannot admit that Enugu is the best.
And Enugu, no, these are the facts. We are talking about the facts that could be seen. Enugu will celebrate Enugu as a fact. Yes. And then against that fact, Honorable, I'm asking you, when that time comes, what will you be telling people who are in Kwara this morning, an emirate was sacked? This morning, what will you be telling to such people? When you go to North Central, Benue State, the next neighboring state to Enugu State, people are in IDP camp. You are a government in power. People want to see what you've done in this regard, Honorable. And these are state communities. Is within your purview?
Well, security issues are not being discussed openly like that. You know, there are measures that is being taken by government. You know, we fight insecurity both kinetic and non-kinetic ways. So what has happened in Kwara State is very unfortunate. It was a ploy. Kwara State is always a ploy. There is a contention on who owns Kwara, whether the Southwest Yorubas owns Kwara or the North. So there are so many issues that are happening in Kwara which you may not know. Kwara is not central when it's supposed to be in the Southwest. You agree with me? Just like Benue is in North Central when it's supposed to be in the Southeast. Same thing is applicable to some parts of Kogi. Some Western Kogi is Yoruba, and some are also Kogi just after Bola for here. See, they're speaking Igbo.
Honorable, how do we explain Oyo State?
Well, Oyo State was very unfortunate. You know, just like armed robbery. They don't give route. They don't have regular routes where they follow. It was unfortunate, but I think that the government by now ought to have rounded off those men that are behind the Oyo kidnapping. Because what happened in Oyo is going to school, kidnapping teachers, beheading a teacher, and also herding students to captive. By now, oh, they're supposed to have been rounded up. I'm not happy about what is happening in Oyo State. And other states should take appropriate steps to stand it. The federal government should come up with a community policing law that will allow states to have their own police. Communities will know how to protect their communities. And they will be given requisite equipment that will be able to withstand these terrorists that comes with sophisticated weapons. If you look at the sophisticated weapon that these terrorists are operating with, you know that this is not what to confront with pump action or single barrel gun. No, you have to equip them equally so that they will be able to attack them man to man, bullet for bullet. So these are the areas I expect the government of today to come in and ensure that the state police is established to ensure the security of lives and property. And our forests, we have a lot of rainforests in southern Nigeria where criminality can hibernate. But at the same time, if there are this security tracking of criminals and this and that, they should be able to track those men because they are calling people, they are negotiating, they are making calls, they are making demands. It will be unfortunate if this thing will happen in Israel. Within a split second, they will get all of them. They get all the kidnappers. It happened in Nigeria when an American was kidnapped in Maradi and brought to Kaduna. Americans came, traced the man, went to where they killed and killed all the terrorists. Killed all of them. One single American. Yes, about 2-3 years ago. So I'm not happy that what happened in Oyo is still being lingered. It's a very dangerous signal and a very bad one for a southern Nigeria. If it will happen in Oyo, do you know where next it will strike? Then those in Benue State, the governor, every governor in Nigeria have security vote, adequate security vote. Let me tell you, I commend the governor of Enugu State, Governor petermbah, but the other day I traveled from here to Nsukka along Gopi Road. You will, from this police point, you see another white police vehicle standing. They don't stop vehicles. They were there. If you come to if you run near their vehicle, you will not see any policeman in that vehicle. You can only see the driver sitting ready. The other policemen, you don't know where they hide. So they are ready. So all the state governors should deploy the security votes to securing their places. There is Benue State, if you Google it, they may having about $800 million naira or security votes every month. He may be having 800 million or 1.something billion monthly. If you had deployed that money into even tracking, there is no central command in Benue. No attempt has been made by the governor to stem the tide of evil criminal activity that is going on there. So everything should not be left in the hand of Mr. President. So the Benue people should come and protect themselves so that their lives will be protected, their farms can be protected. Deploy drones. There is nothing that is stopping. Let me tell you, Nigerian leaders are very wicked. At some point, there is nothing that stops Benue State government from acquiring 3 helicopters for the 3 senatorial districts to police those areas. Where any activity is going, we deploy those security with tracking system. We have these drones that can track movements, and you know these are the things that are feasible and possible in Nigeria. I don't want to say much about it, but the issue is that the Oyo incident, the kidnapping, the killing in Oyo is very regrettable. And the government of Asiod Bola Ahmed, but I want to assure you, is not keeping quiet about it. A lot will be done about it. And such will not repeat itself.
Honorable, at least you and I agree on 2 fronts. One is on Enugu State and of state police as around security. And on that note, we'll go on a short break. And when we return, we'll continue to listen to Honorable on these issues. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose house is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, Unfiltered, only on the inside, with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us. And if you've just been joining us, we've been speaking to Honorable Ebubagu Felix Okafor, SSPA, to APC Deputy National Chairman, South, Dr. Ben Woye, on Southeast Community Engagement. And he is a political analyst. Honorable, it's been a pleasure speaking with you so far.
Thank you.
All right. You know, Honorable, he is no longer just Mr. President. He is a candidate. And would be our searchlight, will beam our satellite on him. Having said that, let's look at your party. There are a lot of party faithfuls who are not happy at the turn of events. Speaking about your primaries, we saw a revolt in Warri, just close by. And there are a lot of legislators, House of Rep members, senators who were denied the opportunity of coming back. And a lot of them, for example, in Delta State, we have a Nednwoko who has petitioned the president on the process that saw Okowa emerge as the candidate in this election. And this instance cuts across the federation. And we are saying it's most likely you have an army of APC faithfuls who will most likely work against your party.
Thank you. I want to give you an honest answer to all the issues you raised. Let me tell you, politics is human activities that you cannot get perfection. In the sense that there may be some, contestations and disagreements. Let me use Ned Nwoko as an example. Go and check it on every platform. I was a member of APC National Assembly Primary Election Committee for Delta State. And in that Delta State, Delta North, during the primary elections is primarily for all the registered members of APC. But at the primary venue, a candidate came in with lorries of students of a private university to come and vote. The party insisted that this is not general election. You must be identified by your membership slip or your name in the register. Just as simple as that. What I am saying, call Barrister Eugene Odo, who was the chairman of that committee. He had conversation with Ned Nwoko. There are things I don't need to say, but Ned Nwoko is not fair. He's not honest in his petition. He don't present fact. And there is no way he can defeat the governor, the House of Assembly members representing that from that very constituency, district, senatorial district, the local government party chairman, the local government council chairman, because the structure of the party is under the governor. So all this is to political instrument under the governor. They have a practice direction. Nwoko was the candidate of Okowa. Okowa brought him to run for the Senate when Okowa was running for the vice president. When Okowa lost vice president and moved to APC, he decided to return. Instead of Nwoko agreeing to either return to the House of Rep where he were, he decided to come. And at the same time, at that Delta State, I was there personally with Ben Sneze, Maureen Anosike, Eugene Odo, and Barrister Nosa, and one other person from, I forgot his name, Noel Nimnam from Plateau State. Ned Nwoko is not popular in Delta State because of domestic crisis he had. That is his personal business. But that domestic crisis snowballed into the political arena, and it is affecting him negatively. That is a very bad card for any political party to field him as a candidate.
A very bad card.
A very bad card for any political party to play him for election. That's number one. In Warri, incidentally, Warri has 2 constituencies, one in Warri South, Isoko, one in Warri North, where Uvioma Gege is coming from. There was elections there. Politics of Togri is, I saw things in Warri, I saw some certain things, I laughed. You know, this is a place you see young men and women, they are vibrant here. It is not a thing of violence. You don't throttle gun when you are doing primary election. You can't intimidate anybody. Only members of the party will vote. No matter from where you brought in boys. But they are not members of the party, they will not vote. So any cry, and you know, when Oboriwari, that is the governor of the river, were coming in, both Ovioma Agege, former deputy senate president, was the former governorship candidate of APC. They weren't happy that the governors were coming in. And they did not have a good, you know, rapport with the governor. And at the same time, there was one excellent decision that was taken in Delta State. I commend the governor Oborewori so much for that act. Do you know what? Some people has been in the National Assembly for 4 tenure, 5 tenure, want to be 5 tenure, want to be 20 years. They want to return in 20 years in the National Assembly. Some even stopped and brought in their tenure, their child, to replace them. Like, I'm going out, I bring my son. They don't want others to grow. But if you are stayed in the National Assembly or State Assembly for 16 years, it will be good for you to give way for others to come in. So when you are contesting against the tide. So I think I saw what happened in Delta State. So if you have any appeal, they have an appeal committee headed by Dr. Ugu Jam from Enugu State. I can present your appeal. Make your decision. We have our report. Our report is there, it speaks for himself, and you take advantage of it. It is not a question of going to the media. The fact is that we went to Delta State, we conducted credible, unimpeachable elections, primary election for them, and they turned in results. And we were moving freely in Delta without molestation. So, you know, days of snatching results are over. Days of snatching results. It makes no sense, because when you get any result at the polling unit, you snap it, you send it. Whether you snatch the paper there, the results are there. True or false? So these are some of the facts that our people must appreciate. So APC has conducted credible primary election, even in Enugu here. It was a very nice primary election. Some decisions of governors, and there are some certain things people don't understand. Let me give you instance. In the case of issues, where Enugu is coming from, there is where Professor Nnamchi, a House of Reps member, he defected. Do you know what? Since 1999, there was a standard agreement between Enugu East local government and the issues that they will be sharing federal constituency every 8 years. It will be here. Every 8 years, it will go there. Now, Cornelius Nnaju was a member of the House of Representative when Nnamchi replaced him. Cornelius spent 4 years, Nnamchi spent 4 years, 8 years. It will automatically go to Isuzo, where Chijo Kiedoga is now the candidate. So a lot of some of these things were some of the facts that are on the ground. So those who are grudging, there is no politician that will not claim victory, even when you know that he was defeated.
Granted, the situation with Nedwoko is a bad card for any political party.
It's a bad card.
The situation with Fubara is not a what card for any political party.
Thank you very much for bringing the case of Fubara. Thank you so much. Fubara is a political weakling. That is a lame dog that don't know how to live. Yes, he wasn't a politician. He was a civil servant. Wike brought him for purposes of equity and justice and made him governor. Some wise men who opposed Fubara now turned his friend and told him to fight Wike and show that he's the governor, he's the commander-in-chief. He started a fight he cannot finish. Here it is. He was screened and was cleared to come and contest and test his political popularity, and on his own volition and self-spontum. Fubara decided to step aside.
Your party sacrificed him?
How? When he, on his own volition, no, he did not seek anybody's advice. He did not seek anybody's help. He did not ask questions. He just stepped aside.
You know, I've listened to your party chairman. I listened to him yesterday while he was speaking to the same issue, and I've heard the chairman of the, Rainbow Coalition in Rivers State. I don't know if he's your party member, speaking to the FCT minister, but he seems to have more influence in your party as well. I've listened to him, and they speak to not, pressuring him, but that's against the sentiment on the street, where the votes will come from.
The streets of where?
From the streets. The sentiment is that your party,
of Enugu,
the sentiment from Rivers State.
Who owns the streets of Rivers State, if not wike? You see, one thing you should know is that a politician is a politician. Every politician that is willing you or near you should respect that party, because the way he thinks is not the way you think. A politician will always like to go with a group, with a family, political family. And if they bring another person, that person will begin to think that the person that is going with political family is foolish. Do you know since 1999, it was Chimoroke's political family has been governing Enugu State. Do you dispute that?
It's undisputable.
So in Rivers State, Wike has endeared himself to the people. He has built a lot of bridges. He has established men. You remember the Chinda, the current candidate?
Kinsley Chinda?
You know that his role when they wanted to remove Wike, when Amechi on this APC wanted to remove Wike, they stood their ground. Even with every intimidation. He said a word. He meant that word. And he accomplished that word. I commend Fubara. Let him work for the success of APC in Rivers State. He will write his name in gold as OTG. It's a good one. He will write his name as OTG, one-time governor. And that apart, he will retire as former governor of Rivers State forever. And not start that. All his benefits and entitlement will go for him, better than that of a civil servant. So he should work with Wike. And aside, let me warn you. Let me warn you. You have a great future in life and in politics. If anybody will, for any reason, make you governor tomorrow, don't fight the person like Fubara fought.
I'm not a politician yet, and I'm running out of time.
That's
However,
why I'm telling you.
I'm not a politician, and I'm not thinking about becoming one soon. However, Honorable, I'm running out of time, and I'm asking directly, what strategy are you evolving? I mean, your party, because you're an insider. I can see your logo. Yes, I'm seeing that. So what strategy are you adopting to defeat the opposition? Because this opposition seem to have adopted a different approach. You people were thinking that you had them in one house. They decided to metamorphose into a hydra-headed political front who have Obi Kwankwaso coming from the ADC. And you would admit with me that Obi is quite an influence in the southeast, merging with a Kwankwaso who is equally a big political mover from the north. And then we have the ADC who have gone into primaries, and soon a candidate would emerge. How are you going to conquer the opposition going forward?
When you get to a bridge, you cross the bridge. APC is already consolidating on its 12 million members and have also opened the registration for more people to come in because primary election has been concluded. And AP President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and all the governors of APC shall do everything within their best. But the strategy is what I will not let you know. I have been in the strategic committee I've been the Director General of Governorship Election Campaign. I have been in strategic committees of governorship elections. And I will not open but we're already in our political strategic drawing room We are seeing a lot of loopholes on the side of the opposition. And some of the oppositions, they are not presenting credible candidates down the line. The opposition, now, they are not presenting credible senatorial candidates. They are not presenting senatorial House of Reps candidates. So there are so many things that we have discovered. There are so many loopholes we have seen. There are so many failures we see on the side of the opposition. And we're also taking advantage of their weakness, and we are also horoscoping their strength.
All right,
we'll make some picks from the opposition.
I'm trying to eat up these few minutes that is left. Let me come down to Enugu State. A former ally of your party, a former minister, as of yesterday, information filtering in is that Uche Nnaji has become the governorship candidate of a PDP for Enugu State.
Yes.
Does that shake your party?
Did you hear also yesterday that Professor Nnaji endorsed petermbah for a second time? Did you hear that?
We've seen and heard of many endorsements.
Nnaji was former Labour Party, but now Table has gone into extinction. And we keep watching. Uche Nnaji, imagine, I congratulate him for Imagine on the platform of PDP. That is democracy for you. He's a very good man.
Is it worrisome? Is it worrisome for the APC in Enugu State? Because he's a man that seems to know where the dead bodies are buried.
Well, I am not the spokesperson of APC in Enugu State.
Granted.
But I'm the special advisor to the South Deputy National Chairman on community engagement. We are engaging the communities in the South to vote for APC. And there is no fear, no cause for alarm.
Finally, before I let you go, what is your message to Nigerians who are undecided about whether Tinubu and APC deserve another mandate?
I want to advise Nigerians to come together and vote as Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It has been a pattern in Nigeria that no government will be ruling at any time. Nigerians will agree that that government is doing good. Until that government goes away, they will begin to realize it. When Shagari was president, Nigeria called for military rule. The military came and destroyed our economy. When Obasanjo came, Nigeria cried against Obasanjo. When Jonathan came, they say remove Jonathan. When Buhari came, they say remove Buhari. But now Buhari has left. This Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the best for Nigeria today. Let us come together. I'm talking particularly to the Southeasterners, to the South people, to the entire people of Southern Nigeria and Middle Belt. Let us behave like the children of Issachar, who understand the timing and season. This is the time of Southern Nigeria to enact themselves in a Nigerian political center as the determinant vote factor that will determine where the president goes. If the Southern Nigeria shall vote massively for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I tell you, what the North is trying to do is to divide the votes of the Southern Nigeria. Can you see Jonathan? Can you see peterobi? Can you see Dimebi Kapachuku? Attempt is being made to divide our vote. But let us be wiser and come together and support Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, voting for him massively. Let us target 20 million votes. That will silence the opposition. And the North will know that Asiwaju is the president of Nigeria.
Unfortunately, that's the much we can take today on The Insight, looking at the candidacy of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It's still early. We'll continue to watch, scrutinize, and monitor as things continue to unfold. And Honorable Felix Okafor, it's been a pleasure having you on The Insight.
Thank you for having me. And I want to say special thanks to millions of viewers of Aneke TV. Don't change the channel. Aneke TV has been giving the entire world, an informed opinion so that they will make right choices. Thank you, Aneke TV.
All right, Honorable Ebubago Felix Okafor is the SSPA to APC Deputy National Chairman, South, Dr. Ben Ngoye, on Southeast Community Engagement, and he is a political analyst. And to you, our wonderful viewers, you've heard him. Let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag, The Insight, all at Aneke TV on our social handles. Till we come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Borno State government orders closure, relocation of government day secondary school, Musa after mass abduction. Nigeria Customs Service calls for stronger media partnerships to boost border security and public awareness. Federal government terminates remaining $1.52 billion World Bank Power Sector Recovery Program after mutual agreement. Details of the news. Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf of Kano State has approved a 20,000 naira Idel Kabi goodwill package for civil servants across the state and its 44 local government areas. The announcement followed the payment of May salaries to workers. In a statement from the Office of the Secretary to the State Government, the intervention was described as a measure to ease financial pressure ahead of the Salah celebrations. The payment targets civil servants on grade levels 1 to 14 across ministries, departments, agencies, and local government councils in the state. Governor Yusuf said the initiative reflects his administration's commitment to workers' welfare, describing the civil service as the backbone of governance in Kano State. The Borno State government has ordered the immediate shutdown and relocation of government day secondary school Musa in Askira Oba local government area following the abduction of 42 pupils by suspected incidents. The decision was announced by the State Commissioner for Education Lawal Wakibe during a visit to the affected community. He said students of the school are being moved to government secondary school Oba under the Safe Schools initiative. The attack reportedly affected primary and junior secondary school pupils as well as children taken from nearby homes on May 16th. The incident has triggered widespread concerns across the area. The state government says security agencies are working to secure the release of the abducted children, while safety assessments are ongoing in surrounding communities. The Niger State Police Command has launched a manhunt for the killers of Jafar Abdullahi Dabaru, a senior aide to the Deputy Governor of Niger State. Dabaru was reportedly attacked in early hours of Thursday at his residence in Mina, opposite a police station. Witnesses say a masked man forced his way into the house and stabbed him in the presence of his wife and daughter. He was rushed to the Mina General Hospital but was confirmed dead shortly after arrival. The incident has sparked shock within the state government and the local community. The Deputy Governor, Comrade Yakubu Garuba, condemned the killing and urged residents to remain calm as investigations continue. The Nigerian police force says it has arrested a chef, John Cosmos Govi, over an alleged burglary involving valuables worth about 150 million naira in Abuja. Force Public Relations Officer Mr. Anthony Placide said the suspect was arrested by the Force Intelligence Department Intelligence Response Team following investigations into conspiracy, housebreaking, theft, and related offenses. Police alleged that the suspect, who worked as a chef in the residence, monitored the movement and routines of occupants before carrying out the operation on April 23, 2026, with 2 accomplices still at large. Investigators also claim the suspects used a sedative substance in food served to occupants before stealing luxury watches, wristwatches, and other valuables. The suspect was intercepted in Gwagwalada while attempting to flee to Lagos. The National Orientation Agency in Jigawa State has warned residents against environmental practices that worsen flooding, as the 2026 annual flood outlook predicts severe rainfall across several states. State Director of the agency, Ahmed Ibrahim, gave the warning during a sensitization meeting with journalists in Dutse. He said over 14,000 communities nationwide are at risk of flooding, with Jigawa among the most vulnerable. He said the campaign focuses on flood prevention, early preparedness, voter education, and the use of therapeutic foods, urging residents to take precautionary measures. The agency said the media will play a key role in mobilizing communities to reduce disaster risk ahead of the rainy season. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, is facing a leadership crisis following a disputed presidential primaries with rival factions claiming victory. Former President of the Senate, David Mark, and businessman Dumebi Kachuku both insist they emerge as the party's presidential candidates in separate parallel processes. The disagreement has deepened internal divisions within the party, with both sides refusing to concede ground. An Abuja Federal High Court has ruled that former President Goodluck Jonathan is eligible to contest the 2027 presidential election. The case was filed by John Mary Jidobi, who sought to stop Jonathan from participating in the race and to restrain the Independent National Electoral Commission from accepting his nomination. The plaintiff argued that provisions of the 1999 Constitution disqualify Jonathan from recontesting following his earlier tenure as president. However, Justice Peter Lifu dismissed the suit, holding that Jonathan remains qualified to contest elections, clearing the way for his participation in the 2027 presidential race. You are watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Borno State government shuts down relocates Musa Secondary School after mass abduction. Nigeria Customs Service seeks stronger media collaboration on border security and public awareness. Coming up shortly, federal government ends remaining $1.52 billion World Bank Power Sector Program by mutual agreement. We'll be right back shortly.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes.
Welcome back. Students of the University of Jos in Plateau State today staged a protest over a prolonged power outage in their hostels. The students said they had been without electricity for about 1 week, a situation they described as unbearable due to the impact on reading, accommodation, and water supply. One of the students, Felix Bala, said the lack of electricity had also affected water pumping systems, leaving hostels without running water and poor sanitation conditions. University authorities and students' union leaders were not immediately available for comment as of the time of filing this report. The Nigeria Customs Service has called for stronger collaboration with the media to improve public awareness, border security, and national development. National Public Relations Officer of the service, Abdullahi Maiwada, made the call during a media parley in Kano State, where he described the media as a key partner in information dissemination. He said the service is expanding its communication strategy, including the use of local languages to ensure wider public understanding of its operations. Acting Customs Controller Usman Adamu also praised the media for its role in combating misinformation and supporting national security efforts. The federal government has cancelled over $717 million in undisbursed World Bank funding meant for Nigeria's power sector reform program. The cancellation affects the remaining part of a $1.52 billion electricity recovery initiative, following what officials describe as mutual agreement due to unmet reform conditions. Reports indicate that macroeconomic challenges, including foreign exchange instability and rising energy costs, contributed to delays in implementation and growing tariff shortfalls in the power sector. Despite the cancellation, Nigeria remains one of the largest borrowers under the World Bank's International Development Association, with about $18.5 billion in concessional exposure. Nigeria and Turkey have signed a memorandum of understanding to strengthen cooperation in the solid mineral sector and attract investment into mining and energy development. The agreement was signed at the Istanbul Natural Resources Summit by Nigeria's Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Aneke, and Turkey's Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, Alparslan Bakrita. Under the deal, Nigeria will benefit from Turkish expertise in mining technology, exploration, digitization, and regulatory systems aimed at improving efficiency in the sector. Officials also noted ongoing reforms in Nigeria's mining industry, including the deployment of security task forces and enforcement operations targeting illegal mining activities. Now in sports, the Super Eagles have concluded preparations for their Unity Cup semi-final match against Zimbabwe in London. Head coach Eric Chelle supervised the final training session where players worked on tactical drills ahead of the match scheduled for Tuesday at the Valley Stadium. Nigeria, defending champions of the tournament, will face Zimbabwe at 4 p.m. with the winner set to meet either Jamaica or India in the final. The team is using the competition to test new players and strengthen squad depth ahead of upcoming international fixtures, including the 2027 African Cup of Nations qualifiers. Now in entertainment, Nollywood actress Destiny Etiko has celebrated the first birthday of a child, widely known as social media as her lookalike. The actress shared photos of the child on her verified platforms, describing her affectionately as her star child and praying for her continued growth and good health. The child first gained attention online after viral videos showed a strong resemblance to the actress, attracting widespread public interest. Etiko has since featured the child in some of her creative projects, although she has clarified that she's not the biological mother of the toddler. And now to end news across the country. Here are the main points again. The Borno State government has ordered the immediate closure and relocation of Government Day Secondary School, Musa, in Askira, Uba local government area following the abduction of 42 pupils by suspected insurgents. The State Commissioner for Education, Lawal Wakiube, announced the decision during an emergency visit to the affected community. The Nigerian Customs Service has called for stronger collaboration with national media organizations to strengthen border security operations and improve public awareness of its activities. The service's National Public Relations Officer Abdullahi Maiwada made the appeal during a media engagement in Kano State, describing the media as a critical partner in information dissemination and national security awareness. The federal government has terminated the remaining portion of a $1.52 billion World Bank-funded power sector recovery program following a mutual agreement between both parties. According to official reports, the cancellation affects about $717 million in undisbursed funds and comes after challenges in meeting key reform milestones in the electricity sector. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-304-3710 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masogwa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, Humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Some people might carry the virus, they will not even be feeling bad, but when society know that they are with the virus and start treating them bad, start isolating them, it will make them feel bad and have low self-esteem.
I feel that those people now, people that have HIV, they suffer more because of how people treat them. Because when people tend or get to find out that this person is this person is a HIV patient, they now start there's this fear and feeling and this isolation. They just want to distance themselves from the person, not even caring about whether the person is taking their medication properly. So that alone can even make the patient feel left out, feel like they don't matter again. Then instead of them fighting for their life, you see them, they now just want to die because no one is there to talk with them or associate with them. They are actually working towards it and also sending awareness to student nurses like us, like myself, telling us that we should get closer to them, but we should not make them notice that we don't want them or something, like we don't want to be affected, but showing care to them that they too matter and we are after improving their life.
Well, I think they suffer more because of how the society treats them, because the virus is not a death sentence. It has a treatment, although there is no cure yet, but there is a treatment, and with proper treatment, they won't be able to suffer any symptoms. But when they tell other human beings that they have the virus, they see them in a certain way. There's this stigmatization that is projected towards them. They don't use the same plates they use. They try to avoid where they sit, and it's kind of weigh their mental health down. So it's actually is a big problem how the society views them, and it weighs them more than the illness itself. First of all, as a student nurse, the first thing they teach us when it comes to knowledge of illness is health education, sensitization, which is done in the hospitals and some other social workplaces. So when someone knows the knowledge of an illness, it removes the other mindset or the false mindset they have about the illness, and it also helps them to gather more knowledge and also know the illness itself and know the preventive ways, also know the method of transferring to others, and they get to know that you don't get HIV through sharing the same plate with people. There are other ways you can get HIV, so it builds knowledge and helps others not to stigmatize. Okay, they're in different wards. They normally do health educations for patients, and they also make sure that the HIV patients adhere to their medications, which brings down the symptoms and leave the virus undetected for some time, as long as they adhere to their medications. They also advise support groups where HIV patients can come together, share opinions, discuss with each other.
I feel they suffer more because of how society treat them, because of the stigmatization. People with HIV, they can live for a very long time as far as they are taking their drugs when they are supposed to and how they are supposed to. But when their friends or relatives find out that they are suffering from HIV, they tend to shift from them. They don't like associating with them. They believe that if they are around them, if they breathe near them, that they are going to get infected. And that's just because they are of the illiteracy. They don't know about it. Nobody has taught them about it, so they are not able to understand it. Well, when someone with HIV finds out they have HIV and they are taking their drugs and they tell their friend that, look, oh, I have HIV, the friend is going to shift from them. And then when you don't have someone in your corner, when all your friends have shifted from you, you become lonely. This will probably lead you to depression. And if the person might not even know that he or she is going into depression until it's too late. Next thing you know, that person have committed suicide. Not because of the disease, but because there's no one there to be with them or support them.
So what advice would you give to both the society and the person?
The society needs to understand. There needs to be some sort of awareness to every other person that HIV is not something to run away from. It's not something that if you stay with that person for 5 hours that you contact it. People need to understand that people with HIV are also human beings, that their lives also matter. Some people didn't get it because they were living a wild life. Some people got it at birth. Some people didn't even know they had it until after some years. So that understand that they are human beings, they should teach them, educate them on the importance of being around. Like, you learn more from people with HIV itself than normal people because they've seen life, they've lived life, they understand your struggles mentally too because they are having those mental issues. Just they should keep trying. That they should know that there are people out there that understand their plight. They might not have the disease, but they understand what they are going through. So that they shouldn't try to beat themselves up because they got the disease, be it intentionally or not, or maybe because of their life. But they shouldn't try to live a terrible life. They shouldn't try to think of suicide or any way to end their life. They should just live their life happily. That person that will support them will always be there to support them.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, the Enugu Kenkeneme. What is happening wherever you are? It is a bright day and it is a Tuesday afternoon where we discuss so many things, gist, groove on Vibe Central, where we tell you what is actually going on in the entertainment industry. I'll go by the name Gift Obodo, properly called Shushu Lawyer, aka all types of pepper. But today I turned to a brown pepper. Tapashi. And today we have a lot for you on more on Vibe Central. We tell you what's happening on this beautiful day. We have a lot of beefs and things are just been grooving on in the internet space, and I want to let you in on some of those things that is happening. One of it is about Fina, coming out to have a clash with Israel DMW and Very Dark Man. It has been all hot, like everything hot. And Israel DMW reacts to Fina's claim that he's impotent and can't father a child. And BMW, Israel DMW actually said, you automatically becomes impotent in Nigeria as a public figure who has chosen to be legally married with one wife with kids from one woman. I'm not the baby mama wahala mumu. It has just been booming hot where Fina alleged that this started when Fina alleged that Very Dark Man made sexual advances. She said a couple of things, and it was kind of targeted towards the Very Dark Man, blackmailed her into sexual this. But Very Dark Man has come out to say a lot of things. One of it is to tell us that in as much as there has been a allegation on him based on the fact that he actually made sexual advances at Fina, but let me tell you something. The internet will always boost. But before I delve into my next conversation, let's go on a short break. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to Vibe Central, where we give you hot gist and groove and tell you what is going on in the entertainment industry. And to back to what I said initially about Fina and her quarrel clash with Very Dark Man and Israel DMW. A lot of things have been said in the internet space, and one of it is the allegation going on, between banter between Fina and Very Dark Man, in the allegation of he actually made sexual advances at her, and Very Dark Man has come out to also debunk the news that yes, in as much as they are two consenting adults, a lot of things could happen, but not like, using it to blackmail her or anything of such. And then the BMW has not, let the opportunity gone down by, seizing the opportunity to mock her and tell her that she's a loose girl. And it has been a hot clash. Fina coming out to call him an impotent man. Ooh, yeah. A lot of things are happening, a lot of G's that are broken. And before I tell you my next G's, I want you to tell you that someone is here, and I just wanted to, have my time before. I just wanted you guys to be like, where is our Mma? Where is our Mma? And you guys asked the question on our timeline, and now let me just bring her in because she has a lot to unleash today. Mma, how are you doing?
I'm good. What's up, Custody? What's up, everybody? What's up, Southeast Nigeria? How are you all doing today? Hope you all are doing amazing, okay? I love you guys. I'm so sorry.
No, but first of all, tell me you love me.
Surviving.
Tell me you love me.
It's not my fault.
Tell me you love me.
Surviving.
Yeah, that's surviving. Tell me you love me.
I love you. So the reason I want to tell you I love you because I want to show it through. They say action speaks louder than words. So I want to
Is engaged though.
Prove it.
Mma is engaged though. Mma did not tell us so. I like gossiping. So today I'm telling you guys that Mma is engaged. Mma, what's up? What's happened?
I'm engaged and our internet is not buzzing.
Engaged. But wait, some people are asking me here, where she's engaged to who? She's engaged to the Holy Spirit. People like gossip. People like gossip. People like gossip. Can you just rest? Mma is engaged to the Holy Spirit, I call her my holy angel. She's a gentle girl. She talks gently. You know how the Holy Spirit, acts very gentle. That's Mma for you. Mma, what do you have to say about this thing that is going on between Fina, Very Dark Man, Israel, DMW? The internet is on fire.
Seriously, I'm tired of these people. I am fed up. I'm fed up there because this is not what we're supposed to be talking about. This issue is not something that we should be. Their issue should not be something that will bother us with the social media in-laws or whatever. This shouldn't be something bothering us at this moment. There are kids in the bush crying for help. This should be something that we should be more of, not these people, British. What's our bit?
Okay, let me vote.
Let's not talk about something important. Talking about being importance, and whoever that is not important. That's not what we need to be talking about right now. You guys should do better. All these celebrities. You guys should do
British.
Yes.
British. They are saying we should do better.
They should
do better.
There are lots to talk about. There's a lot going on.
Just tell me one thing that needs to be talked about.
This kidnapping thing. I heard that there was an helicopter that was carrying food to those bandits. And people saw it. Can't they be traced?
We know that some people are sponsoring it, but anyway, let's not just go into that deep because Nigeria is deeper than what you think.
That's just
it is deeper.
I'm
Deeper.
You've been scared to come out. In fact, it can even be in your house. Something, God forbid, don't happen to us.
Okay.
Honestly.
So, Pebruzi, who is signed to DMW by Davido, said, I ghosted my girlfriend after meeting Davido. I flew with him to Dubai, the next day Lebanon, and I was enjoying something that had never, happened to me in my life. What do you think? He actually ghosted his girlfriend for
enjoying. Your girlfriend because you got signed.
And enjoying life.
Yeah, maybe this girl has been with you for, you guys have been praying, you've been working hard together, she's been supporting you any way she can. And eventually, you got signed into Davido's record, right? Record label. Then you tried to ghost her. You didn't do well, Peruzzi. You're my favorite person, but guy, you didn't try. Okay, you're not meant to ghost her. You're not meant to. She's been there for you, so I don't see no reason you should ghost your girlfriend just because you got signed and you've been flew to different country to enjoy. You're not carrying her along. It might have his reasons, okay? It might be like if I include her in this thing.
You know, they say women have a lot of wahala.
Yes, she might cause distraction. That he has his own personal reasons. So really
what is actually going on with all these pastors coming to tell us that Nigeria is dead? There's nothing, deceive ourselves. Once you are counting in naira, you are a poor man. Clergyman Paul Adefarasin, the owner of House on the Rock.
The man fine.
Yeah, he's a fine person.
But true to the man. The man is so cute, but let's be honest, he's right. Nigeria is truly.
So if you are counting in naira, just regard yourself as a poor man.
What's naira? Naira is nothing. Do you know what I was thinking about the other day? I was reasoning, telling myself, there was a time I used to buy something on 5 naira. Okay, let someone give you. If someone gives naira, then it's more like you are rich. Because imagine buy something 500 naira. Not have that much 500, use it for like 4 days.
Yeah.
Then today we can't even use 500. Like once you go out now, the money is already finished. So what's the value of naira anymore? That doesn't have any value anymore. It's dollar. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So there's something that has been happening and it has just been going on in the internet space, and it's about this actress, trying to say we grew apart. I don't know what happened and what killed her. Actress get tension on her, fell out with Genevieve Onaji. These are two big fish.
Yeah.
I think that's the more reason I've never seen both of them together. I've never been one. No, Genevieve and Ken get tension.
Well, I think they've had movies together back then.
Back then, yeah.
They might not have issues. It might just be for personal reasons. Maybe they don't align with each other. The fact that they're not working together, you don't see them enjoying and doing things together, does not mean that they are not in good terms. Okay, more like Choma Chukuka, but she has her cue. She has a.
At a point, Genevieve went so low.
She went so low. She went quiet. She went silent. Doesn't mean that she's still being remembered. People still talk about her. People still appreciate and adore her silence. Okay, maybe she's no longer. She doesn't want to be on the screen anymore. But she's enjoying. She already built herself. She already, built a legacy for herself. So you don't need to be seeing her every time. You don't need to be ahead of her. See how beautiful she's looking. And the lady is so fine. She's evergreen. She's not the good.
Lega said something on the X space. He said, no amount of rain should tempt you as a man to carry an umbrella, please. And someone said I will carry umbrella that won't answer you.
Carry umbrella, go do it.
Like you're shooting yourself from rain as a man.
I beg. I don't understand the whole thing. Men are human.
Yeah.
I understand what he's trying to say. He's trying to say
bring out the masculine part of a man.
Yeah, trying to tell him to be man, be a man,
be a man,
make you die. Because say you be man, make him not die. I beg, okay, man. If rain is falling, use
the umbrella yourself.
Okay, from the rain. You're a human. But the fact that you're a man doesn't doesn't possibly mean that you cannot protect yourself from cold, protect yourself from the rain. Do what will suit you. Don't mind what people will. When you fall sick tomorrow, they won't come for your rescue. They will not help you. They won't spend money. They won't fund your bills, your medical bills. They will leave you. They'll be like, you didn't take care of yourself. Please, when you guys are human, use umbrella when it's raining. It's not only meant for women. It's when they were making umbrella, they didn't say it's for a particular gender. Like, this gender war has to stop. Okay?
Are you saying it as a gender war?
It's, well, yeah, it's kind of a gender war. It's trying to like say, oh, it's just for women. If a woman uses umbrella, it's good and fine. You know, it's feminine. That's what they're trying to say. But when creating them, they say it's only for women. It's for everybody. It's for your safety. It's for you to protect yourself from rain. I don't know why.
Somebody said, let's leave that. Somebody said, Opeyemi said, road safety stopped me this morning. I'm usually bold whenever they stop me, but this morning I opened my truck to find the fire extinguisher was nowhere to be found. This guy started screaming and saying that they impounded my car if I don't settle them with 50k. You could buy a house with the priceless look on their faces when I told them it was 3k offense and that they should write the ticket. Corruption. Is this rules? Have you ever seen a car being caught by all these civil society officers or MOTs?
I saw that when I was.
Their audacity is something else.
Like the way they used to like take this their job. I don't know that they're trying to take their job seriously.
More than the country itself.
When they're supposed to take their job seriously, they will not do it.
Yeah.
Once they see any error, any way they will take advantage of you as a citizen, okay, as a driver, they would grab you. If you see the way they are fighting on the way, just sometimes they would even disguise as a normal.
Sometimes there's something I was watching one day. I was on a bus, so it was just we are heading close to the what's it called, traffic light. So we actually were speeding. There was a private car, you know, coming before us, close to the distance. You see the way they rushed. They brought out their camera phone. Let's be sure. I want,
they can't wait to catch you. They are ready to catch you.
But why is it always about the private cars? The commercial cars are not being.
Especially those where they see that you're a fresh guy, fresh dude.
They feel collect money from you.
There was a day I've had a little experience with them. Okay, the time a guy stopped me to talk to me just by that wike. So I don't know. The guy was just talking. He was inside the car, talking to me. So the next thing, he started to drive down. I don't know what he was trying to do. Immediately, see how this attacked him. I started feeling guilty. Like the guy was asking for direction and you know. So I started telling the man, I'm sorry, I didn't know they will catch you. I started feeling bad for the man because it seemed like I was the cause. Like I was the person who made him, you know, to stop there. It was my fault. I was just on my house to talk to me. So I felt really bad that he said that they collected like 15k from him.
Hey, you saw a woman. You know, if you close the eye, got past consequences of seeing a woman.
He was just surviving.
So actually, the late Alex Okubo, his family has come out with the burial arrangement, the funeral rites, and everything, and it's actually this guy is dead.
You know, when you said that, I was, you know, listening, paying attention to you to hear when you would say the family of this guy said it's a lie. Alex is not. They push stop spreading rumors. I was just listening, like I just kept my ears open. I wanted you to say the family of Alex Ekubo said all these things are prank. He's not really dead. He just went to know our reaction. You know, he was just pranking us. He's not dead. We should stop spreading rumor. That was what I wanted to hear from you. But unfortunately, I heard something else. Burial arrangements.
He will laid to rest on June 18th, 2026.
Oh God, please.
May his soul rest in peace.
Oh, please! Did this guy really die?
He faint. Now faint.
I still feel as though he didn't die. Okay, that's by the way. For that, I have a gist from our very own Isekwacha.
Isekwacha? You're a dodger.
It's not his fault. He was just surviving.
I heard he went to a podcast. So to spill out the gist.
Yeah, he said, I'm a man. I know if he set camera, they finish my ex-wife. I wish her the very best.
You said a lot about his ex-wife. He's an issue quarter in true form. He's a very, very big issue quarter. He's a misser. And in the paper and said the woman is making it big.
Yeah, and she's more recognized.
He's a pay he left yash.
Okay.
Now what women supposed to do?
Wait, see men.
Yeah.
There is no way, no matter what happens, there is no way. You see that woman that they've known for a long time, they've been with. There is no way they would not miss this person. There is no way they are not gonna think about you. Forget that gaga.
They're gaga.
Maybe they come online, they do, you know, if you come online, they do odogu, masculinity kind of thing. But deep down, men are soft, okay? They are loving. Forget this, they are gaga. They feel they cry behind. You will never tell. You know, they made it want to be like, I'm a man, you know, let the world not laugh at me. So let me just say, this is missing that lady. There's nothing anybody can tell me. You're missing your wife. Just tell her how you miss her. I stop coming to directly to talk about her. So,
oh God, a lot of things are you.
Like, all right. Before we, what happened? Is it right?
Yeah, tell me.
Okay, guys. I want to ask you guys a question. That is for you.
Okay.
I want to know who is your best skit maker. Okay, let me just say, your skit maker of the week or of the month is who? Best skit maker, someone you can like, you know. You can't even slide. You can't skip his videos when it pops up on your screen. Would you pick?
I don't know. I always liked a video of Benjata and Benjata. He's someone that I just want to, especially that his new dance.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
I don't like, you know, when it is like that, you see me, whenever I raise my hand like this, you know that Benjata has triggered me. I just like his skit. It makes me happy.
Yeah, very, very.
So who is you?
And he's very, very educational.
Yeah.
Like he's very, very creative. Okay.
Another person that has been, you know, what's it called? Katefe's guy, the short one. Bolu or
Bolu. I know they hear what's that one they talk. That should not.
I don't know.
He's a comedian.
I don't know. Whenever I see his face,
you dey laugh.
I just begin to laugh.
I don't even hear what they talk.
I don't even need to hear him at all. I just need to laugh. Kolu is who he is. Like, you don't need to hear him out. You just need to just see his face. His face is laughter.
So my favorite. You know, Brejota is always also my favorite. Okay, I love his skit. His more of his skit is more of. I've never seen him act a skit about women the way they're doing nonsense. He's always mindful of what he creates.
Yeah.
Okay. He's always mindful of the viewers.
And he can never end up the victim. Why is this so?
Yeah, he's always funny. He always effortlessly funny. Alright, my very own favorite skit maker of the month, of the week, it's Kesley. That guy. He's dark. Tall. That guy is very, very creative. You know, guys, I need to watch out this guy. It makes me smile. Like, he doesn't even need to, you know, he's effortlessly funny. This is where I learned this. You are just surviving. Cry. Like, that's what he does. Like, he'll be like, cry. He's not your fault. You were just surviving.
This guy is in love. Like, Uma is in love. Uma is actually in love.
I love what it does. Okay, it's very funny. Entertaining. Okay. So
Somebody said on X, he said, this copper came to look for work at my school. I was asked to interview her for basic classes. Her English was questionable, but her accent was Yankee. I wrote 3/5 of the number of, which is 915. What is the number? The babe couldn't figure it out. This is basic format. You know, she couldn't even solve basic maths.
She couldn't solve basic maths? Like, seriously?
Yeah.
Me too, I will not even be able to solve basic maths. I'm serious. I'm not like, I don't like math.
No, the first thing that got him was that her he questioned her English. Her questions was questionable in her English, but she sound Yankee. She sound like all these Yankee girls, like, girls with accent, but her English is not correct.
It's not correct. It's not.
But she has an accent, and that kind of thing. When Grace.
What do you want to call this one now? You got
problem.
Wanna be Yankee.
So, but wait, I want to ask you. So after these checks and Bella Okabwe have finished doing this Big Brother stuff, they came out, they were still dating. All of a sudden, it's some people like they are coming out to to tell me that they're not married. Do you know how long they have dated? Okay, how do ladies do this? Dating. Once I date you for 1 year, you don't show sign. I drop you there. So
I want to really understand.
Okay, it's okay that you don't want to marry her, but don't sell her dreams. Bibi Nigeria fans called out Sheikh for allegedly cheating on Bella Okabwe. This scandal has just, and you see, they actually had to unfollow themselves on Instagram. But men, you see, women, they overdo something. Do you know why I said this? Because how can you be dating a man for like 5 years, 6 years, and he has not made the move like to marry you? And I know the problem. I know the problem. The problem is that maybe Sheikh's family don't like her because she is Igbo.
Okay, Sheikh is not an Igbo guy.
Yes.
They're being tribalistic, right?
Sheikh is a Yoruba guy. Okay. So, and he's coming from a wealthy family, and which might not like the fact that.
Even the ladies.
But wait, though, are you sure these sisters are not cursed? Because her elder sister is a baby mama for Flavor, having 2 daughters for Flavor. That's Sandra Okebue, Ugebe now. So, like, I'm not asking.
Do you know their brother, Chris?
Yes. Okay. And his twin brother. Chris is a twin.
Okay, he's a twin.
Yeah, he has a twin. A very fine twin. So, marriage is not something from their family. What's happening?
We can't conclude that marriage is not for the family. Maybe it's not their time.
It's not their time at old age.
She needs to move from Sheikhs.
No, she have really spent like 5 years with this guy.
It doesn't matter. Broken relationship is better than broken marriage. If it's not working out now, it's not going to work out later. So she needs to take a bow. Okay, she can't be there and keep wasting her time. Everything keep wasting. There are people out there that want her.
Anyway, I'll always just give you one advice, lady. Just be mindful that your time is always ticking. A man's time can be once.
Please don't tell me that thing. Don't say it. Don't come. Don't. No. There's nothing like women time.
Oh yeah, give them advice. Give the people
of
Educa advice.
Biological clock in here. Biological clock. Don't follow me. When did you start doing that?
I just saw myself doing it.
There's nothing like women. Their time. Men too have time too. Men too. They have time. Not only women.
Can you swear that you cannot marry someone that is 60 that is extremely rich?
Please, let's not go there.
Let's not go there.
Say women, their time is.
Okay, no wala.
Men to saw this not that they used to say.
No problem.
Yeah, a small thing. Your time is. dispersing. Nothing you're
tell our enugu people what they need to hear. Feminists.
Which time?
Feminists.
Which time?
Tell them what they want to hear, feminists.
Let's just tell you guys that I love you. I'm going to really deal with this lady. What's in my hand? What's wrong with us? She's against us.
I love the feminist group chat.
It's funny. You are against us.
Oh yes.
You're against us.
I give to Bodo. I am against the feminist word.
You don't need to. You're not supposed to be against us.
All right, thank you.
Tell a woman that her time is done.
No problem. Tomorrow I'll hit you on this discussion.
Don't hit me. Don't hit me, please.
So that's all for today on Vibe Central. You know what we do here. We give you, hot gist groups, and I still remain your #1 host. I go by the name Gift Obodo, probably called Shushu Lawyer, aka all kinds of spicy pepper. And thank you, Ma, for always watching. We love you. Although she's eyeing me, I don't know what I did to Ma, but I love you. See you tomorrow.
You love me.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
It's my singular honor to present this certificate, which is the voices of millions of the APC supporters across the country. Over 10 million represents this certificate of return. Your Excellency, congratulations.
For the champions, stand up, stand up.
Having been returned as a candidate of our party, Your Excellency, with your selection by overwhelming members of our party, we are sure of victory in 2027. I present to you the symbol of our party, symbol of unity, symbol of common prosperity of this country. To you, congratulations, Mr. President.
if I start the protocol with our dear father, elderly Tanko Yakasai. With your age over 100, you are here. You were here some years back, and you are one of the great minds that started the endorsement of a one Lagos boy, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And for you, being here tonight touches the soul of every one of us here. Thank you for being here. May God bless you. The Senate President, the Speaker, House of Representatives, executive governors of our great party, all of you served as returning officers. The national chairman of our great party. Maybe one day you will take me to that village of yours in Plateau State. Members of the National Working Committee of our party. Members of the Executive Council. Former APC National Chairman. Present members of National and State Assemblies. Members of State Working Committees. Let me, at this stage again, pay a special attention to my friend and his team, Senator Pius Ayim Pius, and another brother, Aminu Masari, with Abu Ibrahim, and many of you there. The journey of those years that will come a long way to celebrate today is still very fresh in my mind. Thank you for your consistency, dear friends. The APC flag bearers of various elective primaries, delegates and members of great party, and people from diaspora, the second presidential aspirant, Stanley Osivo, well, congratulations for being a good sportsman. At least you earn your money. Representative of Aneke, if they are here, members of diplomatic corps, other observers, members of the press, to my darling wife, ladies and gentlemen, today we celebrate another proud moment in our democratic journey. A history not defined by any individual, but by our collective resolve to build a stable prosperous, and just nation. 4 years ago, I stood before you as an aspirant to the highest office in our country, seeking your mandate alongside many distinguished compatriots and fellow aspirants, driven by conviction and patriotism. I recall with gratitude to Almighty Allah and all of you, how I sat that night at Eagle Square beside my friend, an ally, and a competitor then, and my predecessor, President Muhammad Buhari, of blessed memory. With your support, I emerged our party's candidate. A month later, I became the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria. It was a night full of anxiety, uncertainty. So many of you, some of you, particularly some of the governors, were aspirants, already elected and looking forward for re-election. Many today have changed and transited to become candidates of senatorial districts in various constituencies. And Professor Zulum was one of the supporting agents. At this stage, I must salute my Wasiri, Ibrahim Masari, Mejama. Today, I return as your incumbent president, humbled by your enduring support, encouraged by your continued confidence, and imbued with renewed passion for the task ahead. It was tough then, when we formed this party. It was Muhammadu Buhari of blessed memory and people like Al-Makura was the only candidate of the CPC governor standing. We discussed all those nights. In the year 2022, I won around to chart a new course, a new direction of our party and our nation. Today, our task is to affirm that continuity, which is essential. To consolidate the reform, to work harder for prosperity, to bring that hope home to our people, and work harder to ensure Nigeria's prosperity that we long expected is here with us. I accept with profound humility and profound gratitude the nomination of our great party. the All Progressive Congress to stand again as your presidential candidate in the 2027 election. I thank all the party leadership. I was glued to the television screen after participating in my own ward yesterday, watching the process. I saw what you did. I saw the rally in Kano. I saw the mammoth crowd in Kaduna. I saw the turnout. I saw the city boy walking the street of Calabar. It was a very good feeling to see there was no bloodshed, no rancor. This is politics in earnest. This is where we want Nigeria. United, happy, facing one direction of hope, prosperity, and joy. It is our time to dream and work hard. I thank the leadership, the national chairman, your committee, the entire members of the electoral process committee, the steadfast support and sacrifices of Nigerians across the country. I salute all of you. From all walks of life, you've given me the encouragement. Sometimes it is difficult, and I share the pain with you. I know what it is to reform this economy that was in tatters. If you lost sleep, I lost some too. If you have lost weight, I think I've lost some too. But I've always remembered one thing, that year 2022, I asked for this job, and you all supported me, and I got it. So I must do it. Since that night, a lot has changed. The political landscape has evolved. Electoral reform has strengthened the credibility of our democratic process. Voting patterns and expectations are shifting. Thank you, all of you. You've changed the landscape. Looking at the figure that you return. Where's my certificate? But let me get back to the thought process. Here is it. I thank you very much. Our economy has undergone significant structural reform, supported by new tax laws and fiscal policies that have boosted revenue collection for the Federation. We promise to remove financial barriers to higher education for our youth. Yes, we have established the Nigeria Education Loan Fund with over 282 billion disbursed and over 1.5 million beneficiaries in school. We promise an improved power supply and end to estimated billing. In the past 3 years, we have closed the metering gap by supplying 2.5 million meters via Presidential Metering Initiative. We have established a 4 trillion bond program to settle verified legacy debt owed to gencos and gas companies. Under our administration, power generation sometimes peak at 6,000, 50% higher than we had inherited. But we are not there yet until we have uninterrupted 24 hours rest electricity. We move away from wasteful subsidy, corrupt invested, rent-seeking approach to businesses, unstable exchange rate, and weak infrastructure. Today, we are witnessing a great turnaround. The Naira is strengthening, foreign reserves are rising, and our economic outlook is positive, despite the inflationary disruption caused by war in Iran and geographical crisis in the Middle East. We have strengthened macroeconomic stability through improved revenue. The performance is high, financial management and a better fiscal coordination is ensuring. We have prioritized infrastructure across street transportation, power, digital economic connectivities, housing, and irrigation as engine for inclusive growth. We are building concrete, durable roads and superhighways along the coast. And you've seen the documentary on Sokoto-Badagry Road. We expect that road to last over 100 years. By improving our airports and seaports after decades of neglect, we have reformed the oil and gas sector, and we are attracting billions of dollars in fresh investment in a sector that was almost comatose. Our social investment and human capital program target vulnerable households, youth, women, and small businesses. At this stage, I must pause to thank my darling wife, standing beside me, for her efforts in supporting the program of this government, rekindling, renewing, and working seriously to help the vulnerable and the infant. In addition, we are reclaiming our national values and ethos anchored on unity and unbroken bond of togetherness. While our funding and now revived national anthem recognizes our diversity, it reminds us of the work we need to do to forge a stronger and a more perfect union. Though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. As Nigerians, we must continue to stand together for our country against all forces that seek to divide us. They will try, but we must be firm, be together, be our brother's keeper. Yet, challenges remain. Many Nigerians still struggle with rising costs and economic adjustment. We do not dismiss these concerns. We understand them and govern not in comfort, but in reality, with honesty and action. It might be tedious, hard, what else? We are not made for easy roads. We want to be quick, prosperity, and a better life to our children yet unborn. We are paying the price now, laying the foundation. I must also acknowledge the security challenges still confronting us in many parts of our beloved nation. I assure you that I take seriously the responsibility to safeguarding the lives and property of every Nigerian. Our government has intensified efforts to strengthen our security architecture, support our brave armed forces and the police, and forge stronger partnership with local communities. We will win the battle against banditry and error. We will not rest until we restore peace, stability to every corner of our country. Our resolve is unwavering. Our goal is clear. A Nigeria where every citizen can live, work, and aspire without fear. As leaders and members of this great party, we should all be proud of what we have achieved for our country since our party took over governance in 2015. And of the outstanding economic progress we have recorded in the last 3 years of my administration. To consolidate our gains, tackle our challenges, and seize the promise of a greater tomorrow. The task ahead requires patriotism and collective effort. This next election must not merely be a contest of parties of ideas, but a reaffirmation of Nigerian democratic maturity. Thank you, APC. You've demonstrated that maturity. And as a government, we have taken giant steps. Don't let us give into complacency by allowing politicians with no clear alternative vision to take our country backwards. We no go green. with faith, confidence in our people, and hope in our future, I accept this nomination with a renewed resolve to serve our people. I thank all our party members for bestowing on me the honor of being a torchbearer and candidate in January 2027 election. The journey so far has been challenging, but your support has been encouraging. There's no doubt about that. Kashim Shetima, thank you very much. Together, and with the help of God Almighty, we shall build a more secure, united, and prosperous Nigeria for generations to come. I pledge to build an even more inclusive government, one that listens, the government that learns, and leads with the best interests of Nigerians at heart. May our democracy continue to flourish. May God bless the All Progressive Congress. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Life, I just welcome to the event center, aspirant, NDC aspirant.
You can do better than that as they take their seats. NDC!
At the event center, you know, right about.
Announcing also the arrival of distinguished Senator Tony Moye.
His Excellency Peterobi has just arrived at A-class event center where NDC is hosting its aspirant
Media after taking your pictures, you can please take your leave for now.
We have a country. This country was war. People can no longer take us for granted. In South Africa, there are over 40,000 here, over 40,000 megawatts of electricity. And yet people are complaining they have no power. When we have 4,000, we are not complaining. And they just 60-something million, and we are 200-something million with 4,000 megawatts, and we are not complaining. If you don't want to complain, this is time for us to come out and complain. If you cannot serve, please. We don't want to let people again to give us a speech or remind us what they saw when they got in there. No. What I'm seeing, I can change. And that is what I want the office. I'm not looking for it to give excuses. We don't want to hire people who will give us excuses again. The time of excuse has passed. If you cannot walk around, go home. It's a reward for people who have the competence, the capacity, the compassion, commitment, and character to lead. If you don't have it, go home. That's where we are. Yes, sir. But tonight is to beg you for a
number restricted. Because the more they are, the better. And the stronger the party will be. And it's not just at the state level. At the senatorial level, it will be replicated. At the local government level, it will be replicated. And down to ward level. That is the way our party is going. When we conclude all these processes, you don't need to come to Abuja for anybody. And Okute and I and Konfaso are talking. And we'll have a message for you at the right time. But where we are going is involvement and inclusion of everybody, from the ward level down to the national. Involvement in terms of your contributions. And even a reward system that flow down. Not monkey walk, baboon, sure. Here in the NDC, it is monkey walk, monkey shop. Monkey walk, monkey shop. So finally, the other people, they know us. They know that with some of these people, they're not if you shake. They're not if you shake us. They know that there is a challenge ahead. They know. When the campaign starts, you will see us in all your states.
Thank you for being part of what we're doing today. Thank you for joining this party. The rest assured, my doors are open. I'm available 24 hours. It is this period I've been very active. I go to leader of course, when I go to his house at times, I pity him. And then I come back, I find out the people waiting for me, even have people in his house, I run to his house, so I say, let me go and see one person is worse. So I just go home, I find myself everywhere is occupied. But the rest assured will be available. One person believes that a child of nobody will be somebody. And that is my belief. We want a child of nobody to be somebody without knowing anything. But we must sacrifice for their country. Thank you and God bless you.
The national leader, permit me to introduce the presence of one of Nigeria's finest. Is no other but Innocent Idibia, Mr. Innocent Idibia, Baba. His lovely wife, Baba. Now we put our hands together for him.
Natasha Doko.
NDC. Natasha don't come. Your Excellency, at this juncture, permit me to call off stage His Excellency Ken Pella, the Buba aspirant, Delta State, for a closing remark. Can we please put our hands together for him as he walk off stage? Vote of thanks, please, forgive me. On behalf of all the aspirants.
Vote of thanks on behalf of all the aspirants.
Thank you.
Honorable Ezechikam Nayo, we also recognize your presence. Thank you for coming.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes
Pleasant welcome to You and the Law, the program where we break down the law and defend your right and bring real legal life realities into light. I'm your host, Gift Obodo, and today in a country where unemployment is high, many workers suffer in silence. Some endure toxic environment just to survive. Others are threatened, underpaid, humiliated, and are dismissed without warning. But the big question tonight is, does having a job mean surrendering your dignity and your legal right to the workers out there? So for this actually leads to the topic, employment rights, workplace abuse, which we're going to be discussing today, which is a significant mass right, where we tell you what is going on, what is your right as an employee or an employer. And to break down this topic, joining us today is a distinguished legal practitioner with years of experience in the field. He has handled numerous high-profile cases and is well-respected in the legal community. Please welcome Barrister Philip Okwareze. Barrister, you're welcome.
I'm glad to be here, Gift.
Yeah.
It's my pleasure meeting you.
Thank you. And for us, before we delve into the main questions for today, before we talk about you as a worker, what your rights are and what not to do, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome back to You and the Law program where we tell you about your legal rights and things you need to do. And to discuss further, we're going to bring in questions, to know your right as a worker. And my first question today is, are Nigerian workers truly protected by the law or only on papers? Lawyer.
Nigerian workers are protected significantly by law in principle, but in practice, that is where there is huge question. There are laws regulating workers-employers relationship in Nigeria. And when we talk about it, we mention the Labour Act, we mention the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. We talk about the Trade Union Act, Employers Compensation Act, and some others inclusive of National Industrial Court Act 2006. In paper, there are a whole lot of principles and provisions protecting workers, but in practice, it is inconsistent, or I would rather say difficult for certain reasons that we'll mention along the way.
Now going further, can a worker in Nigeria realistically fight a powerful employer?
Yes. However, there are backgrounds. In Nigeria, workers can fight and even win the powerful, so-called powerful employer. But there are grounds for that fight. You can't fight when you don't have evidence. So if you want to fight, you must have proper evidence, you must have legal representation, you must also be able to maintain some documentation and be prepared. Consistency and commitment towards a matter or a fight is what actually brings the expectation of the worker into fruitility.
There are some working environment today where you are not allowed to make use of your gadgets. For instance, let me say in the banking hall, you're not allowed to be pressing phone. Should in case you are being abused as a worker, at that situation you don't have evidence that such a thing occurred, what will you do? It cannot be one.
I don't think that when an employer tells an employee to keep their phone aside during work hours is abuse. It's not, okay? Because there is what we call employment contract, where the employer specifies the terms and conditions for doing a particular job. So if I am, for instance, I'm an employer and I ask a worker, I say between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. before your break, don't use phone because it will cause distraction, and what you are doing might even end up making us lose our clients or customers, as the case may be. I don't think it's an abuse, but when an employee or a worker is abused, there are different ways they can actually remedy them.
You know, in some situation, I've seen in some scenario where some employees or employer use it as an avenue to be able to abuse their worker. For instance, I have a situation where a friend narrated that immediately when, for instance, when they come for meeting and adjustment, they tell them to hand in their phones. They hand in their phones, lock everywhere, you know, collect people's phones so that you couldn't, you know, do things that would record or jeopardize their interest. At that point, don't you see this as an abuse?
It's an abuse, but you can easily dictate an abuse on time. If you are being employed at the time of interview and there is nothing like employment contract, there is nothing like anything written down about employment, just know that the employer would definitely abuse the employee. If there are no records that defines your work, the terms and conditions, abuse is inevitable.
So I'm just giving an instance where the employee, you know, gave a record that she was locked up at some certain situation against her will. So at that point, because she is still working with the organization and she doesn't want to, you know, lose the job at that situation, don't you think she was abused?
She was abused, but the truth is that, is she willing to remedy that wrong that has been done to her? Because the truth is that there are many factors that put employees or workers in a constrained situation. When you look at the unemployment rate in Nigeria, the poverty rate, you look at the social stigma that comes with, okay, you are not doing anything and all that, they understand. So these are some factors that make people remain in an abusive environment, all in the pretense of doing a job or being on unemployment.
I always ask, what exactly qualifies as work abuse in Nigeria, under Nigerian law?
There are many things that can be mentioned as work abuse. You know, when you talk about Nigerian law, Section 42 of the Constitution prohibits against discrimination. So if one is discriminated at the place of their work, they actually been abused. If you look at also Section 34 of the Nigerian Constitution, you will see that a worker has right to dignity of human person. So anything that constrains that right to dignity of human person is considered abuse. For instance, if an employer decides to maybe publish a thing about the employee, or in the name of, okay, we are trying to push you to do the right thing, is an abuse. Because even if there is anything that has been done by an employee, it will not warrant publication. And if that is done, it's defamation. And if the employee is in the right state and in the right mind to claim or take civil action against the employer, the employee would definitely win. So aside the publication, all these extra workers without compensation is abuse. Understand, there are duties of any employer. So if you go outside the duties, you are now abusing the employee. For instance, in many institutions, or will I say companies today, you see that it is the secretary who cleans the office, mops, does the cleaning of the toilet, and that is abuse. Understand? So it takes different forms, but the truth is, when you don't know what you are employed to do, the employer would definitely exploit.
It's not scenario. It's not like a presumed notion that the employee or employee doesn't know what she needs to do as a worker being employed. But you see, like you rightly said, that some of these people checking the nature of Nigerian situation now, where employment becomes the deal of the day. You know, we have so many unemployed people. There are people willing to take that offer, even if it means that you give them to clean the whole, street around the workplace. They are willing, as well as you are paying them. At that point, is there no way Nigerian government can come in to regulate this, or try to abate this kind of situation where a worker will be overworked or be strained from work, as much as to, to earn a pay?
When you talk about Nigerian government, there are duties and responsibilities of government. The Nigerian government has not even done the fundamental duties. This is what I may describe as extended duties and responsibilities. The reason why a Nigerian will be abused and they will be afraid to speak up is because their minds are not even developed. They don't know their right. And you consider what the government is doing in respect to education. You see, they are doing absolutely nothing. So there are consciousness you build in people, not by telling them do this, but by putting them in a position that will enable them to receive what you are speaking to them. For instance, as I am now, I may endure certain things based on this, the state of the country we are, but anytime someone speaks to me and says, Barrister Philip, you are more than this, it awakens something in my consciousness because I have been able to develop myself. But when people are not developed, they cannot even reason. As a person, when you walk through the streets, you see how people relate with you. That is evidence that their minds are not developed. So it's not about government putting a policy. They should do the basic thing. Understand? Put people in a position that will allow them to self-develop themselves, be aware of their self-esteem. Many people don't know who they are. They don't know why they are here on earth. They are just living a life of survival without knowing what tomorrow brings. What am I here? What contribution am I making to the society? So the basic thing is the government positioning or putting people in a strategic state that will enable them to think, reason well, and protect their rights.
So when an employer threatens or intimidates workers, what are the legal consequences of this?
There are a whole lot of legal consequences dependent on what the employer has done. Where an employer keeps an employee beyond their work hour, and the employee could record and give evidence of those hours that they have been kept to do work outside their work schedule, they could be compensated. Right? They could be compensated if they take right steps, right legal steps. Now, if an employee is abused, maybe sexual harassment, they can put the employer behind bars by going through the route of petition, either petitioning the police or petitioning the Ministry of Labor, or even writing petition to some NGOs. For instance, in Enugu, we have WACO, owned by Professor Ngozi Ezilo. They are there to help you protect your right. So there are many avenues that an employee could utilize to ensure that their rights are protected, and when they are not protected, that the person who abuses it pays heavily for it.
Sometimes you look at this fact that some employees are afraid that when they speak out, the next thing that follows suit is termination of contract. Is there any way where an employee will speak out and they won't be served termination, maybe as regards to their contract?
The truth is that
affect them in that area.
The truth is that Nigerians, we don't like confrontation. We don't even listen to a person with a different opinion. That is just part of us. Okay? That is the kind of unwholesome mindset that the environment has built in us. You see, the truth about protection of right is that aside knowing the right, you must be willing to give up anything that infringes on your right. If you are not willing to give up, then you can protect it. If we go beyond employment, you see that for you to make any meaningful mark or take any remarkable step in any system, in any society, you must be willing to make sacrifices. Okay, where it is possible for an employee to even maybe take steps that will protect their right without them being fired is in governmental institutions, maybe people working in ministries and all that. But if it is all these CEO worker relationship, you see that once, even if you do it anonymously, because you must describe situations that led to the abuse, once they dictate it, the person is gone. So if someone must pursue their right, they must be willing to give something, understand, in course of protecting those rights.
Barrister, I'm just talking about, is there any way we can actually safeguard, legally come in here to safeguard this worker, not to be able to, face termination? Legally? Yes,
we can. For instance, in ministries, as I'm speaking to you, in maybe Enugu State Judiciary, there are certain things that will be done to an employee, and they can petition anonymously, understand? And then maybe the commission foreseeing that ministry will look into it and harmonize it. But as I'm still emphasizing, where CEO sits down and employs any person, everybody has access to them, there is no organogram in a company, nothing. It's just, I'm the boss. It becomes difficult to protect your right legally as an employee.
Now, looking at this situation, we see you as an employee, your rights can be protected. It depends on the procedure. You go with it. But before we continue with our question, we're going on a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome to You and the Law, a program where we dissect your right, especially you as an employee or an employer, where your right comes, the law will say where your right stops. That's where another person's right starts. But before we divert into this big one, we still head back to our question. My next question is something that, has been reoccurring in the society. At what point, as an employee, can employees sue for emotional or psychological abuse at work?
At any point, if they could prove it, that emotional or psychological abuse has occurred, right? And then, as I said, any person who is preparing to protect their right must have evidence. They must be willing to commit to the protection of their rights. If you go to National Industrial Court, you see a whole lot of cases that have been abandoned. Understand? Though there might be factors contributing to the abandonment of those cases, but one of the factors I could identify at all time is lack of commitment by the employee who brought the matter to court to see to the end of that case. So if an employee understands their right, they will be able to know, okay, what is going on now is psychological, emotional abuse. Okay, what is the next thing I should do? I should take a record of when those abuses happen and what. So if they have evidence, they could go to court, and the court protects both emotional and psychological abuse that happened upon an employee.
So I always say, what is work done without salaries? It's something that everybody look up to, to sustain themselves. And when workers' salaries are being delayed, is it a violation of human rights?
It is. Even by Section 15 of the Labour Act, wages must be paid as at when due. Okay, but we have a very challenging situation. I think it was sometime in January that someone spoke anonymously over the social media that the boss who was doing a charity and sharing goods and everything during festive season had not even paid them salary, and it was January. You see, these are one of the abuses that employees experience. Okay, but what I can't remember that case, but one of the parties is Kremlin. The judge said that the consideration for wages for work is actually wages, and the consideration for wages is work. So when a worker has done their part, which is providing the services or doing the work they ought to have done, any reasonable employer should be able to pay them. And when that is not done, the employee can sue and recover what is due for them.
If there is a termination and there is arrears of rent which was not paid to the worker before?
Arrears of salary or wages?
Yes. What would happen at that point? Would there be any legal backup for the person whose work was terminated and was being owed arrears of salaries?
Yes, there are procedures for recovery of either debt or anything. So for pertaining to salary or wages, the person who is being owed should write a letter of demand. Okay, that I need my salary. I have worked for you, and give grounds for which the employer ought to pay. So at the letter of demand usually come with specific request or demands, as the name sounds, letter of demand. So you demand that this social amount be paid to you between this time and this time. Failure to do that, I will take legal steps to recover what so amount. So once that is done and the employer fails to do that, the person can go to court. They will not only now recover the wages or the salary to say, they will also get damages, understand, respecting that, and in certain cases the court will even reward the cost of that suit, understand, and some other costs that may come with emotional damages and other things. So there are procedures.
The situation where there is an abuse at workplace, can an employee record at that situation, given that situation, record and post on the media?
No, there is, everything must be done rightly, because once certain issues become public, then there could be what might be called cyber stalking, bullying and all that, right? So if an employee is abused and in the process their record, that should serve as an evidence in court to buttress or prove their case, and not for public consumption. Okay, I did a case a few weeks ago. A young man spoke boldly about the conduct of a particular person in their community and posted it on social media. The person took the young man to the police for cyber stalking and all that. The offense the guy committed was doing it wrongly. Okay, now there are avenues of, maintaining your rights and guiding people within your vicinity or anything, but it must be done properly. Posting it on social media goes beyond legal channel.
There's some situation I've seen where a worker might not be financially buoyant enough to sue or institute an action against their companies, and the only way that he could, call back on justice is, posting it on social media to seek for public help. At that point, don't the law come in to justify the reason that maybe she's not able to do this, or is there no way the law can protect that particular employee from, the company persecuting them? Because most of the time, this company come with the action, instituting an action against them for, defaming them or inciting the public against their company. Is there a way the law can protect that, employee?
No, you see, something about the provision of the law is what does the law says. Law is not a human being who is emotional. Law, in true fact, are letters that can be read by anybody at any time and in any situation. So law doesn't consider a person at the point of their plight. Rather, law sees the future and says something, and that which the law says stands, right? So someone cannot be in a society today and say they don't know how to protect their rights. That is why I said, so there is something about personal development, there is something about building yourself to a sound person and knowing your self-esteem. Even in Enugu here, there are a whole lot of organizations that you can walk into the office, not just even the office, you can get their number online, chat them, speak to them about your matter, and they will take it. Someone like me, I can't see a person whose right is infringed upon and I'm waiting for them to pay me legal fee to do their case. There are certain, you must do pro bono. Even is one of the requirements for the attainment of the position of SAN in Nigeria. You must have shown the matters you did freely for people. So if people know who they are, what is happening in their society, and they have a broad mind, they will at all times do the right thing by following the right channel.
Okay, I'll answer this question, and can demanding for sexual favors, lead to employee imprisonment?
Yes, but it must be proven. You don't come and say that an employer demanded something without a proof. However, the employers are smart. They don't send it on phone. Yeah. They don't give you on a call, right? It's usually physical talk. And then some of them are just smart people. Even by the time you are walking into the office, they could look to know how your phone is placed, to know if it's being recorded and all that, right? The truth is, any employer who demands any sexual something for as a grant for giving employment and all that actually has not done the right thing. And for the fact they haven't done the right thing, they could go in for it if the proper channel and the evidence is made available.
Are there stricter punishment for companies exploiting young workers?
Well, it depends on what you call exploitation. Okay, exploitation happens in the absence of consent. If I tell you that, okay, see, though the minimum wage is 70,000, but what we can afford to run this company and pay you is, what we can pay you is 30,000, and you sign on the employment contract, you cannot come up tomorrow and say you are being exploited. And where now you can claim exploitation is that you now put your letter of resignation and someone says you won't resign. Understand? That is where you can now still claim. But once you sign the contract and nobody is forcing you to be there, you cannot say you are being exploited, because you have your right to resign and do some other things.
My last question today goes: should an abusive employer face jail penalty or jail term? Yes,
an abusive employer could be charged for so many offenses, depending on the one the employee has evidence, right, circumstantial or direct evidence to buttress. So wherein someone doesn't have, an employee doesn't have evidence to buttress sexual harassment, one or the other, then an employer cannot go in for it. But when it's proven, the employer will go to jail for.
I just want one comment. Some employers who terminate contract of employment through phones or online without physical. Is it available in Nigeria now?
You can't terminate employment without anyhow, because what the law says is 30 days notice to the employer, then 30 days notice to the employee, or salary in lieu. So when an employer wants to terminate the appointment of any employee, what they should do is either give them 30 days notice or pay them the 1 month salary in lieu of that notice. And also on the part of the employee, they should give 30 days notice to the employer. That is the provision of the law.
And thank you, Barrister. And over to what we have discussed today about you as an employee and you as an employer. You have your right and you have a job. Your job is to provide opportunity, not oppression. Know your rights, speak up against abuse. Never allow fear to silence you. That's all we have for you today on You and the Law. Remember, knowing your right is the first step to protecting yourself, those around you. If you have questions and stories you would like to explore, reach out to us. We're always listening. I'm your host, Gift Obodo, reminding you that justice starts with your awareness. And thank you, Barrister Philip.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure, Gift. It's my pleasure.
And thank you for educating us. And good night. Stay protected. All this on Aneke TV. Goodbye.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the Law on Aneke TV.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex in regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society, Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame, and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics, and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs, and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient, and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights, and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marital rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization, and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors. Public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increased number of state councils. Having reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have queued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on the convicted offenders, as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives, as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains: can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift: 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also use reserved seats for women in parliament. rights. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debates continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Here are the headlines. President Tinubu says 3 years of economic reforms have stabilized Nigeria's economy. Governor Alex Oti launches major infrastructure projects across Aba and Osisioma. Now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu has assured Nigerians that the worst phase of the country's economic hardship is over, saying ongoing reforms are beginning to yield results. In an Eid al-Kabir message, the president said 3 years of macroeconomic reforms have helped stabilize the economy and improve Nigeria's attractiveness to global investors. He also acknowledged persistent security challenges in parts of the country, but expressed confidence that the armed forces will defeat terrorism, citing recent joint operations in the Lake Chad Basin. President Tinubu urged Nigerians to remain patient and hopeful, saying current sacrifices will translate into long-term economic stability and job creation. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps has deployed more than 56,000 personnel nationwide to ensure a safe and peaceful Eid al-Kabir celebration. Commandant General of nscdc, Ahmed Audi ordered the deployment, which includes personnel assigned to critical infrastructure, worship centers, and public spaces across the country. The Corps also deployed operational vehicles, patrol boats, ambulances, and canine units, alongside specialized units such as the mining marshals and female special force. The Commandant General says the operation is aimed at preventing security breaches and ensuring rapid response to emergencies during the festive period. The Borno state government has imposed a temporary restriction on movement during Eid al-Kabir celebrations to maintain public safety. The directive approved by Governor Babagana Zulum restricts vehicular, tricycle, and motorcycle movement between 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Eid Day. The government says the measure is designed to secure worship centers and ensure orderly celebrations across the state. Residents have been advised to use prayer grounds within their localities, while emergency and essential service vehicles are exempted from the restriction. The Federal Capital Territory Police Command has launched a coordinated security operation tagged Operation Sweep FCT to secure Abuja during the Eid al-Kabir celebrations. The operation involves collaboration between the police, the military, the Department of State Services, and the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Special units, including bomb disposal teams, are carrying out patrols and sweeps of worship centers, recreational areas, and identified crime hotspots. Security agencies say the exercise is intelligence-driven and aimed at preventing criminal activity while ensuring public safety throughout the festive period. The federal government says violence against women and girls, including child marriage and domestic abuse, is posing a major threat to Nigeria's social and economic development. The Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Imam Suleiman Ibrahim, announced this in Abuja that nearly 1/3 of women in Nigeria have experienced physical or sexual violence, while about 30% of girls are married before the age of 18. She said the government is strengthening the Child Rights Act and implementing national action plans to address gender-based violence and digital safety concerns. She added that programs such as the World Bank-supported Agile initiative are expanding access to education and digital skills for millions of girls, while new policies on child welfare and menstrual health are being developed. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. President Tinubu says economic reforms have stabilized Nigeria's economy after 3 years. Coming up shortly, Governor Alex Oti flags off major infrastructure projects in Aba, Osisioma. We'll be right back shortly.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. The Enugu state government has intensified its malaria elimination campaign, calling on development partners and communities to strengthen efforts toward free testing and treatment across the state. The Commissioner for Health, Professor George Ugu, made the call during a high-level malaria technical working group meeting in Enugu, where he described malaria elimination as a top government priority. He directed residents to visit nearby primary health care centers for free malaria testing noting that treatment will be provided immediately for positive cases. Health partners, including the World Health Organization and Jimpiego, pledged continued support, while authorities urged communities and faith-based groups to intensify environmental sanitation to eliminate mosquito breeding sites. Troops of the 6th Brigade Nigerian Army have arrested a 51-year-old man, Felix Yade, over an alleged military recruitment scam in Taraba State. The suspect was arrested in Bantaje village, Wukari local government area, after allegedly defrauding job seekers of over 3.6 million naira by promising them enlistment into the Nigerian army. Military authorities say the suspect confessed during interrogation, claiming he acted on the instruction of his younger brother while collecting money from his victims. He remains in custody as investigations continue into the alleged fraud. 12 people have been confirmed dead following a fatal road crash along the Kano-Katsina highway at Gidam Mutum Daya in Katsina State. The accident involved a heavy-duty trailer and a commercial bus belonging to the Katsina State Transport Authority. 6 victims died on the spot, while 6 others later died in hospital. Governor Diko rather described the incident as tragic, particularly occurring during the holy period of Dhul Hijjah, and extended condolences to the families of the victims. He also urged motorists to observe strict road safety regulations to prevent further loss of lives on the highway. Governor Alex Oti has commenced a new phase of infrastructure development in Abia State with the inauguration and flag off of multiple road projects in Aba and Osisioma areas. The projects include the inauguration of several completed roads and the commencement of new link roads aimed at improving connectivity and easing traffic congestion in the commercial city. Government says the intervention is part of ongoing urban renewal efforts designed to boost economic activities in Aba, a major trading hub in Nigeria. Residents and business owners have welcomed the development, saying the projects are already improving movement and commercial operations in the area. Now in sports, the Nigerian Women Football League Premiership Super 6 finals will be held in Port Harcourt, Rivers State from June 5th to June 14th, 2026. The tournament will feature 6 teams, including Bayelsa Queens, Edo Queens, Nasarawa Amazons, Robo Queens, Rivers Angels, and Abia Angels. Defending champions Bayelsa Queens will be among the favorites, while Rivers Angels will enjoy home support in the highly competitive championship. The winner of the tournament will represent Nigeria at the WAFU B Women's Champions League, making the competition a key pathway to continental football success. And now, to end the news, here are the main points again. President Bola Tinubu has assured Nigerians that 3 years of difficult macroeconomic reforms have begun to stabilize the national economy. In an address, the president said the policies were designed to restore fiscal balance, attract foreign investment, and create sustainable jobs. Governor Alex Oti of Abia State has commenced a large-scale infrastructure drive across Aba and Osisioma local government areas aimed at revitalizing the state's commercial hub. The projects include the inauguration of completed roads and the flag off of new road construction works to improve connectivity and ease traffic congestion. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Good afternoon.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine. For in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time. The silent witness to human courage. The keeper of memory. The archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Few Nigerian statesmen embody the ideals of national unity and principled public service life, popularly known as Danmasani Kano, a prestigious traditional title in northern Nigeria, meaning the knowledgeable one or scholar. Maitama Sule became one of the country's most respected voices on national unity, diplomacy, and responsible leadership. From his early years in politics to his service as Nigeria's permanent representative to the United Nations, he built a reputation as a bridge builder who consistently promoted dialogue over division and consensus over conflict. One of the defining philosophies of his life was that leadership must be anchored on integrity, humility,
and service to the people. He repeatedly warned against politics driven by ethnicity, religion, and personal ambition, insisting that national development could only thrive where justice, inclusion, and mutual respect exist. Maitama Sule also believed strongly in the power of education, youth development, and intellectual engagement as tools for nation building. His public interventions were often marked by moderation, wisdom, and deep historical reflections. His life offers enduring lessons for contemporary Nigeria: the need for selfless leadership, responsible public discourse, tolerance in diversity, and commitment to national cohesion above sectional interests. At a time of growing political tension and social fragmentation, the legacy of Maitama Sule remains a reminder that nation building requires vision, restraint, and the courage to place country above self. Echoes of the past, where the voices of great minds continue to illuminate the path of history.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
In the heart of southwestern Nigeria lies Osun State, a land where history, spirituality, and modern life converge. From ancient groves to growing cities, Osun tells a story deeply rooted in Yoruba civilization. Osun State, created in 1991, is home to Osogbo, its capital city, a fast-developing urban center surrounded by rolling hills, farmlands, and rivers that have sustained communities for generations. At the edge of Osogbo lies the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the last remaining sacred forests in Yoruba culture. Dedicated to Osun, the goddess of fertility, the grove is both a spiritual sanctuary and a living museum of tradition. For centuries, Osun has remained a stronghold of Yoruba identity, where festivals, art, and spirituality are woven into everyday life. The annual Osun-Osogbo Festival draws thousands of pilgrims from across the world, celebrating faith, renewal, and cultural continuity. Beyond its sacred heritage, Osogbo is a growing city where tradition meets modern commerce. Markets bustle with traders selling textiles, food, and crafts, reflecting the entrepreneurial spirits of its people. Osun State is also a center of education, home to institutions such as Obafemi Awolowo University in nearby Ile-Ife and Osun State University, shaping the next generation of leaders. Young people here represent a bridge between tradition and innovation. In Ile-Ife, mythology and history intertwine. Believed to be the spiritual birthplace of the Yoruba people, it remains one of Africa's most culturally significant ancient cities. Bronze works and archaeological discoveries here continue to attract global attention. Agriculture remains the backbone of Osun's economy. Cocoa, yam, cassava, and maize farming sustain rural communities across the state. In recent years, small-scale industries and digital entrepreneurship have begun reshaping its economic landscape. Like many Nigerian states, Osun continues to balance development with tradition, investing in infrastructure, education, and healthcare to improve the lives of its people. From sacred groves to modern cities, Osun State remains a living testament to Nigeria's cultural depth and evolving future. A place where heritage is not only remembered, but lived.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
May God guide us as we go into this process. I thank you all for being here. God bless Nigeria. God bless our party. APC! APC! I thank you all.
Yes. We'll start, Your Excellencies, the National Chairman of the party, State Governors here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We will now commence the process in earnest. Before any other thing, may we please call on the agents of the aspirants to identify themselves if they are present. The agents of the aspirants, seats are provided for them here so that they will observe and take record if necessary. Yes.
My name is Senator Abu Ibrahim. I'm the agent for Mr. President Ahmed Bola Tinubu. Thank you very much.
My name is Oguntoyinbo Victor, the agent of Mr. Stanley Osifo.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you must have listened to the rules as stated by the chairman of the committee. Now, we'll start calling on the stage by order of their arrival at this venue. And the first state on the list is Bayelsa State. May I call on the coalition officer of Bayelsa State to come forward and present his result. Coalition officer, Bayelsa State.
Very good decision for recognizing early arrival.
I thought you would announce it before.
Yes,
you announced.
No,
You have gas sleep.
Yes, you go there and announce with that result.
I was not properly directed, so I came straight here.
Yes. You make the declaration at the podium, then you submit it here. Thank you very much.
I, Senator Doye Diri, the coalition officer of the 2026 All Progressives Congress presidential primaries for Bayelsa State, hereby present the results for the state as follows. Total party number of registered party members, 283,355. Total number of accredited voters, 277,192. Total number of votes cast, 277,192. At the end of the voting exercise,
The aspirants scored the following votes. 1. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, 277,187 votes. Stanley Osifo, 0.5 votes. Thank you.
They should bring another mic. It doesn't have anything to on it or to off it. That's the problem. Yes.
I think so. That means I'm going to announce the whole result again.
It's okay. It's okay. What do you do? It's okay. We should not now make any announcement. It's okay.
I'm done. Thank you. Is there any other?
No, it's ours. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, give me now.
Bring it.
I think the returning officer has a little topo error, so you have to correct it by yourself.
Total number of accredited voters. Votes. It's 227,187. Yeah. Okay, the error here was on the total number of votes cast, and then the votes that were received by the president. And the error was 227, and so that is being corrected. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now the next state is Osun State. Okay. Election Officer, Osun State.
Hi, Adeboye Oyetola, the Coalition Officer of the 2026 All Progressive Congress Presidential Primaries for Osun State, hereby present the result of the state as follows. Total party number of registered party members, 109,806. Total number of accredited voters, 100,888.
Total number of votes cast, 100,888. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants scored the following votes. 1. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, 100,888. Stanley Osifo, 0.
Yeah, just keep it there. Keep it there. Yeah.
Collection officer, please sit down. Do we have any objection about the result declared right now? The agents are okay. Everybody is okay. Very well. You can go.
Okay. The next state is Oyo State. The coalition officer for Oyo State, Senator Teslim Folari. The coalition officer Oyo State may come forward to announce the result and submit same. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. I, Senator Teslim Folari, the coalition officer of the 2026 All Progressives Congress presidential primaries for Oyo State, hereby present the result for the state as follows. Total party number of registered party members, 153,591. Total number of accredited voters, 143,683. Total number of votes cast, 143,683. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants scored the following. Mr. President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, 142,754. Stanley Osifo, 929. Thank you.
What's wrong with you? Congratulations. I don't want to keep this one after the manner. It's too much.
APC Oyo State result has just been presented. Is there any problem from anywhere? Agents, do you have any complaint, any objection? No objection. Thank you. You can go.
The next state is Anambra, the coalition officer for Anambra State. Coalition officer Anambra State, Senator Uche Ekunufe.
show the results down. When they announce it, they show it.
Thank you very much. I, distinguished Senator Uche Lilian Ekunifiyom, CON, the Coalition Officer of the 2026 All Progressives Congress Presidential Primaries for Anambra State, hereby present the results for the state as follows. The total number of registered party members in Anambra State is 45,999. The total number of accredited voters, 43,417. The total number of votes cast is 43,417. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants scored the following votes. 1. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, 43,034 votes. Mr. Stanley Osifo, 383 votes. Thank you.
You have it 1 or 2. Can I give you? I will keep the rest for the chairman because it's getting done.
I signed it. So I can go.
APC, with particular reference to the agents and any other interested party, the result from Anambra State has just been presented. Is there any objection? Is there any complaint? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. The next state is Federal Capital Territory. The coalition officer for FCT Abuja, Senator Tanimu Philip Aduda, may wish to come forward to announce the result as collated in FCT and submit same. Coalition officer, Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. My name is Distinguished Senator Philip Tanimu Aduda, MFR CON, the Coalition Officer of the 2026 All Progressive Congress Presidential Primaries for the FCT. I hereby present results for the FCT as follows. Total number of party registered members is 41,116. Total number of accredited voters is 41,116. Total number of votes cast is 36,103. At the end of the voting exercise, aspirants scored as follows. His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu scored 36,103. while Stanley Osifo scored 0. What was that? The numbers. 41,116. That is the total number of registered voters. And the scores are as follows. 36,103 for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, while Stanley Osifo scored 0.
Please, can we sit down? Please take your seats. Take your seats. Take your seats.
APC. Please, those who are distributing any form of item here, please stop that. Water, food item or whatever, can you stop that? Please, can you take your seat? This is the core function of why we are here. Can we conduct ourselves with decorum? Senator Salisu, please sit down. Senator Sani, sit down. Senator Yayi, please sit down. Please sit down, please sit down. Senate leader, please sit down. Please take your seat, please take your seat. The agents, the result for FCT has just been presented. Do you have any complaint, any objection? Thank you.
Thank you. The next state is Katsina State. The coalition officer for Katsina State may wish to come forward. The coalition officer for Katsina State. No. We continue. Coalition officer for Katsina State. Is coalition officer for Katsina State present? No, is a deputy governor. No. Okay, we'll skip Katsina. The coalition officer for Kano State. Yes, the coalition officer for Kano State may wish to come and present the result from Kano. The coalition officer for Kano State. Yes.
Thank you very much. National Chairman of our great party, members of the National Working Committee, Your Excellencies, the governors here present, Chairman of the Presidential Primary Election Committee, and other members, distinguished party leaders, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to all of you. I, Abakabir Yusuf, the coalition officer of the 2026 All Progressive Congress presidential primaries for Kano State, hereby present the result for the state as follows. Total party number of registered members 585,607. Total number of accredited voters 503,527. Total number of votes cast 503,527. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants scored the following votes. 1. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR scored a total votes of 500,852. Scored 2,675 votes. On this note, I now present the result from Kano State to the chairman of the Presidential Primary Election Committee. Thank you very much.
APC. The vote from Kano State has just been collated. And to the agents, any objection, any issue, any problem, any complaint? No complaint, no question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Governor of Kano State. The next is Coalition Officer for Katsina State. Coalition Officer, Katsina State. His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Katsina State.
I, Farouk Lawal, the Coalition Officer of the 2026 All Progressive Congress Presidential Primaries for Katsina State, hereby present the result for the state as follows. Total party number of registered party members, 584,495. Total number of accredited voters, 503,000. Total number of votes cast, 467,232. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants scored the following votes. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, 467,003 votes. Stanley Osifo, 229. Thank you.
The result for Katsina State has just been collated. And the agents, are you there? Any objection, any complaint, any issue? You are good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next is Abia, the Coalition Officer of Abia State. His Excellency, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives.
I, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie Kalu, the Collection Officer of the 2026 All Progressives Congress Presidential Primaries for Abia State, hereby present the results for the state as follows. Total party number of registered party members, stands at 162,109. Total number of accredited voters in the state stands at 162,084. Total number of vote cards was 162,012. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants scored the following votes. For His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he scored a total number of 161,005 votes, while Mr. Stanley Osifo scored a total number of 1,007 votes. Thank you.
The result for Abia State has just been collated. Any question, any objection, any issue? Thank you.
The next state is Kogi State. The collation officer for Kogi State may wish to come forward to announce the collated result and submit same. Thank you.
I, Ahmed Usman Ododo, FCA, the collation officer of the 2026 All Progressives Congress presidential primaries for Kogi State, hereby present the result for the state as follows. Total party number of registered party members 224,166. Total number of accredited voters 197,370. Total number of votes cast 197,370. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirant scores the following votes. Bola Ahmed Tinubu 197,370. 197,370. Stanley Osifo 0.000. 0.000. Thank you.
Excellency, thank you. Hello, APC. The result from Kogi State has just been collated. Agents, any issue, any question, any objection, any problem? Thank you.
The next state is Coalition Officer of Delta State. Delta State Coalition Officer may wish to come forward and announce the results collated from Delta States. You know he's around. Delta State.
Thank you very much. I, Right Honorable Eda Sheriff Francis Orokodo-Borewori, the Coalition Officer of the 2026 All Progressives Congress Presidential Primaries for Delta State, hereby present the result for all the states as follows. Total number of registered party members, 467,815. Total number of accredited voters, 407,646. Total number of votes cast, 407,646. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants scored the following votes. His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, scored 407,646. Stanley Osifu scored 0. Thank you.
You look like Aneke. You look like Aneke. But you sleep well since yesterday. What other white ones? What about the one you do? That white, that's one sheet. Maybe I've adopted it now. I've written it.
APC. Wait now. The result for Delta State has just been collated. Agents, is there any issue, any question, any objection? Thank you.
The next state is Ebonyi State. The Coalition Officer for Ebonyi State, please may wish to come forward. Then after Ebonyi, the next is Jigawa. Jigawa may wish to get ready. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, I, Right Honorable Builder Chief Francis Ogbonanwifru, the Coalition Officer of the 2026 All Progressive Congress Presidential Primaries for Ebonyi State, hereby presents the results for the state as follows. Total party numbers of registered party members, 215,490. Total number of accredited voters, 207,579. Total number of vote cast, 207,579. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirant scores the following votes. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, 207,579. Stanley Osifo, 0 votes. Signed, Nwifuru Francis Obonna.
If possible, I remark an senator to supervise them.
Don't leave them, don't talk, leave them. We are not showing them out. We are only showing us.
APC, the result of Ebonyi State has just been collated. Agents, any objection, any problem, any question? Thank you. You can go. Yes, Senator Mustafa, please take your seat. Mr. Senate President, please be on your seat. Senator Mustafa, please take your seat.
Yes, the coalition officer for Jigawa State, His Excellency the Governor of Jigawa State, may wish to come and present the results collated from Jigawa State. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I, Umar A. Namadi, the collection officer for the 2026 All Progressive Congress Presidential Primaries for Jigawa State, hereby present the result for the state as follows. Total number of registered party members, 330,327. 330,327. Total number of accredited voters, 206,520. 206,520. Total number of votes cast, 206,520. 206,520. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants scored the following votes. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu scored 206,520. 206,520. Mr. Stanley Osifa scored 0 vote. 0 vote. Thank you very much.
Just landed. We want to know whether it should start from the floor. Yes. And how much? You can come. Let it start coming. Let it start coming. We'll make it like 100, like 30
APC. The result for Jigawa State has just been collected. Any issue, any problem, any objection? Thank you.
The next state is Plateau. Plateau State. The returning officer of Plateau State. Then after him, the chairman of Governors Forum will present that of Kwara State.
Good afternoon. I, Caleb Manasseh Butfong, the Collation Officer of the 2026 All Progressives Congress Presidential Primaries for Plateau State, hereby present the result for the state as follows. Total number of registered party members is 258,632. 258,632. Total number of accredited voters is 242,023. 242,023. Total number of votes cast is 242,023. 242,023. At the end of collation, the two aspirants scored the following votes. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President, scored 241,720 votes, 241,720. Stanley Osifo scored a total of 303 votes. Thank you.
APC, the result from Plateau State has just been collated. Agents, any objection, any question, any clarification? Thank you.
The next is Kwara State. The collation officer for Kwara State may wish to come forward. Then he'll be followed by collation officer for Edo State.
I, Abdurrahman Abdurazak, the collation officer of the 2026 All Progressives Congress presidential primaries for Kwara State, hereby present the result for the state as follows. Total party number of registered party members, 457,374. Total number of accredited voters, 310,990. Total number of votes cast, 310,990. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants recorded the following votes. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, 310,990 votes. Stanley Osifo, 0. Thank you.
Let's collect it first now. You sign on it. This one. APC, the result of Kwara State has just been collated. Any objection? Any question? Any clarification? Thank you.
Yes, and the other papers, if they are here. Yes, sir. Edo State. The collation officer for Edo State may wish to come forward and announce the result of Edo State. Collation officer, Edo State. Thank you, Your Excellency.
I, Senator Monday Okpebolo, Coalition Officer of 2026 All Progressive Presidential Primary for Edo State, hereby present the result for the state as follows. Total party member of registered members 131,097. 131,097. Total number of accredited voters 121,099. Total number of vote cast 121,099. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants called the following votes: Bola Ahmed Tinubu 121,098. 121,098. Stanley Usifo 01. Stanley Usifo 01.
The result for Edo State has just been collated. Please, any question, any objection from the agents? None. Thank you. Thank you, His Excellency.
The next is Nasarawa State. The collation officer for Nasarawa State. Collation officer of Nasarawa State may wish to come forward, announce the results. Then after Nasarawa, we'll have Niger. Niger should get ready. After Nasarawa, then Borno, after Niger. Nasarawa, Niger, and Borno in the order stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. My name is Engineer Abdullahi Sule, the Collation Officer of the 2026 All Progressives Congress Presidential Primaries for Nasarawa State. I hereby present the result of Nasarawa State as follows. Total number of registered party members, 291,674. 291,674. Total number of accredited voters, 290,431. 290,431. Total number of votes cast, 286,204. 286,204. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants scored the following votes: Bola Ahmed Tinubu, 285,436, 285,436. Stanley Osifo, 768. Thank you very much.
The vote for Nasarawa State has just been collated. Any objection, any question, any clarification? Thank you.
The next is Niger State. Then after Niger, Borno, then Enugu. After Niger, Borno, get ready, then Enugu.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I, Mohammed Umar Bago, the Collation Officer of the 2026 All Progressives Congress Presidential Primaries for Niger State, hereby present results for the state as follows. Total party number of registered members, 212,000 465,000. Total number of accredited voters, 180,735. Total number of vote cast, 180,735. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants scored the following votes. Name of aspirant: Bola Ahmed Tinubu scored 175,487 votes, while Stanley Osifo scored 5,248 votes. Thank you.
Excellency, wannan baki ne. Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, sir.
The result for Niger State has just been collated. Any objection, any question, any clarification? Thank you.
The next is Borno, then Enugu, followed by Kebbi. Borno State Coalition Officer.
I, Professor Babagana Umar Zulum, the Coalition Officer of the 2026 All Progressives Congress Presidential Primaries for Borno State, hereby present the result for the state as follows. Total number of registered party members, 430,715. Total number of accredited voters, 414,988. Total number of votes cast, 414,988. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants scored the following votes. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR scored 414,988, while Stanley Osifo scored 0. Thank you very much.
The result for Borno State has just been collated. Agents, any problem, any question, any objection, any clarification? Thank you.
Yes, next is Enugu, Kebbi, then Kaduna. Enugu, Coalition Officer, Enugu State. Then he will be followed by Kebbi, then Kaduna.
I, petermbah, the Coalition Officer of the 2026 All Progressives Congress Presidential Primaries for Enugu State, hereby present the result for the state as follows. Total number of registered party members, 400,434. Total number of accredited voters, 383,382. Total number of votes cast, 383,382. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants scored the following votes: Bola Ahmed Tinubu, 383,382 votes. 383,382, while Stanley Osifo, 0 votes. 0 votes.
Kebbi, get ready. Kebbi, then Kaduna. Kebbi, then Kaduna. Kebbi and Kaduna, get ready. Thank you.
Just 1 minute. The result for Enugu State has just been collated. Agents, any problem, any question, any clarification, any objection? Thank you.
Kebbi,
Aye.
officer.
Comrade Dr. Nasir Idris, the coalition officer of the 2026 All Progressive Congress presidential primaries for Kebbi States, hereby present result as follows. Total party registered members, 340,539. Total number of accredited voters, 292,972. Total number of votes cast, 292,902. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants scored the following votes. Name of aspirant, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, received 292,972. Stanley Osifo scored 0.
Kaduna, get ready. Then Bauchi, Ondo. Kaduna is the next.
Result for Kebbi State has just been collated. Agents, any objection, any clarification, any question? Thank you.
Collation officer for Kaduna State. Kaduna State Collation officer may wish to come forward and announce the result. Then he will be followed by Bauchi, then Ondo State. Collation officer.
I, Senator Obasani, the collation officer of the 2026 All Progressive Congress presidential primaries for Kaduna State, hereby present the result for the state as follows. The total number of registered party members, 638,052. Total number of accredited voters, 618,914. Total number of vote cast, 618,914. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants scored the following votes. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, 618,914 votes. Stanley Osifo, 0 vote. Thank you very much.
The result for Kaduna State has just been collated. Agent, any objection, any question, any clarification? Thank you.
The collation officer for Bauchi State may wish to come forward and announce the result. Thank you. After him is Ondo followed by Yobe.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, I, Muhammad Ali Pate, the Collation Officer of the 2026 All Progressives Congress Presidential Primaries for Bauchi State, hereby present the results of the state as follows. Total number of registered party members, 178,414. Total number of accredited voters, 159,191. Total number of votes cast, 159,191. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants scored the following votes. First, Bola Ahmed Tinubu scored 156,541. Stanley Osifo scored 2,650 votes. Thank you.
Ondo, get ready. Ondo, then Yobe. No, yeah, sign it. Yes. Everything has been signed.
The result for Bauchi State has just been collated. Any question, any objection, any clarification? Thank you.
The next is Ondo, the collation officer for Ondo State. The collation officer for Ondo State may wish to come. Okay. Then after that, Yobe. After Ondo, Yobe. Ondo, sorry.
Your Excellency, please permit me to recognize the presence of a presidential aspirant, Mr. Stanley Osifo. Mr. Osifo, you're welcome to this event.
I, Dr. Lucky Orimison Ayedatiwa, the collation officer of the 2026 All Progressives Congress Presidential Primaries for Ondo State, hereby present the result for the state as follows. Total number of registered party members, 193,704. 193,704. Total number of accredited voters, 181,996. Total number of votes cast, 181,996. Total number of votes cast, 181,996. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants scored the following votes. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, 181,996. I repeat, 181,996. Osifo Osayeme Stanley scores 0. Thank you.
Immediately we finish His Excellency the Governor of Biobe will come and present. Then Rivers.
The result for Ondo State has just been collated. Agents, any objection? Any problem, any complaint? Thank you.
Yobe State. Coalition Officer, Yobe State.
Good afternoon, sir.
I, Maimala Buni, the Coalition Officer of the 2026 All Progressives Congress Presidential Primaries for Yobe State, hereby present the result for the state as follows. Total party number of registered members, 275,510. Total number of accredited voters, 253,804. Total number of votes cast, 253,804. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants scored the following votes. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, 253,804. Stanley Osifo, nil. Thank you.
So the next will be Rivers, then followed by Delta.
Delta has gone. Delta has gone.
The result for Yobe State has just been collated. Any question, any objection, any issue, any problem, any clarification? Thank you.
The Coalition Officer, River State.
I, Simnala Fubara, the Coalition Officer of the 2026 All Progressive Congress Presidential Primaries for Rivers State, hereby present the results of the state as follows. Total party number of registered members, 297,068. After accreditation, the physical persons who participated in the election is 280,082. Total votes casted, 280,082. The results are as follows. His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu scored 280,082 votes. Mr. Stanley Osofo scored 0. Thank you.
Thank you. After Rivers is Akwa Ibom, then Benue, followed by Imo.
River State has just been collected. Agents, any issue, any question? Thank you.
Akwa Ibom. The coalition officer of Akwa Ibom State may wish to present the result of Akwa Ibom. He will be followed by Benue, then Imo.
I, Pastor Umar Eno, the coalition officer of the 2026 All Progressive Congress presidential primaries for Akwa Ibom State, hereby present the results for the state as follows. Total number of registered party members, 424,855. Total number of accredited voters, 393,695. Total number of vote cast, 389,197. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants scored the following votes. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, 389,197 votes. Stanley Osifo, no votes. Thank you so much.
The next is Benue, then Imo. Benue.
Thank you, Excellency.
The result for Akwa Ibom State has just been collected. Agents, any issue, any objection? Thank you.
I, Reverend Father Dr. Hyacinth Yomem Alia, the coalition officer, the 2026 All Progressives Congress presidential primaries for Benue, hereby present the result for the state as follows. Total party number of registered party members, 390,507. Total number of accredited voters, 375,000
566. Total number of votes cast, 375,566. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants scored the following votes: Bola Ahmed Tinubu, 374,787. Stanley Osiho scored 779 votes. Thank you.
The next is going to be Imo, the Governor General.
The result for Benue State has just been collated. Agents, any problem, any objection, any question? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
He's ready to come.
Which one is general?
Imo, yes. The Governor of Imo State, yes. Collection Officer of Imo State.
I, Senator Hope Uzodinma, the Collection Officer of the 2026 All Progressive Congress Presidential Primaries for Imo State, hereby present the results for the state as follows. Total number of registered party members, 647,231. 647,231. Total number of accredited voters, 583,096. 583,096. Total number of votes cast, 583,063. 583,063. At the end of the voting exercise, the aspirants scored the following votes. His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, 582,960. 582,960. Mr. Stanley Osifo, 103. I so submit. Thank you.
And I have an announcement.
The result from Imo State has just been collated. Agents, any issue, any question? Thank you. APC, APC. We realize that a number of us would want to stretch their legs and maybe use the bathroom. So we will invite the artist with us for a 10 minutes musical interlude. within which we can stretch our legs and return to our seats. We're expecting the president very soon. Within that 10 minutes, he will just be here. Thank you.
I must tell you that the support for Mr. President is organic. I must tell you. Forget what you see on social media. Nigerians, they treasure the policies that Mr. President has projected in these couple of years. Nigerians believe that hope indeed has been renewed, that it has not been a cliche, rhetorics in theory. It's been practical impact. The policy is impacting positively, and you'll be surprised the areas we thought was dominated by opposition party, the amount of members of APC that surged out to stand behind the poster of Mr. President. Quite encouraging, quite encouraging. It means that is working. I wonder if the president is going to change it in his second term, but my advice is that let's stay the course, because let it be like we laid the foundation with these 3-4 years, and then let's build on it in the next 4 years. So it shows that we are democratic. It shows that Nigerians have embraced democracy. We are advancing our democracy. And there has never been any competitive primaries like we experienced in the APC primaries that just passed. From House of Assembly to House of Rep to Senate to Guba, highly competitive. And it goes to show that
every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Aneke television. How agribo mu die ku nkwazo na ahia mgboju ogugu kakwa ogugu ema. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu wa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na emelu ogbe ya emela amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. How na-emelu ogbe ya emela amadi ihe. Umi Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta
Uhuruchi ọma gị onye Igbo na-esonyere anyị. Ana m anabata gị n'oge Otobo na Aneke TV. Ihe mmemme a bụ ihe mmemme anyị wepụtara ọhụụ n'ụlọ ọrụ mgbasa ozi Aneke TV iji leba anya n'okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị dịka ụmụafọ Igbo, dịka ụmụafọ Enugu steeti nakwa dịka ụmụafọ Naịjirịa. Ihe omume a nwere ike ịdị na-eleba anya n'ihe gbasara okpukperechi, ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, ahụike nakwa omenala. Ọ ga na-abịara gị kwuruchi ụbọchị Tuesday nakwa Friday ma ọ kụọ elekere 5. Abụ m Joshua Ozioko, mụ na gị na-abụ ga na-anọrị n'oge ya bụ ihe mmemme. Daalụrị nne ọzọ maka isonyere anyị. Ịma na Igbo na-ekwu okwu si na ebe onye bikọ na-awachi. Ọ ya mere na agba nke mbụ a nke ihe omume a na anyị kpebiri na anyị ga-eleba anya n'ihe gbasara ọchịchị n'Enugu steeti, maka na gọvanọ Enugu steeti bụ Petermbah n'abalị ole na ole na-abịa ka ọ ga-eme afọ 3 ọ malitere ọchịchị. Maka na mgbe ọchịchị a batara n'ọkwa, ọ malitere ikwe nkwa dị iche iche na ọ ga-agbanwe Enugu, mee ka Enugu ghọọ ebe akụnụba na-ada ụda site n'atụmatụ ọrụ mmepe dịgasị iche iche, kwalite nchekwa, weta mmụta nyere ha chọrọ, amụma ahụike dọta ndị na-etinye ego n'azụmahịa ma kwalite ego steeti a na-akpakọta. Ọ bụrụ na ị gee ntị nụ ka ihe si afịọ, ịghọta na ndị nkwado ọchịchị n'ugbu a na steeti a na-arụtụgasị aka n'ihe dị iche iche ọchịchị steeti a mepụtagoro dịka atụmatụ ihe gbasara usoro ime njem nakwa ụlọ akwụkwọ Smart Green School nakwa ọnọdụ mgbanwegharị dị iche iche na-aga n'ihu na steeti a iji mee ka steeti a bụrụ ejiamaatụ. Mana ka o sila dị, ndị na-ekwugide etu ọchịchị si achị na steeti a na-ekwu na ọ ka nwere ihe ndị fọdụrụ ọhaneze steeti a ka na-ene anya ya, maka na ụfọdụ na-ekwu n'ihe gbasara ụgwọ ụtụ isi nke na-agbaji ndị mmadụ aka na mmiri ekwere ha na nkwa dịka ọ bụ nọnso iru aka nakwa ọtụtụ ihe ndị ọzọ dị iche iche ha na-arụtụgasị aka. Ọ ya mere na n'abalị a anyị chọrọ ịjụ ọchịchị n'ugbu a n'Enugu steeti o mezugo nkwa o kwere ọha steeti a. Ọha steeti a ha na-erite elele atụmatụ ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya dịka ha na-akwụ ụtụ isi ya. O nwekwara ihe a ga-eme iji gboo nsogbu ụkọ mmiri na-echi ọha steeti a ọnụ n'ala. Atụmatụ ọrụ dịgasị iche iche a na-abagide na steeti a ha nọ n'ụdịdị kwesịrị ma elegara anya dịka ha si adị. Iji nyere anyị aka zaa ajụjụ ndị a nakwa ajụjụ ndị ọzọ, anyị nwere ezigbote onye ọbịa pụrụ iche anyị ya nọ na nke uhuruchi a bụ onye ga-eleba anya ma zaa ajụjụ dịgasị iche iche. Ọ bụ nnukwu onye enyemaka mgbasa ozi ọgbara ọhụụ nye gọvanọ steeti a bụ Dr. Ruben Onyishi. Dr. Onyishi nnọọ n'Otobo. Ọ dị mma nnọọ maka isonyere anyị. Daalụ maka ịbịa sonyere anyị. Ọ dị mma, ajụjụ nke mbụ anyị na-achọrọ ịjụ bụ n'uche nke gị, ama m na dịka onye enyemaka pụrụ iche nye gọvanọ steeti a n'okwu mgbasa ozi, kedu ka isi hụta ọchịchị gọvanọ Peter Ndubisi Mba n'ime afọ 3 gara aga?
Daalụ. Ịgbanyela ọchịchị Mba n'ime afọ 3 gara aga bụ ihe nke ndị Enugu kwesịrị ịtụrụ Chineke mma maka na ya bụ gọvanọ alụgo nnukwu ọlụ. Abịa n'ife ọ lụgolo n'afọ 3, o nwere gọọmenti lụgolo ya na afọ 8 since Enugu ebidola Enugu steeti. Even na Oda Anambra steeti oke nwere gọọmenti pụtalụ lụgba ọlụ mebe ụdị ife ọ na-eme ihe niile alụgolo na oge 10 afọ na afọ 3 akamafunuru ya oke menụrụ. So ya ka m ji wee sị na ọ ihe ndị Enugu ga-ekenebe Chineke maka onyinye o nyere anyị bụ Peter Mba, maka na ya bụ nwa amadi na-eme ọfụma na-agba mbọ na-alụ ọlụ eji n'aka, ma nke alụghara alụ na Enugu steeti karịrị 3,000 ka a na-akpọ 3,000 up to that, and ihe a bụ just na 3 years. So na by the time ọ na-achịtọpụ 4 years chịkwa another 4 years, ịma na ife oge eme n'Enugu ga-adị egwu.
Mana n'uche nke gị, ọ dị gị ka ndị Enugu ha na-erite uru elele ọchịchị onye kwuchi ya na ọchịchị Peter Ndubisi Mba?
A na-ajụ ma ndị Enugu a na-erite uru. Smart school anụwa dị 206 alụlụ, ụmụ agbara ka alụlụ ya, ọ ndị Enugu ka alụlụ smart school a, ana ụmụ akwụkwọ anyị ụmụaka anyị na-erite elele maka na ya ihe gbasara ya bụ skuul bụ na ọ dị free, ada na ego, and ma akwa akwụkwọ ma akpụkpọ ụkwụ ma akpa nwatakịrị ga-eji jee akwụkwọ.
Ewe n'iwe isi na ụlọ akwụkwọ anwa na ada na ego na ya. O nwere ka ozi si pụta n'oge gara aga na ụlọ akwụkwọ nke GTC o nwere ihe anyị hụrụ n'usoro mgbasa ozi ọgbara ọhụụ na-egosi ego na-aga na-akwụ ma ego nri ma ego akwa ma ihe
GTC ọ bụ smart school. GTC ọ bụ smart school. Ọnụ ga na-ene anya n'ife malụ nke a na-ekwu maka ya. GTC of smart school. Smart school bụ ka anyị na-ekwu maka ya. GTC bụ ebe ndị ọlụ aka a na-akụziri ndị ọlụ aka ife a ga-akụziri ha. Onye jelu na ị na-amụ ọlụ, ịma na ịmụcha ọlụ n'ibido mebe nke gị wee na-enweta ego, ị ga-akwụ ụgwọ ya. Ana ọ bụrụkwa na ụgwọ ya dị too much, mana onye ahụ ga-akwụ. GTC ine anya na the transformation gọvanọ wetelu na technical school, a ga-alụ ya na the 8 constituencies, 8 state federal constituencies. Ifuru ihe gọvanọ lụ na GTC ya ha alụlụ bụ for maka vocation nke ndị oyibo na-akpọ vocational education ọlụ aka ọha bụ ndị nke ahụ dịka onye ọbụla bịala ime nke ahụ ga-akwụ ụgwọ
nkọwa ị na-enye kịta ọ dị mkpa
onye nwa bụ smart school
ọ dị mkpa na ịbịa na-enye nkọwa mana ajụjụ ọzọ na-ajụ maka na ụfọdụ ekwugo na amago mmadụ one na one kwuru na ụmụ ha na-agabu GTC tupu arụgharịa ya etu ọ dị kịta maka onye ọbụla nọ bụ n'Enugu anọta aka mere etu GTC dị mana ka arụgharịchaziri ya o nwezi ndị ama nkwụnwụzi ụgwọ ka ụmụ ha gaa n'iru na-agụ ebe anwa
ọ bụrụ eziokwu o nwere ndị ama akwụnwụ ụgwọ maka na ihe gbasara ọlụ aka bụ ije na ị na-amụ ọlụ a ga-akwụrụ gị ụgwọ ọlụ a ga-akwụrụ gị ụgwọ ndị je mana ị na-alụ ndị nke na-eme apprentice abroad the formal education like that ndị nke ahụ na ije ebe ahụ ị ga-akwụ ụgwọ ị ga-eji wee mụọ ọlụ wee dọka agreement ma ya fọzikwa nke a na-akụzigwa ahụ a na-ekwukwa na-akwụ bụ na ibi na skuulu ma ego nri ị ga-eri ma ife niile ọ bụrụgodị na isi na be nne gị na be nna gị apụta ị ga-ahụ spend kwa ego ahụ maka na ị ga-agbanụ moto bịa skuulu ị ga-eri nri ị ga-eme ife dị na ya so nke ka anyị ndị be anyị si ka anyị pachakọbọ ka anyị gide ego anyị na-ekwu maka technical school bụ different thing ọ bụ na ị chọrọ ije technical school ịkwadote ọ bụ na ị ga-emenwu ife dị n'ime ọ bụ na ị menwere rapụ mana e nwere smart school ebe a da-akwụ ife ọbụla ịghọta
ọ dị mma n'uche nke gị ọ bụ na ị na-anya na ọchịchị gọvanọ Peter Mbah a sị gị makia ya dịka onye nkụzi kedu akara ị nwere ike inye ya n'ile anya na ngalaba maka anyị ga-arụtụcha aka na ngalaba dị iche iche
mmenye 90% mmenye makia excellent
inye ya 90% nwere ihe ọ pụtara bụ na o nwere ngalaba ebe e kwesịrị ịkpatụ aka kedu ihe dị ka ngalaba ndị ahụ ka anyị bido ebe ahụ
na-apụta n'ụwa mechi ife niile dịlị ya o nwere onye ọbụla apụtalụ n'ụwa mechi ife niile dịlị ya so na a ga-enwezikwa nke fọlụ alụchazi ife niile inye 100% na alụchaghị ife niile then nke fọzụrụ aka ya alụ ka nkụ gọvanọ nwunye ebelivro dịdara na ya alụgo ife ọbụla ihe o bu n'uche ọ ga-alụ ka nkụ mana nke ọlụgodo kịta atụrụ anyị n'anya achọbụ nka m menshọn biya mana
anyị ga na-ewere ofu onye nyere 90% 10% fọrọ afọ gịnị mere ya kedu ihe ndị fọdụrụ ekwesị ịkpa aka ka o nwezuo 100%?
onwere onye ga-enwezu 100%.
o nwere ndị na-aga akwụkwọ nwe 100%.
onwere onye a ga-enye 100%. onye na-aga akwụkwọ nye 100% a ga-enwekwe margin of error. ị ga-arapụ margin of error. m ga-enye ya 100% for what? Not 100%, but don't wait for excellent that somebody has done very well. Man put on singing and nye madu 100%. Onwere onye mecheli fe ni na edele ya. Nye 100% man onwere zi hoza ya alum. Na alucha golu ni na di na Enugu ekwesịrị ịlụ. Mana olu ka na-aga n'iru. So man nye 100%. Mana mma agwa gị na mma nye 90% maka ihe ọlụgolu. Aka enwe nuru onye lụrụ ihe ọlụrụ na 3 years. Agwara gị sị gị na ihe ọlụrụ na ịchọ ka mkpọbịa afa akpọbịa na ihe ọ lụrụ na 3 years ka ihe gọọmenti ọzọ nwere ike ịlụ na 8 years. onye na-eme otu a ọ na-eme ọfụma.
Ọ dị mma, ama m na ihe gbasara okporo ụzọ so n'otu n'ime atụmatụ ọrụ ọchịchị n'ugbu na steeti a ji. Mana o nwego ndị na-ekwu, onwego ndị Enugu na-ekwu na ogogo okporo ụzọ ndị a na-arụ nọ na ya na orijuchere afọ na ụfọdụ n'ime ha ndị nke aka rụrụ arụ ine ha anya ụfọdụ etikpobego, ine ha anya ụfọdụ eshiri ike, ine ha anya ụfọdụ n'ime ha dịka mmiri zoo ọsapụ ya ka ihe nwere ike ikwu
n'Enugu okwu asị ya bụ okwu asị. Ịmana ya ha bụ era of politics. Onwe ndị na-apụta nnọọ ha na-akọgheri na-akọ ihe mmasịrị ha. Nwere ụzọ niile a na-alụ n'Enugu a ịmago na petermbah dị ka a ga-asị gị declare one roads. Street niile dị n'Enugu a na-epave ya. In fact, onwere ozi nke fọlụ a flag go hancha off all the streets, all the roads n'Enugu. The last one emere bụ 2000 and something roads. A flag. Okay, sorry, 200 and something roads. 1022 roads. 1022 roads a flag off. The last time. Ụzọ niile ịbịa na-emene ọsara ọkụ. Ịbịa na Tinkers Corner ọsara ọkụ. Ịbịa na Transekulu ọsara ọkụ. Ịbịa na New Haven ọsara ọkụ. Ịbịa na New Layout niile ọsara ọkụ. Ebe ọ bụla ịbịala n'Enugu ọsara ọkụ. Aya na-ada na Opi Nsụka Road ọsara ọkụ. owo ama nka na ụbahụ road pụrụ ugboro afọ ọsara ọkụ ịbịa na ama ụlọ ezeagụ ụzọ pụrụ ụmụlọkpa ọsara ọkụ ịbịa na amechidodo si ya pụọ amagunze ọsara ọkụ ebe niile sara ọkụ onwe ebe fọlụ n'ụzọ n'Enugu steeti.
Ihe m chọrọ ịjụ bụ atụmatụ ọrụ mmepe a gọvanọ na-arụ maka ịkpọgo Transekulu kpọọ Abakpa kpọọ ebe dị iche iche ndị nọ n'ime ime obodo ha so dị na ndị a na-arụrụ ihe aka ọsọsọ ndị bi na township.
Ọ bụrụ ọsọsọ na ya ka m jiwa gwa ịma na ngwa gị sị gị na aka eji ọlụ n'aka ụzọ dịcha n'ime ime obodo a na-alụ ya like nke dịcha na mana mbulumbu ma Nara ọdụ a na-alụcha ụzọ ebe ahụ mana Enugu Ezike nke a na-alụ na Igbo Eze North na ihe a mana ihe anụnwa just 3 years ya ka m ji wee na-agwa gị sị gị na gọvanọ na aka alụchara ihe ọ kwesịrị ịlụ na inye 100% ma na ọ lụsị gị ihe o kwesịrị ịlụ na aka nwechara ụzọ. In fact na this budget of this year na-enwelu maka ụzọ ihe a na-akpọ gọvanọ ga-alụ 10 kilometers of roads na every ward ọ dị na budget a ga-eme implement. This year has not gone long. I got all those things. Yeah, I need a gradual process because I want go be me as if I need a so long I can look up here. Manega bro me. So man okay go na bia ka na alomo. Ka na alomo. Ni e kan kpabu na inwele governor bu na ego ni na nata na state a manke na akpo IGR which from 30 billion rise to 400 and something billion. Ma nke a na-enweta from FACO hancha na-abanye n'ọlụ. So na ifu n'ọlụ ka gọvanọ mba na-alụ every now and then. Even kita a na-eme politics enu na gọvanọ dị ready na-eme inspect roads. So na ihe fụla a na-eme abụrụ na onwere ebe ọ na-eri mperi na ọlụ ihe niile kwesịrị ịlụ ka a na-alụ mana aga na alụ ya alụcha nka eweta nka alụcha nka eweta nka ndị niile na-benefit rokita ha ga-ebenefit leta ghọtago nya ka gọvanọ na-ekwu ka enye more time 4 more years so that na we deep between now and that time ọlụ a niile ji n'aka na alụ a ga-achịkọta ha nche ọlụ lụọ onye ọfụma ifu na Enugu ga-anọzi na auto cruise.
Ikwuru na enwere ọtụtụ atụmatụ ọrụ ewebatara n'ego nzube ọrụ nya bọjetị nke afọ a.
Yes.
Ebidogo rụba ha maka mgbe ị na-ekwu ịnọ na-egosi okwu gị nọ na-egosi na ebidobe rụba ọrụ ndị anwa ihe a ọnwa Mee fọrọ abalị one na one ka ọgwụ ọ bụ na ebidobe rụba ihe dị n'atụmatụ ọrụ ego nzube ọrụ nke afọ 2026 na ngwụcha ọnwa Mee ka ezi mgbe a ga-ebido ya.
Ofufe ka a na-alụ ifere na ọlụ na-aga ebe niile a na-alụ ụzọ ịda afụ n'ụzọ niile na a na-alụ ya.
Ihe anyị na-ekwu bụ ihe nọ na budget.
Ihe nọ na budget yes ndị a na-alụ ha nọrọ na budget. Hancha nọ na budget.
Budget this year nke last year.
Okay, this year. Now if you look at budget, let me tell you budget. I know budget performance. Last year the budget performed I think about 80-something% budget performance based on because budget bụ ihe na-atụ anya na ị ga-enweta. Ihe na-atụ anya na ị ga-ewefu mmefu. That's expenditure and income. Nyanwa bụ budget. Enwere ike ịtụ anya na nke a ga-abịa. Enwere ike ọbịasịrọ ọbịa udo si wee bịa. Ị ga-anagide weli etinye n'ọlụ lụọ ihe pụtalụ. So the fact that na anọ na May now doesn't mean that na ihe niile dị na budget na ha ncha na a ga-atinyecha aka na ha ncha kịta. Also ihe a ga-eji nwayọ wee na-eme ya implement. Ị ga-afụ na budget a we perform very well. If a budget nwere 80% performance bụ excellent budget. What I know. So no ọlụ ahụ niile asị na aga let me tell you o nwere ihe niile asịkwa na aga alụ ama nlụcha ahụ ọkwa ife niile asị na aga alụ the only thing oge take bụ the projection gọọmenti na-enwe bụ 4 to 8 years. So o nwere ọlụ niile petermbah wepụtara na ya ga-alụ ama nlụcha a ga-alụcha ha ncha mana tinyeche n'aka karịrị ị na-anya na ifo smart school ahụ ihe ọ na-eteke ịlụ 260 smart schools. One they take about 1.2 billion because he may change Luchanya again me equip, may check hand equip. Equipping the smart schools now. They have part of the budget, equipping them. What does it take to equip the smart schools? What does it take to equip the type 2 hospitals? Yeah, ni neighbor go koneli. Ana na tinye han chanolo. mana ịma na oge ụfọdụ na ihe kachacha ndị mmadụ mkpa bụ just a ga na-asị gị na aka alụrọ nka na aka alụrọ nka mana nwere onye nke ahụ alụgolo nwere onye ga-ekwuchite nke ahụ alụgo nọ nke a ka alụrọ mana nke a ka alụrụ a ga-alụkwa ya so no gradual process and ife na gọọmenti na-agba mbọ na-alụ ọlụ onwe gọọmenti dị bụ just a na-eri ego a na-eke ego mana ife na gọọmenti a dị very prudent anya lụrụ gọọmenti anụnwaanị ujiri nwayọọ na-ewepụta ego na-ene anya kedu dịka ebe kwesịrị itinye ihe ka ọ dị mma ihe gọọmenti a na-eme so anya lụrụ ya anị ana ifụkwa ihe niile ifu na ego niile ewetara na-eji ha ncha na-alụ ọlụ na-abanye ebe o kwesịrị ịbanye even recurrent expenditure na budget a the very low I think is even about 25%. But I think 20% or so. Man inezanya na capital expenditure if not 80%. So which means na ego ni na ewetelu bo olu ka nwere nke a na-eri nke ahụ ifuru a na-atinye bụ na-akwọ ndị ọlụ ụgwọ wee nwee expenses a na-eme na running government. Yanwa bụ recurrent expenditure. No obele ego cha. Inanya na gratuity and pension, I think about 11 billion ka budget in there. Enwecha akụnụba ngalaba ọbụla nwechara budget ha anyị nwechara a na-eme implement. So onwere ihe na-eri mperi kịta ọlụ aka alụrọ ka dị n'iru ka a ga-alụ ya.
Ta okwu gị bụ ndị Enugu nwee ndidi na nke dị n'iru ka.
Nke dị n'iru ka mana ndị Enugu na-enwekwe ndidi ndị Enugu ga na-emekwe enjoy nke alụgolo alụ.
Ọ dị mma.
Anyị na-enwe ndidi ma ọlụ niile alụgolo alụ ihe alụrụ ka nkụ. So ha na-eme nke ahụ enjoy. Ndị be anyị si na ọsara ataba akwụ were ọdụ wee dosa na nke a ka achara acha ọ ga-ata ala.
Ọ dị mma Dr. Onyishidalụ nne. Ka anyị bịa na Smart Green School.
Yes.
Anyị enwetago ozi na ọtụtụ n'ime ụlọ akwụkwọ anwa ndị arụrụ ụfọdụ akụkụ ha dara ada. Nwa mgbe ka ma ha akpụ ka ọ na-agụba dịrọ nkọ.
Ihe mebụ na ịbịa a na-asị na ọtụtụ n'ime ha dara ada ọ bụrụkwa na ha dara ada nọ na rainstorm ihe a bụ udu mmiri
mmiri ezobebe mgbe ha daa
o nwere nke dalụ mgbe oge mmiri ezobere mana nke ahụ gwa m ya niile bụ rainstorm bụ ihe butuli ya smart school nke alụ na be anyị na be nna m mmiri rainstorm buli ya so rainstorm bụ a natural thing or natural disaster mana because oge o melu ụfọdụ ndị mmadụ a na-anwụli ọ dịka a na-anwụli ọnwụ ndị na-eme politics a na-anwụli ọnwụ na mmiri na oke ikuku buru ụlọ ha lụchagolu bupụ ya a na-anwụli ọnwụ so aghọtara m ya bụ ife ma anyị na-anwụlizi ọnwụ na natural disaster melu ka a na-achọzi ka smart school ọhịa ka ịfụcha ndị politics na ndị opposition nso na-enwego modalities iji doziche ihe ndị nke ahụ mebiri maka na oke onwe nke ha na-egosi the other time na New Haven ebe mmiri na-awụ na classroom mmiri ahụ na-awụ na asị na kọntaktị onwe ya lụchara o kwesịrị iwepụ o wepụrụ ya tinye ọzọ mmiri ahụ na-awụ mana ịma na every of the contract na onwe ha na-akpọ 4% a na-ewepụta wee jide atịpụtalụ bụ na rainstorm buru many of them and rainstorm na-ebu maka na agba mgba atụ n'ogwe agba igbo atụ n'ogwe sọsọ ogwe ka apịrị apị ị na-anya na out of 260 enwere ka ọ bụrụ na rainstorm metụtara ihe dịka 7 mana a ga-eme ya amplify na ikuku eburughị ihe niile mana ịlụ ọlụ yes ikuku bulie a ga-alụ ya in fact gọvanọ agwago ndị local government chairman sa monitor ebe ọ bụ na ikuku buru eteke note ka eje dozie anya nwere ya na-edozi abụrụ ine anya efu na ọ bụ na ikuku buru ebe a ọ bụrụzi nkuku o buru atịechi azụ ịghọta edozie anya mana ndị opposition bịa na-anwụrịzi ọnwụ
ihe niile abụrụ ndị opposition maka ndị Enugu nọ smart school anwa arụcha onwe ndị biche n'azụ ụnụ ya onwe ndị biche n'akụkụ ụnụ ya so ihe niile abụrụ ndị opposition mana ihe nna ajụ bụ mgbe ị na-ekwu okwu isi na o nwere ka ọ bụrụ dị ka 7 n'ime ha ka ikuku mmiri anwa butu dịka isi kwuo ndị ọzọ a na-ebuturu ọ na ikuku mmiri kuru ebe ndị nke anwa maka ihe anyị ji na-ajụ bụ na ụfọdụ na-ekwu na ọ nwere ike ọ bụrụ na akụrụngwa eji rụọ ndị nke anwa dara ishiro ike maka na ndị nke na-adarọ ikuku mmiri ọ na o kuru ebe ndị nke anwa
ọ bụrụ eziokwu ị na-anya na ị ga-afụ na onweche factors na determine if rainstorm ahụ enwere ike ọnọ niile ka ikuku na-ebu ị ga-afụkwa ụlọ dị otu a na-abọ dị ikuku buru nke ọzọ rapụ nke ọzọ ọ dependent ka ebe ahụ si wee dị and the trees ịma na trees na-ewu ejikwe ihe dị ka ikuku ahụ ọ bụrụ na ị planticha tree ọ ga-enye aka wee wage most of these things alụchala ya lụpụ ya outside ebe enwesịrị ma osisi ma all these things so ọ ife kpatara ya rainstorm bịaba
ogosi na plan wee rụọ ya
je ka m gwa gị every smart school nwere specification enwere specification ka a ga-esi wee lụọ ya I think no 5 gịnị ka ihe na-akpọ ya 5 or something na roofing which is the highest. That's the specification in for each of them. So every contractor na alụ ga-alụ to specification. Onwego smart school anyị jere kutuo. Ihe jiri kutuo onye bụ nke dị na mbụ. Ihe jiri kutuo onye bụ na onye ahụ na-alụ substandard work. Ebe kwesịrị use 16 o je use 12 So akwatuli ya. Na a ga-alụgalikwa ya at his own expense. All right? So na roofing ahụ niile ha ncha nweche specification ka a ga-esi lụ ya. This is the standard. And I follow ya. And then we monitoring team. SSG na monitor the other one. Ya na team nke. Then Commissioner for Works na team nke. Na monitor. Neje SSG I follow oje go so many places. Oje ma ebe oje go 3 times. And eje. Anogide awakpo ndị ahụ ka adụkwa sure na ha na-eme the right thing. So anyị mekwele ife niile kwesịrị ime ka afọ na ọlụ ahụ gala ọfụma. The secretary to one secretary to state government ọ ga-abụrụ na ihe ọ nọ n'ọfịs bụ na-ede assign memo na-ede letter na-ede all this mana onye nke a na-ekuni every now and then na SSG nọ n'ọfịa na-awa ọfịa na-aga ebe a to make sure na ọlụ eji na alụlụ ya ọfụma.
Ọ dị ma Dr. Onyeisi ọ dịghị ka maka na gọvanọ batara dịka m kwuru ya na mmalite kwe nkwa na a ga-arụ atụmatụ ọrụ dịgasị iche iche ọ dịghị ka ọ kwụọ na anụ ya n'obi iru ọtụtụ atụmatụ ọrụ n'otu oge ọ na-eme na ndị nke a na-arụ arụ na-eribe mperi
ọdụ nwere ihe dịka ya maka na ọlụ niile a na-alụ na enwelu ndị na-amonite ya and ihe ahụ niile like alụgo ICC ifulu ebe ICC na-eri mperi alụgo Enugu emere ihe nwere ebe ọ na-eri mperi Enugu the transport interchange terminals niile alụlụ mana Gariki mana Abakpa mana Nsụka mana Holy Ghost ebe a niile alụlụ onwe nke na-eri mperi onwero so ihe a niile a na-alụ ma international hospital a na-alụ ebe a onwe nke na-eri mperi ma hotel presidential alụlụ onwe nke na-eri mperi so ifu na ihe niile a na-alụ na-aga n'anya ya mana ọ bụ na anyị lụọ ọlụ enwe natural disaster metụtalo some few of them ọ bụrụ onye a ga-eme mmadụ ga-eji wee sịbaza na ekpoko ọlụ niile a na-alụ na odolo anya mana gọọmenti abụrụ sọsọ gọvanọ bụ inec administration gọvanọ bụ the leader mana o nwekwe ndị a na-edunyecha ọlụ na alụ the thing o nwere ife ọbụla a na-alụ enwere ndị na-amonite ya na-afụ na the thing na ọ na-aga ọfụma ọlụ ahụ niile ifuru ekpoko ụzọ a na-alụ enyego specification ụzọ niile a na-alụ ana na-amonite ya ị ga-emecha the earthwork imecha ya ime stone base imecha all these things asphalt because asphalt bụ just the coating asphalt bụ the last thing so na ị kwesịrị imecha earthwork mee nye ọfụma inecha ụzọ niile a na-alụcha kịta ifu na a na-ebu ụzọ meche earthwork ifinish the earthwork mee a na-eme first second third before na-abịa mezie stone base emechize the stone base before na-abịa zabataza na asphalt so na onye ezi anyị na-ebi ụzọ alụsiri ike anụ m ka ị na-ekwu na ụzọ na o nwere ụzọ onwerekwa ụzọ this gọọmenti lụrụ na-eri mperi the standard a na-ene bụ 30 to 50 years ụlọ ọbụzọ ọbụla anyị lụrụ ga-anọ at least 30 years at least but a na-ene anya na 30 to 50 years ọ ga-anọ ọtago na moto ihe ọbụla agba anya maka na alụsiri ike nwere ụzọ alụchalụ n'Enugu anyị furu ga-eri mperi because ọ na-alụsi ha nchi ọ ka mma na ọ bụrụ ofu ka alụtalụ not the philosophy ọ bụrụ ofu ka alụtatụ lụọ onye ọfụma dan na alụlụ many then at the end of the day fụ na o nwere isi
onwe ndị na-ekwu na ihe ọchịchị steeti a na-agbadokarị anya ịrụ bụ atụmatụ ọrụ ndị ahụ anya na-ahụ ọ bụrụ nke ndị mmadụ na-enwe mmetụta ya n'onwe ha iji maatụ ikwuru maka bus terminal arụcha ihe anya na-afụ edozie ya ọma mma n'anya smart green school ihe anya na-afụ okporo ụzọ ihe anya na-afụ bọs ekpote na-eme njem ihe anya na-afụ mana ụfọdụ na-ekwu na mmetụta ọchịchị elele ọchị onye kwuchi ya dịka ọrụ na ihe ndị ọzọ no ada hukebia no ọchịchị steeti a.
Okay, come correct kwuo nke a mma abata na nke ahụ. Ịma na o nwere oge ikwulokwu tax. Isi na too much tax.
Anyị ka ga-abịa na nke ahụ.
Okay. Now, ka nnachizie na abịa n'ihe ikwu. Ide anya na Enugu a efu na ọ bụrụ eziokwu na ọlụ a na-alụ bụ ọlụ nke a na-afụ n'anya. Terminals afọ a na-ekwu CNG buses a niile ebupụtara. Kita na ije Nsụka bụ ị na-akwụ 1,500 ije Nsụka. Mana ọ dasị ego na ka ị na-akwụ. Think up to 6,000. Ọ bụrụ ndị mmadụ ka ihe ha na-aserve. Ọ bụrụ ndị Enugu na-erite elele ya 1,500 ịgba ijego Nsụka. Many people na Enugu a nwere ezigbo ụzọ ha na-eso abụrụ CNG bus ha na-agba na those terminals. If the residual income na-enye ndị Enugu ị gaghị ikali spend na transport save onye. Ọ bụrụ ezigbo ihe ka a na-eme ha asị smart school anyị si na-asa anya na-afụ. Smart school anyị na-alụ maka ụmụaka anyị na-ekwu okwu na nwatakịrị enwere ozi school fee ọ ga-akwụzi until ọ gụcha. And ihe ga na-akụzili a na-akụzili robotics, akụzili AI, akụzili ICT, akụzili mechatronics, augmented reality, virtual reality, a na-akụzi ebe ọbụla. A na-akụzi ya to mold ka eme Enugu child na onye ahụ gụchazi ọpụtazịa ọbụla ọkụ na-agba achara. Ebe ọ bụrụ ihe a chọgidara ahụma, ndị NSCDC anyị na-akpọ ihe a chọgidara ahụma. A ga na-akpọ gị n'ebe niile gị bịa alụ bọọlụ. Akpọ gị ndị bụ aga na-azọ gị azọ maka skill ị nwetara na ị na-agụ na smart school. Ọnya ka ị na-asị na na-eme ha na-ene n'anya. Ọ bụrụ ọ bara n'ime ome baa n'ume development n'ihe gbasara the Enugu child. Kama m nke a na-akụ. Okay, daalụ negodo type 2 hospital. Gọvanọ butere type 2 hospital na grassroots. Bulie bịa na grassroots. Na ọ bụ na arụ na aya gị na masses na afro ego. Most people arụ na aya ba ha na village na ha na-eje na nke chemist achịta ọgwụ na ọdịs nwere doctor na-enete nwere anything alụghị na mass school enwere health workers nwere resident doctor ga-anọ ebe ahụ na-eme people attend na-take care of primary health care and secondary health care issues. Ha ga na-amụ nwa ebe ahụ na-eme nya ka isi nọ ịsọsị ha na-afụ n'anya. Ama jụrụ maka sa aghọtara m ihe a na-ekwu na ya ihe a na-afụ n'anya. Ị na-agwa m ihe niile gọọmenti na-alụ bụ ihe ga-abalụ ndị be anyị uru. Enugu A has na Enugu A bụ for the elites. How? Apart from the revenue a na-enweta na ya na data Enugu A. Maka ndị mmadụ a na-eche echiche ọfụma. Ihe a na-eche bụ just one way. Ego ahụ a na-enwetakwa from ebe ahụ ka ejikwe na-alụ ụzọ na-aga na big. Ọ bụ ụzọ ahụ ị na-asị na na-afụ na lee anya many street roads ama m street roads ihe dịka Monarch Ologo all these places alụchala pave all their roads. Ha mara na a ga-epave those roads in this life. Mana ụzọ ahụ niile kwụ ọtọ kịta ị na-anya amụta ịnyalụ. Do you know the impact of those roads in the economy of ndị mmadụ? Ọ bụrụ na ụzọ ahụ ị na-agba gwogom kịta ọzọ sam, which means na moto ị na-anya na moto gaghị ga-adị ndụ. Ego ahụ ị kali spend ndị na-eji alụ moto ọzụkwa residual income over time. Ha na-eche echiche ọfụma. Enugu A na-ekwu okwu now. Enugu A affect even taxi drivers, affects technicians, even extends to tourism. That's why in a fan alụ hotel, 5-star hotel na-alụ ebe because the expectation bụ na a ga-enwe about 3,000 people ga na-abịa n'Enugu every year. Those people ebe ka ha ga-arahụ, ebe ka ha ga na-anọ. Oge emelu MBA conference n'Enugu ebe a, ọkwa hotel niile dị n'Enugu juru. Hotel niile dị n'Enugu juru. Ihe ahụ ọ na-eju, ndị hotel ahụ niile ga-make ndị ahụ niile nọcha na hotel ha na-eji afịa, they will buy. It's affecting, trickling down to the grassroots, to everybody. So what this government is doing is actually to open up Enugu so that ihe ọbụla ị na-eme n'Enugu ọ na-thrive. Ihe gọọmenti apụtala bụ number 1 na ha chọrọ ka GDP of Enugu State ka o luo $30 billion. Number 2 ka eme Enugu ka ọ bụrụ one of the 3 subnational economies Menya ka obere be investors ga na abia ndị investors are coming. Higher group the other day abia go Notre Dame track or ihe ndị ọcha na ihe na abia ebe a now. Abia bụ otu ahụ ọ ga na create jobs. Nenu asphalt plant governor lo the other day alụ and they produce asphalt all this thing. E will ekpolo ndị mmadụ n'ọlụ ebe ahụ. N'ebe a na-eme assembly tractor ekpolo ndị mmadụ n'ọlụ ebe ahụ. All these hotels ma ICC ihe niile ndị mmadụ bụ ihe na-alụ de ọ bụrụ ma agbara ọ ndị Enugu. Yeah, empowerment to the people of Enugu State. So not the deliberate here follow na akpacha na emia ka people ndị be anyị wee benefit. So now your government na-eme go where the line na mma.
Adema Dr. Ruben Onyishi daalụ rinne gị onye ma na-esonyere anyị ka nọ n'Otobo na Aneke TV anyị ga-agbara aka ahịa anyị laghachite azụ anyị gaa n'iru daalụ.
Every second the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Daalụ onye ọma na-esonyere anyị dịka anyị na-aga n'iru n'Otobo na Aneke TV. Anyị na-eleba anya na ihe ọchịchị gọvanọ Peter mepụtagoro n'ime afọ atọ gara aga aka mgba dị iche iche ọchịchị ahụ na-ezute ya na ihe ndị Enugu na-atụ anya ya. Cheta na ọka bụ anyị na nnukwu onye enyemaka pụrụ iche n'okwu mgbasa ozi ọgbara ọhụụ nye gọvanọ steeti a bụ Dr. Ruben Onyishi nọ. Dr. Onyishi daalụ dịka anyị na-aga n'iru n'Otobo.
Daalụ.
Ọ dị mma ka anyị bata n'ihe banyere ụtụ isi. Gọọmenti steeti a akwaliteghị ihe gbasara ego ọ na-akpakọta maka na mgbe Peter Ndubuisi batara n'ọchịchị n'ọnwa Mee afọ 2023 Enugu na-akpakọta ihe nọ n'agbata ijeri naira 26 na ijeri naira 37.4 kwa afọ ọbụla dịka ozi ụlọ ọrụ Enugu State Internal Revenue Service wepụtara si kwuo. Ma n'ime ọchịchị Peter Ndubuisi na-abịa n'afọ 2024 ọchịchị a nwetara dịka 185 abịa n'afọ 2025 o nwetara dịka 406 abịa n'afọ a bụ 2026 o nwetego dịka 870. Afọ a anyị na-ekwu okwu ya na-agba nke mbụ nke afọ a bụ malite n'ọnwa Jenụwarị ruo n'ọnwa Maachị afọ a enwetago ihe dịka ijeri naira 43 na 96 bụ ego steeti akpakọta ya IGR. Ọnọdụ a ọ na-egosi na akụnụba steeti a na-eto eto ka ọ na ụtụ isi na-anyịgbu ndị steeti a.
Daalụ. Ịma na onye amara ebe enile ozu na-abụ n'ọkpa. Ị na-anya ifu na ihe gbasara tax a na-akụ na steeti a. Because onwe ndị mmadụ na-akpọ ganigani na tax akarịa na tax akarịa. Mana ọhụpụ ndị opposition na-eme ihe ahụ ma gwara na-akọ that thing ha na-akọ. Gọvanọ wee set up committee wee sị okay. Committee biko jee neba anya n'ihe gbasara tax a na steeti a ka ha malụ. Eventually the committee discovered na ndị petty traders na-akụ tax petty traders. Governor stopped it immediately. Stop onya. Ada nazi petty traders ego. Governor wee sị okay. Na land administration ihe gbasara land cut all tax a na-akụ na land administration by 60%. So n'ihe a na-akụzi n'ụtọkụ bụ onye nwere lock-up shop ọkwụọ 34,000. 34,000 na bụ per annum. Shop ebe ahụ ị ga-apụta in a day na ị ga-eleta ihe profit 200,000 300,000. Ihe ị ga-akwụ iche ka enye in a day ego ne ka ọ pụtara oluru 100 naira ị ga na-akwụ in a day ihe a na-akụ. So ị na-ede anya na tax ọ bụrụ na a na-enweta much na tax mana the only thing bụ na anyị nwere a creative governor that is financially intelligent. Mmadụ ihe kwe na akụ n'ihe gbasara ka esi enweta ego na-eme ya wee anyị Enugu a na-enweta ego. Ị na-anya n'ihe gbasara ego a na-enweta n'Enugu ajị rise to 400 and something billion. Ihe o ji wee rise abụ na gọvanọ the creative wee bido all these moribund assets ihe niile steeti a nwere na-ana n'iyi. First of all ebidolu na revenue a na-collect. Before now revenue ahụ niile na-ana na-akpa ndị mmadụ ma ihe a na-enweta na mining ma ihe niile oge gọvanọ batalizizi ndị one of the miners gọvanọ ka ya kụnyele 1 billion na account gọvanọ si ya kụnye na account Enugu State 1 billion. Most of that money ego ahụ niile a na-enweta bụ na akpa ndị mmadụ ka ọ na-ana na revenue a niile. So petermbah wee bịaza wee kwechiri wee mechie ụzọ ahụ niile ebe esi eri mperi ihe ego ahụ niile a na-anata si ana n'iyi na-ana na akpa ndị mmadụ agbaghị ego ndị mmadụ before na ahụ na-eri na steeti a wee mechie ha ncha wee tinye na e-platform nke ndị oyibo na-akpọ e-platform so that n'ihe ọbụla ha na-akwụ ga na-aba na akpa gọọmenti through internet ka mkpọzi anyị internet ka unu wee dị anya ọnya nwa melu na ego ahụ niile na-ana n'iyi kịta na ọ da-anazi n'iyi achịkọta ha ncha ọnụ jidie ọ bụ na-abatalu steeti frego na-abata steeti eweli ya na-alụ ọnụ. Gọvanọ na onwe wee maka na o nwere ọgụgụ isi n'ihe gbasara ka esi enweta ego wee bịa bido ihe Enugu nwere na-ana n'iyi ọchịkọta ha ncha ọnụ n'edibo hotel presidential a na-agụ n'iyi mana ewechitela ya jidie ICC a wezụga jidie International Hospital Niger Gas Sunrise Flour Mill UPPL ihe a niile ka gọvanọ jikọtara ha ncha ọnụ wee lụgharịa ha wee na-eyi elde ihe o nwere ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ cash cow hapụrụza ha na-eyi elde money to Enugu State. So no financial creativity and intelligence bụ ihe gọvanọ ji aga. Ọ bụrụ na tax bụ ego onekwa ego one ka ị na-akwụta na tax. Ọ bụrụ na tax gọvanọ cut go ihe a niile ma nke a na-asị na land na a na-akwụ cut go by 60%. Gịnị fọzụ patri 40%.
Mgbe ị na-ekwu maka ụtụ isi ikwu na gọvanọ kwụsịchara ụtụ isi niile na-akwụ nọ ndị nwe shop na-akwụ 34,000 mgbe na-ajụ 34,000 anwa a na-akwụ ya 34,000 ụgwọ esu ama business premises na ụgwọ ndị ọzọ niile a na-akwụ asonia.
Okay, ihe ga-amalụ bụ na ịma na ihe na-eme ndị mmadụ bụ na ha bịara na-asị ha na-ana tax ha na-ana tax esu ama onwe ha na-akpọ taxes and fees. Fees bụ ụgwọ ị na-akwụ na service rendered to you. Ihe esu ama na-ana gị bụ afịfịa dị n'ụlọ ha bịara kpopụ ma nke ị na-eji atụfu na ụzọ ha na-ekpopụ ya ha na render service nke ahụ bụ fee. Ada ekwu okwu nke ahụ na ya na-ekwu okwu ya bụ tax ụtụ isi a na-ana. Ka m gwa gị o nwere onye na-like ụtụ isi o ada like ya ime iwetugodi ya 1 naira o nwere onye na-like ịkwụ ya maka gịnị ama m oge anyị dị obele ịnọgide our fathers then ha na-agba ọsọ asọ gịnị na-eme ife okorobịa na-agba kitikiti asị na ndị ụtọ ọkụ bịala ọ bụ eziokwu na ndị ụtọ ọkụ bịala ife onye ọbụla na ọsọ o nwere onye chọrọ ịkwụ tax o nwere onye chọrọ ịkwụ ya bụ ụtọ ọkụ ka a na-akpọ tax ọ bụrụ onye na ndị ụtọ ọkụ bịara ife onye ọbụla na ọsọ a na-agba onye chọrọ ịkwụ tax mana tax ahụ bụ gọọmenti revenue onye na-asị gị tax ahụ a na-ana ọkwanụ ya little na contribute to the development of your state especially gọọmenti ịmalụ na gọọmenti a na-alụ ọlụ na ego ahụ niile na a na-ejikọta ha ncha tinye ya n'ọlụ ịghọta. So na ọ bụrụ taa ka o bidoro tax evasion that is ịgba ọtụ ikuku ọsị ụtụ isi bụ ihe o bidogori long time ago ekwu okwu. So nwere onye dị mma ka ọ kwụba anything ka ya wepụta ego kwụba gọọmenti onwere onye ọdụ mma ime ya onwere onye chọlụ ka a na-ana tax mana a ga na-ana tax because na tax ahụ na-enye aka n'ọlụ a na-alụ ụzọ a niile a na-alụ ọ bụrụ ọnụ mmiri ka a ji alụ ya ụzọ ahụ niile ifere a na-alụ adịkle nke a Enugu ihe niile gọvanọ na-alụ lụbasị n'Enugu ọ mmiri ka eji alụ ya ọ bụrụ ego ka eji alụ ya na-alụkwa ihe ga-abala anyị ncha n'uru.
Ọ dị mma Dr. Onyeisi anyị ka na-ekwu ụtụ isi ọ gbasara azụmahịa a kụturu ụlọ ahịa ndị mmadụ na Ọgbete Gariki na Nsụka nakwa ebe ndị ọzọ iji rụọ bus terminal. Ọ dịghị ka o nwere ụzọ ọzọ akara isi mee ya ọka mma iji nyere ndị mmadụ aka na azụmahịa ha karịa etu esi mee ya.
One thing ị ga-amalụ bụ na o nwere ha na-akpọ urban renewal. Urban renewal bụ na gọọmenti pụtasị na achọrọ idozi obodo ka edozie anya ọfụma ma na o nwere ha ga-alụ ga-abala anyị uru. Now ndị na-ekwu okwu urban renewal will gender displacement na-ekwu bụ na o nwere ebe ọ bụla emere urban renewal adị enwe ndị ọ na-emetụta ga-apụ ebe ahụ. Anyị ma na gọọmenti akwụgo compensation, akwụrụ compensation to ndị nwe ebe ahụ, ndị railway nwe ebe ahụ akwụrụ ha compensation. N'ọfa nwa ka ọ dịzịla ịkwụ ndị ọ bụrụ na ha nwee compensation ha ga-enye ndị nwechere shop ebe ahụ ha enye ha. A na-enwe enwebe ọba renewal ahụ o nwere ositi ọbụla adị enwe ihe a na-alụ de and alụ gọọmenti bịa ịlụ ọlụ de ha ga-displace people. The only thing na gọọmenti ga-akwụtu compensation like na Nsụka ahụ ị na-anya na Nsụka maka na Nsụka ka ọ na-akpọ ganigani ndị opposition n'ala ebe ahụ na-eme akpọ ganigani na akụtụrụ ogige ha na-akụtu ogige. O nwekwa ebe ọzọ abụrụ na gọọmenti ịma na ka afịa si eme afịa nwere ike dola ebe a ka ogige dị asị ebe a ka ọ dị anọgide ifo ọ na-shift to gọọmenti park. Ebe ahụ ịfụrụ akụtụrụ bụ gọọmenti park a na-enyere notice ndị a niile ihe niile alụ na gọọmenti park ahụ nwunye efe na gọọmenti bịa na-achọ ịlụ ife ọzọ ga-abala anyị n'uru. Kịta na ihe ahụ niile na-abala anyị n'uru. Ndị a niile na-aba the buses CNG buses ọ na-enyere anyị aka ghọtago. So all gọọmenti bụ ihe bịa lụgharịa all those things si ndị ahụ niile ha ga-apụ. O nwere na UK everywhere a na-enwe urban renewal enwe enya ọ ga-enwe ndị ọ ga-emetụta.
Ndị ahụ gwara ka ha pụọ n'ụlọ ahịa kedu ọnọdụ ahaziri ebe ha ga
ahazili ọnọdụ like na ịbịa na ndị Nsụka ahụ a gwara ha onye ọbụla jee na Ọba Road. Gọvanọ ekwugo now na ndị nke ahụ niile o metụtara ebe ahụ na a ga-enye ha seed money ha ga-eji wee bido business na alụcha Nsụka ultramodern market a na-alụkịta alụcha anya a ga-akpọ ndị ahụ niile o metụtalụ nye ha capital ka ha gbazie wee bido afịa. Ndị nke bidoro maka most of them jekwe na Akụ Road market. So ịbịakwa n'ebe anụnwa ndị o metụtara ọ bụrụ na Ogbete akụ nwere metụrụ Ogbete aka ihe metụrụ bụ ebe ahụ niile nọ at the fringe the other side ọ ebe alụ garịrị na and n'anya na efu na most of those places bụcha shanties ebe ndị criminals na-hibernate. Most of those places efuchara ka eji ekpochapụ na nza because ebe ahụ bụzi ebe criminals ị na-anya ije ebe Ogbete kịta ị na-agafezi ụzọ before now ị na-afọ ebe itinyere ụkwụ and pickpocket ma ndị ahụ mekome niile bụ ebe a ka ha ncha na hibernate mana kịta na-ekpochapụ those things. Adịmala ka ịgbagbo ebe ahụ before because ije ebe ahụ ịtọ mana kịta na ọzọ silele werara ịgafelu ọ bụrụ ife dị mma.
Kee maka ndị ahịa Gariki o nwere ọnọdụ ahaziri ha maka ikwugo maka ndị nke
o
maka ndị nke
o mere na Agbakpa o mere na Gariki too mana Gariki yes ebe onye ọbụla o metụtara yes I know that ama m na gọọmenti kwuru compensation because ọ mmadụ ka ọ ga-emetụta ọ bụrụ ụmụ agbara ka ọ ga-emetụta urban renewal everywhere in the world ọ ga-emetụta onye ọbụla ọ ga-emetụta ndị mmadụ mana ihe a na-alụ bụ ihe dị mma ọ maka ọ dị mma ndị be anyị ịghọta.
Ọ dị mma Dr. Onyeisi ka anyị bata na okwu gbasara mmiri.
Yes.
Maka na mgbe gọvanọ batara n'ọchịchị o kwere nkwa ya n'ime abalị 180 na mmiri ga-agba na be onye Enugu ọbụla ka ọ dị kịta ihe aka inu na-ada na ntị adọrọzi ka ihe na-atọ n'ọnụ ọ bụ na nwa mgbe ka ma ha akpụkọ na agụba dị nkọ gịnị mere mmiri ndị Enugu?
Well daalụ oge gọvanọ batalụ gọvanọ enego ka m gwa gị tupu gọọmenti abịa gọvanọ amachaghị ihe niile plan ọka ihe niile ka ya ga-esi wee chi ọ dị na manifesto ya o veiled on 22nd October 2022 na Godfrey Okoye University. Ihe niile adịgo clear ka ọ ga-esi wee mee. Number 1 bụ n'ihe gbasara mmiri n'Enugu na mmiri ga na-agba n'Enugu na mmiri maka ịma na mmiri bụ age-long problem n'Enugu because of the undulating landscape ka Enugu esi wee dị. So and ịmago na another one bụ na igwuo kịta coal anọchi ebe niile so nwere ozi ebe ga-esi wee gwupụta mmiri na so that's why eji ejezi 9th mile na-eje Oji na-eje all those places. Now gọvanọ wee sị mba n'ihe a niile ga-akwụsị ya ga-eme ka mmiri gbaa n'Enugu in 180 days. Now gọvanọ bịakwa wee lụba ọlụ ka nwoke in that 180 days meet go the target upstream target Enugu before now na quantity of water a na-generate n'Enugu bụ about 2 million 3 million liters circulate enyo ndị ga-enweta mana gọvanọ bịalụ all the reservoirs niile ekpochepụ zacha ha ncha wee bido 9th mile water scheme Moji River wee na-generate about 120 million liters a na-generate ifu na ọsala ọkụ mmiri a na-agbapụ ebe niile wee chọpụtaza na no asbestos pipe enile na anụ during the colonial days. Asị gịnị ka a ga-eme wee bido ropu bia tinye ebe 9mm pipe wesizi oke na-emechighị ihe a na the next thing bụzi ga-eselu mmiri jezi ebe ahụ mmiri na-adụburo wee discover za na many people lụrụ ụlọ na waterways akwa mmiri kwesịrị isi wee ga alụchuru ụzọ ebe niile lụcha anya ụlọ. Ọ bụrụ na asị ka etikpobe ụlọ ahụ niile ka etikpobe ha niile ma na Enugu ga-abụzi demolition site a ga-akwari and a ga-enwekwu and cry ma ndị ga na-akwa bigo bịa buru mmiri gị rapụrụ anyị ụlọ na ya chọrọzi mmiri nwa ọ ka esi eme ya ka compassionate gọọmenti na-eche anya sị mba na ihe mere bụ na a ga-achọzi ewe to navigate the thing akwa mmiri ahụ ka ọ gaa n'ụzọ ọzọ ya ka a na-achọ a na-alụ ya. Then now French Development Bank abatago into it ha nwa nọkịta na-alụzi akwa mmiri na-alụzi ụzọ mmiri ahụ niile ka ọ gaa ebe ọ ka agara a na-alụ ya bụ ọlụ makịta. Enwere challenge na downstream emitigo ya na upstream ihe niile kwesịrị ihe niile enyi dị na upstream dị mmiri dị amasịs na mmiri adịrọ oge a na-ejenerate 3 million ejenerate 2 million kịta mmiri dị everywhere mana the problem bụ ebe ndị aka enwetara mmiri ka mmiri ga-esi wee ruo. So nya ka eji partnership with French Development Bank now and ebidogo na 9th mile now na-alụ ya na-abịa. Gọvanọ agbachiri nkịtị n'ihe gbasalụ mmiri. Ọ bụ na imebe ihe nwee challenge ọ bụrụ ọnụ ya nwa ka ị ga-eji wee rapụ ya. The intention bụ na mmiri ga-agba akwadosigo ọnọdụ ka ọ ga-esi wee gbaza nwee that challenge. So enwee challenge ihe a ga-eme bụ asịzi gịnị ka a ga-eme ọ bụrụ to abandon it and say target nye na memitira. After all target abụrụkwa the end. Target bụ to drive you inye onwe gị target. Gọvanọ ifu na gọvanọ ihe niile ọ na-eme ọ na-enye onwe ya target. Ihe target a na-eme bụ to drive you n'ịmalụgo na ebe a ka ị na-eru. At the end of the day analysis kedu percentage of target gị meet enwe ka meet 60 70 80%. Ọ ihe target na mana ndị mmadụ bụ asịra na ịsịkwalụ na ị ga-enye anyị mmiri by so and so time anyị afụrọ mmiri na ebe
ịma Dr. Vish ịma na ihe o kwuru na mmiri ga-agba na be ndị mmadụ n'ime 180 days.
Yes.
Now isi na enwe challenge na downstream na upstream emecheghị ekwesị ime downstream ka challenge anwa a na-enwe na downstream ka ihe a ga-eme ya ga-ahapụzi ya.
Ọnụ ya nwa ka m na-agwa gị na nwere ihe ara pakwa nsị gị na-eji ọlụ a sị gị na ndị French Development Bank na ọlụ kịta ọrụ ya ngwa gị ọ ka anyị tibe mkpu ka eche tibe ka anyị nwere time iti mkpu o na ihe nwe time bụ ọlụ. French Development Bank kịta ji ọlụ n'aka na a na-esekuleti mmiri everywhere ije ma agbakpa niile ma ebe niile ndị mmadụ dọdade nje ọba redio ọkwa ndị mmadụ na-akpọ si na ha na-afụ ihe gọvanọ na-alụ n'ihe gbasalụ mmiri. Ndị mmadụ na-akpọnụ na fon na ihe gbasalụ mmiri na-eji ọlụ n'aka ọlụ na-aga.
Ọ dịghị ka ihe gbasara mmiri a ndị nọ n'ime ime obodo ha so ya ka ọsọsọ ndị nọ na township.
Ya na-ekwugodo okwu ya na ahụ bụ Enugu ihe gọvanọ kwuru bụ Enugu ịmara na mmiri bụ problem na Enugu. Mmiri a enwere water challenge like that eru asa nọkwa na-alụ ọlụ ihe gbasara n'ime obodo ndị a na-egwuru borehole ma ihe niile mana a na-ekwu okwu Enugu kedu ebe ị nwetara mmiri na Enugu. Mana na Enugu nwere a special challenge because of coal dị naanị ya bụ coal city igwu okpam na inweta coal. So n'ọnya nwa melia gọvanọ wee folu ntutu tasị that na mmiri ga-agbalata n'Enugu na aga mmiri ga na ejenerate go mmiri a na oji na 9th mile ejenerate 120 million liters. What is the water need of ndị Enugu? About 70 million liters. Anya surpass gị na ya na-achọzi na mbụ imeke sure na mmiri gachara ebe ọ garozi eji ọlụ n'aka now and again before na this government before na ya pụọ before adịmekwu before na achịcha nke a achịcha ọgbọ fụlụ nke a follow 1 year mmiri ga-agba ebe niile.
Anyị na-eme ka anyị chịkọta mana ka were otu nkeji kwuo okwu maka nchekwa n'Enugu steeti ka anyị chịkọta naanị otu nkeji. Ọ dịghị ka ọnọdụ nchekwa ọ kago mma karịa ka ọ dịbụ na mbụ n'oge ọchịchị Peter Ndubisi mba.
Ọnọdụ nchekwa malụ mma karịa ka ọ dịbụ na mbụ kịta n'Enugu steeti. Ịmana anọ batalụ na mbụ mana oge ụfọdụ anyị adịghị echeta ka ife si wee mee mana before now na enwe Monday sit at home enwe insecurity ndị mmadụ adịghị apụta ịpụta on Monday ka ime business a ga-agbagbu gị ndị non-gọọmenti a na-egbu mmadụ here and there mana gọvanọ bịalụ si na ya akwụsịgo that sit at home oke o nwere gọvanọ ọ ga-abụrụ ọ ga-asị na ya ma ka anyị rapụkwu ya maka re-election ka e wee menye re-elect n'ọdụ steeti ndị afịa a na-afọ ọsịsa ha pụtaba dịka ndị Anambra si wee mee ka echelie na ya nweta second tenor ka ya gọvanọ pụtara ozugbo o bidoro ọrụ taa mee ya taa ọ bụrụ about re-election ihe gọvanọ na-ekwu bụ na ya ga na ọrụ dị mma na ya ga-alụ ya ọ bụrụ maka election ọ bụrụ na ma alụcha ọrụ dị mma unu si na ọ dịrọzi mma nsogbu adịrọ mana m ga-eme the right thing gọvanọ wee stop other sit at home maka ọ dịrị that time ma ndị ogbe item ihe niile a stop ọnya anyị na-agagharị everywhere that time na-make sure na banks everywhere open because we were losing a lot. Enugu State was losing a lot. Southeast was losing a lot. Gwagi ege lose n'ihe na governor west stop other sit at home today enwere ozi sit at home o wee kpọpụta ndị DRS tupu gọvanọ a na-akwụsị ha na a na-etrain ndị DRS immediately governor win election aka swere in ka ebido train be ndị DRS a wee train che ihe wee bunye ihe bụ moto izi ebupụta bụ 150 wee n'ime that moto ahụ atinyecheli ya AI embedded cameras a nwere capacity facial recognition plate number recognition ijiri moto jori kita moto ahụ the camera ga-trace ya wee mechie wee lụọ command and control center na government house wee connect everywhere na Enugu State to that command and control center ọ bụ na ịbịa n'oge ebe anyị nọlụ de ị ga na-afụ everywhere ị ga na-afụ Opi Nsukka Road afụ ụzọ
ya nchịkọta okwu gị bụ na ọnọdụ nchekwa
achọrọ ka nkọwara gị akwa
akawanyego mma kịta karịa ka ọ dị na
nwere onye anụgụ ka nwa dị m ogoro enyi ọzọrọ onye ahụ ụkwụ na ntị onye anụgụ ka nwa dị m ogoro enyi ọzọrọ ụkwụ na ntị
ọ dị mma Dr. Ruben Onyeisi SSA New Media to the Governor anyị ekele gị maka ịbịa sonyere anyị n'otobo nketa anyị na-ele anya na mgbe ọzọ anyị kpọọ gị na ị ga-abịakwa sonyere anyị daalụrị nne maka ịbịa sonyere anyị onye gbagere ntị ebe a ka ọkụ nyụrụ anyị na-awụsọwa na nke tata ịnụ gị ya ka gọvanọ steeti a ji gbatakwụrụ n'ime afọ 3 gara aga nkwado ka gị nwa na-esonyere anyị ga na-enye ọchịchị n'ugbu a nke mere eme dị mma ka ịmụ ọzọ gaa n'iru ama m na enwere atụmanya dị iche iche ndị Enugu nwere n'ebe ọchịchị n'ugbu a nọ gọvanọ na gọọmenti Enugu steeti na onwe nke ya ma ihe ọ ga-emere ọha steeti a nkwa ekwere si mmezuo ya eme nwata ka emere ibi ya obi adị ya mma daarụ maka isonyere anyị na nketa ata chebere anyị ụbọchị Fraịde ọkụ 5 anyị ga-alaghachite azụ ka anyị na-aga n'ọrụ ya abụ m Joshua Uzioko ndewo maka isonyere anyị
Aneke television heu agịrịgbo m dị egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa Aneke television na-emerụ ogbenye emere amadi ihe ị na-agba nkwụ ị na-eme nkepụta nwa ị na-akwa ozu ị na-agba akwụkwọ bịawa na Aneke television bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma bịawa na Aneke television idume na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị ịmara ebe ọ ga-anọ etiwe ọmọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọwụsi nne ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television ọ bụ onye gbagburu agụ nna ọ dị na soshal midia ọ dị na mgbagwa ọ dị n'Enugu
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.